everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry we're late. There was a huge miscommunication. Disapru couldn't hear me in the back, and we didn't realize it until recently. And then when I did finally get my mic fixed, one of my littles wanted a drink, and apparently the ice machine, the ice dispenser, sounds like bottles being dropped. So, listen, it was the ice machine. What you heard dropping were ice cubes into a ceramic cup.
I mean, it sounded more... that's the kind of excuse I would use if I dropped about 5 different ceramic cups as well. But, you know. I'd just like to point out that apparently it was a massive miscommunication. You saw me all in chat. I was talking to you for, like, the last 20 minutes. And then Lady G chimes in and starts talking as well. And she's sitting in here. And I haven't said anything because I don't think she's here. And she's like, at no point did you go, well... Yeah, but I'm obviously talking in chat. That's where I'm paying attention, and at no point did you think I might use my big, glowing yellow name to maybe draw attention to the fact that I can't hear him or he can't hear me. And the fact that you were talking in there reinforced me thinking, well, she clearly can't be ready, because if she was ready, she'd actually say something. And she's like joining in. Maybe you're on your phone or something.
I thought you were not ready. I thought you were trying
I'm talking in chat. It's like when you started talking in chat, I'm like, well.
Why didn't you check the private chat?
Why would I ever check a private? I've never checked a private chat in my life.
Well, I don't know. I blame you.
I just figure people will talk to me if they do, like in a chat.
I was trying not to call you out on stream before it even started.
Well, as we found out from the glass bottles, I do not have the same problem. The moment I heard that, I'm like, she's just dropped everything. I heard it all smash.
So, guys, I totally thought I put my mic on mute, and because I live in an open concept. From experience, open concept homes suck. So my computer is like 4 feet, if that, from my refrigerator. And so Disapru's listening to me, like, talk to my tiny human and then be like, it's okay.
That's no way to talk about your husband.
He's a very large human.
Exactly, which is why you shouldn't be referring to him as your tiny human.
Fine. The tiny human who I am responsible for making up half the genetic code for. How's that? One of my spawns.
Is it weird? My brain immediately went to, is there a way where that's technically possible? I was like, started branching off family trees to try and work it out.
Be like, well, you know, we might be able to, but like...
Do you live in Alabama? Is there any Alabama genetic code in you? And the only reason I know that, like, over here, Norfolk became the place where if you want to talk, it's like, I think Jimmy Carr started it really, but it's like, just bring up Norfolk. And then I was talking to Camelot, and he just went, Alabama. It's like, every country has a place.
Yes, every single one does. Oh my goodness. But no, so my youngest came out and like was like, I'm thirsty, I need water. And so I go ahead and I'm like, all right, let's get you some ice water. And we do the deal. And I sit back down and my little one is she's like, oh, I'm so thirsty. And I was like, well, we don't walk and drink at the same time. That's how we, you know, fall and have accidents. And just the response was, but I'm so thirsty. And I was like, okay, well, you're not going to die of dehydration in 30 seconds. And then I sit down to go unmute my mic. And it's like, knew I put the headphones on. He's like, well, technically.
Exactly. There is a point. If you're going to die of dehydration, there is a 30-second period where you die of dehydration in 30 seconds. And this is why I go through life and someone will say something and normally there's a little filter and I'll be like, no, don't bring it up. Just no one cares, mate. No one cares. Just don't think of it. But my brain's going, but it's not true. It's not true.
Not true. Oh, gosh in heaven almighty. So yeah, that's what we were dealing with for the 23 minutes that I'm sitting here like, he must not be ready, because he would obviously go into the private chat and be like, hey, I'm good. Or, you know, he'd say something into the mic.
I even spoke multiple times. Like, at one point you had your mic muted, so I was watching for that. Then your mic went off, so I spoke, you didn't reply back, and then it just stayed that way. And the weird thing is, like, now your icon has changed, right? You've got the little circle so it glows when you're talking. But before, it was just a picture. So there's no circle with the glowing thing when you're talking. So I didn't even know you were talking.
I 100% was talking.
And look,
I had a full conversation with you.
This entire event could have been blameless on both ends until you started talking in chat where I was clearly talking and you knew I was reading.
No,
that's where it because that's where we can lay blame. You knew I was paying attention to a chat and you didn't even talk in it.
The wrong chat. The wrong chat.
But you knew I was there. You knew I was reading it.
Which means, but in my head, I'm like, okay, if he's in this chat, then he's obviously in the other chat, so I'll ask him in the other chat. And then I didn't get anything, and I didn't get anything, and I didn't get anything.
That is such woman logic, that is.
That is not woman logic.
I know he's paying attention to this thing, so I'll go to this entirely different thing where I don't know if he's paying attention to it, because he'll definitely be in there as well. It's like, what? Oh yeah, by the way, I'm talking. It's like I'm talking to you on Twitter, so I'm gonna go onto Discord and leave you a direct message because if you're in one, you'll be in the other. It's like, I'm already here.
That's not the same thing.
That's exactly the same thing. You moved from one messaging system to an entirely different one.
No, it is not the same thing. It is absolutely not the same thing. It's still in the same sphere. Discord has nothing to do with Twitter.
Do you want to? StreamYard has nothing to do with YouTube.
But we're in StreamYards.
Do you want to know where my YouTube chat window is right now? It's over my StreamYard chat window. That's why. That's why it's always set up that way.
No, it should be the other way around.
Why?
Because you can see both if you do it that way.
The fine people in the chat that I was paying attention to, I figured there's plenty of other ways to get in touch with me, like using a big yellow name in chat.
You know what? Fine. You know what? You brought this upon yourself. I will, from now on, when I need your attention, I will take my big yellow name and I will put myself in the chat and I will be like, hey, Disapru, can you see me now? How's that for you?
That would have made sense back then. I mean, it wouldn't now, considering I can hear you. But if you're not sure if you can hear you. I can see it, see? Big glowing yellow name. It draws everyone's attention to it. Everybody knows.
You're just rude.
You think you're winning when you're actually just proving my point.
I'm not proving your point.
You are, because I saw your message and responded to it.
Why do I need a neon sign for you to pay attention to me?
Well,
why do I need a neon sign? Do men really not get subtlety?
Men have like a genetic switch, which they can just turn you off.
Listen.
And everyone out there who's every man knows it's true. And every woman lives in constant denial that it's not happening to them.
My
yes, dear. No. If anyone ever tells you yes, dear, that's what's happened.
No.
Or
No. He doesn't do that. He does not do that. We can have full conversations without saying a word.
Look, it's a talent.
I've never felt so oppressed in my life.
It's not oppression. It's fairness.
It's fairness. Oh my gosh. It was common sense, bastard. It was common sense. Listen.
What is more common sense than he's talking in chat? I'll talk to him in the chat. You
even talk to you in the private chat, so I don't call you out in the regular chat. Like that is where the common sense comes in. Be like, okay, if he sees that chat, he must see the private chat. So I'm gonna message him in the private chat.
This is the logic of someone who breaks 5 different glasses and claims it's ice.
It was ice cubes, and they were into a ceramic cup. I'm telling you.
And Ezra Miller makes a good flash.
Oh, that's just oh my gosh.
I mean, some people. I don't know if you ever seen that variety review. That variety review was gold.
god, that was
It's,
awful.
it's one of the funniest things I've ever read because he's entirely serious, and I'm like, wow. I kept reading it. I'd post it a sentence at a time on Twitter, and then I'd read the next sentence. I'm like, how does this get worse? And so I made an entire thread because I was only reading it a sentence at a time, not being able to understand, like, believe what I was seeing.
I oh my gosh, the clip where he's talking about Ezra, like his I don't even remember the words he used, but like his luxurious lips and his buxom
I think he calls them succulent.
Yes, I'm just like, what is happening? I don't understand. Oh my god.
Like when he orders a peanut butter sandwich, it's like mesmerizing. And then you get into the movie, he literally just pays for a peanut butter sandwich. That's all
right? And also he like flirts with himself. Like, so for any of you that are not going to see The Flash, I recommend you don't. He flirts with his younger self.
I mean, now
It's
that is a
awkward.
common comedy trope, but it's normally done for like extremely sort of egotistical people. Like, it's meant to show that they're so obsessed with themselves, like they're so vain and think they're so beautiful.
Right.
Like the cat from Red Dwarf. There's literally a story in that where the cat meets another cat and he falls in love with himself. But that's what you'd expect. It's not meant to be used for a hero. And I don't think the Flash is meant to be self-obsessed.
No, he's not. If anything, like, he's extremely humble. He's one of the most humble heroes in the DC universe, and it was really cringy. Like, that whole scene was super cringy. And quite frankly, when I think I counted 13, did I get that? 13 cameos? Like,
I didn't count. They meant nothing to me because they weren't even characters. Like I like it where if, like, say someone turned up and they act in the movie, even if it's for like 3 minutes, but they take an active role in the movie, they have a bit of character, they have some dialogue, I'll count that as a cameo. If you're just appearing in the background just so people can point at it and go, I recognize that thing, it doesn't mean anything to me at all. Which is why I never went to watch the Mario movie, because that's how the people that liked the Mario movie described the Mario movie as that, and I'm like, that's not what I want from something.
I actually really loved the Mario movie because it yeah, there were some cameos, but I didn't love it for the cameos. I actually enjoyed the story.
It wasn't the cameos. It was like everything was just, I recognize this thing. This thing is from the game. Well, this thing is from the game. Well, yeah, but this thing is from the game. Oh, and this thing is. So that is what I'm counting as like cameos. Is like it's the same. It's not the right word, but it's like I recognize this thing, and because I recognize this thing and like it
Member
over
berries.
here. Yeah, some people describe it as that, but it's like I remember it isn't. I think that's more a nostalgia thing. Where I think with Mario it was because the people still like Mario, so it's not like nostalgia as such because they still like new games. I'm not sure. I have a word for it. It's like, I recognize that thing. I like that thing. Is the best I can describe it.
I recognize it, therefore I like that thing because I recognize that thing.
I recognize, therefore I am. Yeah. Yeah, the exact quote is, with sculpted dark eyebrows and insinuating lips, the actor is a mesmerizing camera subject. And that's not the only review that said that. There was another one where he described him as like the next savant of superheroes or something like that. It was literally the next megastar of superheroes is born in this movie. And so I went in expecting high things, and I'm like, I actually find you more annoying in this than I did in like the Snyderverse one.
I hated it. I thought it was incredibly lazy. And did you see where they said that the CG was that bad on purpose? Yes. We purposefully made it that bad, guys. I know it looks terrible, but that was all because this is what the Flash sees when he's moving. And I'm like, no, we actually have comic book source material that shows us what it's like to be in the Flash's point of view. So that's wrong. Like,
the article I read on that said, so if you think it looks bad, well, so if you think it looks weird, whether you agree with it or not, you have to understand that what they're creating is a new visual language. And I'm like, oh, can we drop the pretentiousness, please?
oh
Like,
god.
that's not how you cover bad work.
It's like I mean, I guess there's just yeah, they're just let's just lean guys, you know what? We know that we cheaped out on it. We know it looks terrible, but rather than saying we ran out of money and Warner Brothers is floundering, we're going to say we did this on purpose. Like
Well, it's like James Gunn called it the best superhero movie ever made, or that he's ever seen, I think he said.
that's such
Uh,
crap.
But it doesn't work, and it ruins your reputation. Because if people liked you as James Gunn before, and they valued your opinion, they go and see the movie, they realize it's crap, and now you've lied to them. So now you've ruined your reputation. It's
That,
not worth it. And he did that, what? Because this leads into his series, and so he wants to go off on a high or something? Oh.
apparently. Well, that's like the actress for Supergirl. Um
Who was
apparently
barely a
like
character herself.
yeah, like god, what was her screen time? 7 minutes
Yeah,
maybe.
she barely said anything. She had no personality.
Yeah.
Most of the time she was in the movie, she was punching someone in the face, not
Yep.
saying anything.
Yep. But it makes me laugh because and he said like so she the actress for Supergirl met with Henry Cavill after The Flash was done because Henry Cavill was supposed to have a cameo, and I guess James Gunn like hates Henry Cavill or whatever. But
Hmm.
she met
Because he
with
overshadows him. That's what it is.
yes, it's actually exactly what it is. But um he I'm trying to remember exactly how she phrased it. They met up and she was like, "Did I make you proud, cuz?" Like,
Oh yeah, I
the
read that.
and
Yeah.
he's like he goes, "You did a phenomenal job as Supergirl." He did not say he liked the film, but that's what they're saying. They're like, "Henry
Well,
Cavill loved The Flash." And I'm
she
like,
was in it. She was in it such a small amount. I don't think I'd disagree with him. I mean, if that would be a polite opinion that I could accept as like true.
yeah.
Like I could barely form a judgment on her as Supergirl because she didn't say anything, and all of the problems that I would point out with her are CGI. So I can't. There wasn't enough of her for me to even judge her as a Supergirl.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I find it I think what did you do?
I was like, what did I actually like about her? And then I came down to, well, my favorite scene was when she lifted Ezra Miller into a cloud to get hit by lightning. And then my brain went, yeah, but if you got hit by lightning and survived, wouldn't you want to do that too? And I'm like, yeah, so is she trying to help him or finish him off? That's
Oh.
what you get with that. Because there's one reading of that scene where it's like, oh, he really wants to get his powers back. I'll help him get hit by lightning. And there's another one going, I can't believe he didn't do him in.
All right, like that's so
Don't worry,
true.
I'll take him to the source. This'll do it.
We'll return him. We'll pull. Oh gosh, we'll pull. Is that what the mother gives? Instead of worm secretion, we get lightning bolts. So take him back to the clouds.
The thing, during
Oh,
that entire scene, my brain was going, that's not how lightning works. It's
I
like,
dude,
lightning wants
this
to get to
whole
ground. It doesn't attack you if you're in the air.
Mm.
Otherwise, aeroplanes would be get blasted by it all the time.
I mean, airplanes get hit with lightning. It does happen, but it's not a common occurrence, mostly because they ground the airplanes. Yes, you can get hit with lightning up in a cloud, but it like guys, lightning travels from the ground up, not the other way around. Just so you know. I don't know if anybody knew that.
I'm not sure that's true. I know what you mean. It's like the path that it takes. It's the negative
Yes.
electrons or something, which
Yes.
initiates at the ground.
The
But
bolt
the actual
hits from the
electricity,
yes, the actual
goes from
electricity comes from the sky, but like lightning starts at the ground,
yeah,
which is
the path
why
which draws it. Yeah,
yes, and that's why they're like that's why all of the umbrellas that used to have like those giant metal points at the top of them
that was
no
rather
longer have
stupid.
giant metal points at the top of them.
yeah, that was thinking thinking about it now.
Like
Yeah, because when are you going to use an umbrella? Maybe like when it's raining in a storm.
When it's pouring rain, yes.
Yeah.
But
Mind you,
yes,
there was a guy who got hit by lightning like 3 times on a golf course, and he
I know
survived every time.
he needs to go play the lottery. It's because of he had old his golf clubs were oh gosh, I forget what
That's
they
true.
were.
We're supposed to be talking about Wheel of Time.
It's it the it's all another turn of the wheel, okay? It's okay.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
are
This is as much to do with the books as the TV series is. Let's spin it as that.
yeah, yes,
It's
to
all
be
about the
perfectly honest,
framing.
it truly does. Um, but it's I was flying on a that's a Coast Guard. USCG is US Coast Guard. Lockheed C-130 that was struck burned a small chunk out of the trailing edge of one aileron. Woo! So the aileron, huh? I have had to work on planes that when I was in the Corps, because I was air wing, we had bird strikes. That was fun. I don't know if you've ever seen what an F-18 engine does to geese, but it's not pretty.
Yeah, but I was always under the impression, because you see it in movies a lot, where like a pigeon
Mhm.
will fly into a jet engine and the jet engine will go on fire and die. But I'm assuming that doesn't actually happen.
It can. But it
Well,
actually
I just figure like metal is stronger than a bird.
isn't that what I said? I said Coast Guard, didn't I? I meant to say Coast Guard. Um,
I don't know.
but
The moment you started talking about like exact
bird strikes.
qualifications, well, telling me like I'm in such and such a regiment, that's the same to me as a name. So my brain just goes, oof, and it literally just swerves, and it'll swerve around it and carry on. So when I mean I don't remember people's names, like I'm not exact. Like this is how my brain works. My brain swerves around the information, so I didn't even hear you. I knew where you were going, and my brain just ignored it and carried on.
It just carried on. It just
Yeah,
blipped out that little
and
notion. That's fine.
it happens all the time. This is
It,
why I can never remember this stuff. I have to like see it for a
hey,
long period of time.
that is I completely get it, trust me. But no, most engine so like yes, Hollywood definitely Hollywoodizes what happens in a bird strike. I mean, you still have to
Well,
land and the
they
engine is
have
still
to.
fried, but it it doesn't go boom necessarily. Um
I'm surprised it does anything, to be honest. I mean, I would have just thought it'd be a lot stronger than that. And to be honest, I thought it would have been built for it. I saw a,
it
I think it
is
was like a
like
TikTok video. It was like a passenger jet. But there was like a part of, you know how the jet engine often has a point on the
yep,
front of the middle
yep.
spinning bit? That bit had come off, and it was rattling around inside the engine, but it
Mhm.
looked like there was reinforced metal in front of the actual
Mhm.
blades, so it was just bouncing off that metal.
Yep. It's so the way that these particular engines work, the process is suck, squeeze, bang, blow. So it sucks in the air, it squeezes or compresses it down. Um and then the bang
Let
is
me
the
guess, the guy came
ignition.
up with that.
Yeah. The bang is the ignition and the blow is the exhaust, right? So, but those are the operations for the engine. So suck, squeeze, bang, blow. And it makes it really easy to remember cuz like the engine is
Yeah, I'm
actually
sure it does.
it really does. It's been
We
years,
need to, we
guys.
need to utilize these strategies in other areas of our life.
I am just telling you I am just telling you what the operations of an engine are in order, okay?
I appreciate the in-depth technical engineering description.
Listen, it's a bunch of Marines, okay? Nobody claimed that we were hyper intelligent. That's the Air Force. We need our ditties. We got to keep it. The kiss is
Hey,
literally a ditty.
stick
Keep it
to what you
stupid simple.
know.
Stick to what you know. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Okay? Yes, intake, compression, power, exhaust, suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Thank you, Alan. That's literally what I just said. The power, the ignition. So intake when it takes in the all of the when the blades take in the air. Okay, so you have to intake your. I'm sure you guys know this.
What are
Fire
you
needs
intaking?
oxygen.
Oh.
Oxygen. Oxygen. But yes, so it's intake, compression, power, exhaust, but that does not flow off the tongue as easily. So suck, squeeze, bang, blow. It's the same thing. It's very much to the point. You know exactly what everything is doing and how it's supposed to operate. So, like when a bird gets sucked in, it basically becomes. I mean, there's like bone shards everywhere, but it's not enough um to make the. In most cases, I should say, not
It's not
enough.
enough to bang.
Yes. But like if 3 geese go in there at one time, then we got a problem. But I've only ever
Or a
personally
lot of
witnessed.
geese.
Yes, lots of geese. No, Steve, no, that's a prop funnel fire exhaust. That's outmoded and outdated and no fun.
It's the fun that counts.
It is the fun that counts. It's the Marine
You've
Corps.
gotta-
We need fun, okay? It's this. Look, this is what happens when you leave Marines to their own devices. They will come up with things to how to rename things and make it interesting because our lives are literally we live in the suck. So we find ways to endure the suck. Okay, whatever you say,
Before you
Alan.
get to the squeeze. I'm just wondering, like, you could probably. That acronym probably works for a lot of things. I bet you could really just use that for everything.
You have no idea how many things Marines have applied that particular ditty to.
Yeah, it's probably like the 80-20 rule. It just works for everything.
It kind of, really, truly, it does. Like, honest to God.
How'd you get out of a parking ticket?
Oh my God. Disapru. You're giving away secrets. You are giving away secrets, Disapru. You can't do trash.
This is why no one in the military has ever got done for a parking ticket. They know the secret. They know the cheat codes.
The cheat codes to life, yo. Oh my gosh. Okay, so after 27 and a half minutes of not talking about it, should we talk about why we're actually here?
Obviously. Okay, if we're going into the top, do you have something I can tweet out, or do I have to actually write it myself?
No, I have. Did it not tweet? I tweeted.
I don't know. I think I looked you up earlier, and I was like, I'm not gonna.
Hold on, did it not send? Twitter, what are you doing to me?
No. There's like blabs going, I'm evil. But apart from that.
Okay, well then here, let me retweet it because yeah, it says unable to send tweet. Okay, here we go.
Oh yeah, if you tried to send it from your phone, if it like lost internet access, sometimes it just didn't send.
Dang it. Okay, here we go. I'm calling this the recrap, by the way, because it's not a recap.
Yep. Your message to me went, do you want to talk about Wheel of Time? I went, yes. And it was only after I thought, I don't know which Wheel of Time we're talking about. And I actually didn't know until you put up the stream for today, and I saw it was the cast. I'm like, oh no.
Well, we're going to talk about the good stuff too. But
well, yeah, I mean, one intertwines with another. I just like the idea that I had no idea what I was coming into the conversation for.
No, it's all of the things, but it's so the book. All right, do you think I have a question for you? So, Witcher.
I'd hope so, because otherwise it's going to be a really boring conversation.
Okay, so Witcher season 3, the Wild Hunt is dropping this month. Do you think Amazon knew that and they're now dropping I guess I'm not really spoiling anything. Guys, if you haven't read the books yet,
I don't think, before you even say, I don't think The Witcher has anything to do with Wheel of Time at all. I think they're playing off the Wheel of Time and Rings of Power.
Okay, so you think The Witcher is...
Because they said so, right? They've said before that they will be, like, that before Citadel came out, which they tried to do, that failed as well.
Yeah.
But because Rings of Power, they're both fantasy series, and I still think Wheel of Time was like their kind of trial run of Rings of Power.
Yeah.
And they specifically said, they want a big gap between the series. And so they're clearly thinking themselves as like they're similar properties. And Wheel of Time will come out about the same time that Rings of Power came out last year.
Yeah.
And so if Rings of Power, considering I think it's recently wrapped up filming, or mostly,
No,
Um,
it's in post.
yeah, so that will give it plenty of time for it to be out at the same time next year, and so you might have a biannual um
Which is
thing with
stupid,
both
but
of them. Yeah, but
I find that
that's
stupid because because per all right, so take this guys with a grain of salt because understand that there's there's a lot there's a lot that is wrong with this series, but one of the things is that really irritates me is it's been done for over a year. Like this is per Digital Spy and they just updated this article like a week ago. And season 2 has been complete since 2022. Spring of 2022. Now, you're probably correct there because they dropped Rings of Power September 2022.
yeah, and I think that blocked out a huge period of time where they couldn't show it.
Well,
I don't know
it,
why, because that's not how streaming works.
no,
I
that's
think
not
they're
how
thinking in
streaming works.
a TV schedule, because I've had this theory for a long time, right? Like TV used to be good,
Yeah.
but then it got a load of money, and what the money did was bring over a load of people from movies into the TV industry. But the issue
Yeah.
was they'd already destroyed the movie industry for decades. And so
Mhm.
you're bringing off a load of people who were very highly paid but had no talent, and they brought across the same ideas and destroyed TV as well.
Yep.
And there is no reason that Wheel of Time would be in any competition for that at all. Because
No.
with streaming, you have to think on a sort of a
Yeah,
monthly
you have to think
schedule.
on a consumption like literally you have to think on a consumption basis. You have to continue to provide that's why shorts have been doing pretty well on YouTube because you have these
Yeah.
content creators who are putting out these bite-size these bite-size consumable products. I don't know what else to call them. You know what I mean?
They are
Like
products, yeah.
yeah, they're putting out these bite-sized products that are easy to consume, and as long as they keep the interest, as long as they're unique enough, as long as they're interesting enough, people will keep coming back day after day. And we're talking 30 to 20 30 to 45 seconds for a short at most. I
Yes.
think
So you
and
can watch a lot and it inflates the
yes,
numbers.
exactly. And but the thing is, that is a model for streaming because it shouldn't be I don't know how you feel, but quite frankly, um I would be fine with a 37-minute episode, not an hour and 7 minutes or like the inconsistency of episode length is another thing I have a problem with cuz you it
Oh, I
used
don't.
it well, it used to be, like, if you go back to television heyday, it was, you get a total of, like, 24 minutes because you have a commercial break, right? So you get a 24-minute episode, but then at the season finale, it'd be an hour, and then the series finale was usually 90 minutes to 1 hour, right? And so it's really
See, I don't think any of that matters at all. Like, I don't
for
think anything
streaming?
you do in I don't think anything you do in TV matters for streaming. Yeah.
That's
For
what
the
I'm
simple
saying,
fact that
like
it only has to be good enough to get you to subscribe, and then you want to drag out that series for as long as you can to try and get it over as many monthly like
yeah,
in
but
gaming you'd call it a breakpoint, like when a next thing
mhm.
matters. So like each new subscription would be a different breakpoint, and most of them are going to be 2. But if you do 9 episodes, well, now you've got them for 3, even though you've only done 9 episodes. So that's the kind of meta that I would expect them to go into. How long it is
I
actually, I don't think it matters too much when it's streaming.
I don't know, I feel like I know when I watch shows, if I would rather it be shorter episodes with greater episode amounts. Maybe I might be backwards on this, but I prefer like the 30-minute episodes and 20 episodes per season than like 1 hour episodes and it be 9 episodes a
See,
season.
I don't care as long as it's good. Whether they have the talent or the budget to actually make an hour-long episode, which is good, that's probably the debate. I think
Mhm.
it's easier to make 30 minutes of good entertainment rather than 60.
Yeah.
Um,
Which is what has been that is what has been of recent. That's what's been the rule. Like, that's the norm. That's not that there is I have not found really an exception of modern television, of modern streaming, unless we get into K-dramas, which is
th-
not something we're gonna do. So
exactly, because modern entertainment can't even keep an idea going for 8 episodes when they used to keep
no.
it going for 22. And
Yes, exactly.
I'm glad you cut me off there because I was literally going to say, I'm going to say it anyway. Vincenzo goes on for an hour long for 20 episodes and keeps it entertaining the entire way.
Yes.
But it does
Yes.
so because the story swerves in like an S shape and it goes one way, then
Mhm.
it goes the other. And so it flows through various different ideas. But you have
Yes.
to keep those ideas. And I don't think the people in Hollywood, like something I've been going on for a while now, is I don't think they can handle abstract concepts. They
No.
can't even think of ideas. All they've got is themselves. And that means they don't have the ability to hold in their head multiple ideas at the same time because it's just them. And so they can't bring an idea to that kind of length for that
Mhm.
long period of time because they only have one idea and then they run out of our stuff. And so it
Yeah.
just drags. And this is why
There's
you've got
no
so many shows now where it's just empty, but
Mhm.
it's like we're just killing time.
Well, that's like, God bless you for watching Willow. Um, that's
I
like
really enjoyed it. And
Yeah,
behind the
you
scenes was hilarious.
Oh my god, I died. Like, your face when he picked up the worm secretion. I was dead. I was like, "Thank God I am not watching this, and it's
It was the
you."
consistent. They changed it, right? They knew what they were doing because in the previous, in the rest of the series, it was more like water. Like it
Mhm,
looked like lava, but people were drinking it and stuff. So it looked like they were lapping it up. It was obviously orange water. But in
mhm.
that, they put some kind of thickener solution in it because they knew what they were saying and it was done deliberately.
Oh, for sure, 100%. My So, what I truly, truly hated, I don't even remember her name, but,
Kit?
basically Alora's sis who Kit? Is that the one?
Kit is the princess.
Yeah, like, Kit's like where Kit is like, "I wanna know why he always picked you over me," and I'm like, "Because it's Elora
Yeah.
Danan." She's like,
She's the
literally
only one that can stop the apocalypse. And you're like, but why is everyone protecting you?
right, and I'm just saying, like, Kit's character is what is wrong with modern like, here's the
Yes.
thing, where
Everyone thinks they matter. Most people are irrelevant in
Yes.
the entire universe. Yeah.
Modern writers think that the hero is the one who is the center of attention and is the most important and, is the key to everything. And that's not the case. Usually the hero is Samwise Gamgee. Like, the the character who supports the one that has the mission, the one who is self-sacrificing and understands what they are there for and why what their role is, and they don't feel pettiness or jealousy or envy or anger towards the hero. That's the different like when everybody asks me, and if you read the book it's much more clear. That's why everybody asks me like, aren't you sad Boromir never got his redemption arc? And I was like, he did though. He did. I mean, 100%, he ran up against an entire freaking battalion of orcs knowing he was going to die because he was trying to save Merry and Pippin. Like, if you read the books, he literally just acts like he's in this wallowing self-pity, like he's fighting with himself, and he's about to write off the entire fellowship. And then he goes and saves Merry and Pippin. Like, he 100% gets his redemption arc. And I'm sorry, I still think one of the best pieces of cinema ever is between Viggo Mortensen and Sean Bean when he's like, "I would have followed you anywhere, my captain, my king." That is his redemption. Y'all have like anybody that didn't pick that up has lost the plot. But Hollywood doesn't even understand what they have anymore. They don't know how to write anymore. They have abandoned talent for tactlessness and for trends. It's disgusting. But the same thing happens in Wheel of like that was probably one of my biggest hangups with this adaptation, this non-adaptation, this horrific swell
Well,
that
it's
they
just a new story.
produced.
That's why anyone that says this is Wheel of Time is lying, and they know they are.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
there is no, like, with some things, like with the Flash, I could understand why some people would like the Flash, because for me, Ezra Miller is a big problem, and I know, like, I'm not one of these separate the art from the artist kind of people. I don't, like, not only can I not do it, but I don't think it's not what I would want to do anyway, even if I could. And so I know that drags down my score, and it makes me enjoy the film less. So I could understand if you don't have that problem, you'd probably like it a lot more, which is probably why more people are giving it a 6 than I gave it a 4.
Who's giving it a 6? They're wrong.
Well, on average, the audience score, all audiences are giving it a 6. But when it comes to the Wheel of Time, whether it's adapted the source material or not is an objective fact. And there is no opinion. There is no your side, my side. You're lying. Because you know it's not the books as well. Because
Absolutely.
if you've read them, there is no other interpretation. It doesn't even stick to them at all. And people are like, it hits the same story beats. They don't even go to the same places. They're not the same people. The same events don't happen. The same character arcs don't happen. Like, they don't bear any resemblance at all.
No.
Now, if you'd gone through and you'd been like, well, we had to cut this city, or we had to cut this event, but we gave them that kind of emotional point somewhere else, then fair enough. But you'd still have to maintain the bones of what happened in the book. You can't just rewrite it and go, well, it's the same story, basically.
And you can't put stuff in a different order. Like, it happens in an order for a reason. Like, you can't... The battle at the Gap was probably, like, out of the entire... Okay, I'll ask you this. Out of the entire season, what was your biggest hang-up for the season? Like, what was the point where you were like, there is no coming back from this rewrite?
Oh, no, I do know. I was like, I'm not sure, actually, because I knew where you were going with the Battle of the Gap, and I wasn't sure if that would be mine, because I agree that's bad. But when I was reviewing the series, I'd given up on episode 5, and then there was a moment that dragged me back in, and that was in, I think it's episode 7. They're in the inn. They're all talking.
Yeah.
They're arguing over... By the way, I don't know these characters' names, so it'd be interesting to see how they're actually meant to be pronounced. But I always called it Egwene. Apparently that's wrong.
That's how I said it too.
Well, like, I pronounce them how they're written. If you want your words pronounced how they're not written, I consider that your fault and you've got it wrong. I don't care what the author said. If he wants them to be pronounced differently than how I pronounce them, he should have spelt them correctly. So...
Fair.
But in the inn, there's the whole thing of who's going with who. There's the love triangle, which already didn't exist. Like, Perrin has never been involved in this.
No.
No. But it didn't make any sense. That's what really pissed me off. It didn't make sense that he'd be into her. And if he was, then it didn't make sense that she'd be into him, because the way she acted towards him doesn't make any sense if you're trying to get with a guy and he knows he doesn't like you hanging around with another guy, and then you're like, yeah, but hug me afterwards. That didn't make any sense. I didn't understand it. It really pissed me off because I didn't understand it. And it's like, that's when you got back into the characterization of the people, because there wasn't really much characterization before. And because you were now destroying the characters and not just the story, it pulled me back into caring, and that's what really pissed me off. And it was only afterwards, when I went away, and at episode 5, I started watching Night's Watch, Shad's reviews of this.
Yeah.
And someone on there pointed it out and said, Perrin isn't after Egwene, Perrin's after Rand.
Yep.
And everything clicked into place. Like, everything. It was perfect. And I fully believe that was what was meant to be whether they'll actually play out on that, I don't know, but that is what I think it was written for deliberately, because there's even a bit where, like, Rand walks up to him and Perrin walks up to him, and they are literally doing the stereotypical and biologically innate like the triangle of love that people do. Left eye, right eye, lips, left eye, right eye, lips. It's the only explanation that makes that scene make sense. And then it also explains why afterwards, when he comes to her, she hugs him, even though they've just fallen out and she's, like, caused trouble with her boyfriend. Because if she knows that he's not interested in her, and that actually it's like unrequited love, then why would he, like, she wouldn't be concerned being around him because she knows that actually he's not
Mhm.
out for me at all. So everything fit.
Yep.
And I
They
think,
are they absolutely put that as, like, and they weren't subtle about it. Like, if you go back and rewatch, they were not subtle about Perrin wanting Rand. Like, first of all, they assassinated Perrin's character right from the get-go when he kills a wife that he never had. Like,
oh, yeah. Now, there was a few in things about that where maybe it'll come in later. I don't know. But they are correct. And again, I think it's the only argument to me that makes sense that she's a dark friend. And I can
it's
explain why.
yeah, that's gotta be it. Like, but I don't know if Amazon is clever enough to pull that off. Like, you know
No,
what I mean?
I think they've already done it.
Okay.
Because when he like hears a noise and swings back, you could argue that that's because they're what's it called when they bend the pattern around them, the actual
Oh,
towel something or other, is it? I can't even remember.
my
There's
brain's
so
telling me.
many tells in this thing, but I'm not even sure. Um,
True. Well, and it's the thing. Here's the other thing too. Like, the the fact that any female could be considered for the Dragon Reborn is just flat
yeah.
out
Oh, by the
blasphemy. Like,
way, that's not in the script. Go back and watch episode 1. When like it's right near the start, right? When
mhm,
Lan walks up to her and she goes, "We're going to here because there's 5 of them." She
yeah.
doesn't say that. She says 3. She says 3. They dub over 5. You can go watch it. It doesn't. 5
No.
does not fit. No, I'm honestly. Like, you can go watch it. I'd like. I don't know whether I've still got the clips and that I could edit down for 3
What?
seconds. Yeah, it's dubbed
Hold on.
because I only noticed that afterwards.
Hold on. No way. No way. Are you
Yeah.
serious right now?
It's on the cliff scene right at the very start. I remember noticing it. But yeah, as he hits her, because he like does it backwards,
Yeah.
she's like the orcs are already dead, but she's standing behind him with her axe raised as if she's gonna hit him in the face with it. Like, so I think, like, whether they're actually fill it out or not in the plot, I don't know. But I think she was gonna kill him, and by bending the pattern and the whole look thing, he actually covered himself. They may not, I think that's how it was written, but they may not put it in because they want him to feel guilty and sorry for himself, but it might come out eventually, because that's the thing. I think that might be the way they sort of redeem him rather than him going through, like a masculine version of it.
God forbid. Um, I I don't want to go back and watch it, but I'm gonna have
they, they,
to.
they could even do the whole that actually in this story Rand and Perrin were meant to be together, and that as a dark friend she came along to marry him off so that they couldn't be together, to make Rand weaker. They could build an entire story around it if they really wanted to.
And I'm sure they want to.
It's just Taverin. Yeah, that's the one.
Ah, yes. So I oh god, this just makes me so mad now. Like, I
Well, they did everything. Like they do. Like okay, out of the 3, can't stand Perrin. Never been able to stand Perrin.
oh
Don't
yeah,
like
no.
him. Found him boring, and well, he's most people's favorite character. Next,
Mm-mm.
maybe Matt compares, but most people really like his stuff. I hate it. I hated all of his sections. I didn't like reading them. There was nothing about him. I know they tried to do that. I'm really intelligent and thoughtful, but you just come across as slow and thick and stupid. And I know that's what everyone else thinks about him, but that's the way he came across. And then in this, they even make him look thick and stupid in this as well.
They do.
But they cut out the bit where all the crows are coming for him, and he protects. Well, I say protects. He like tries to hide Egwene, but you have inside his head, and it's like, if these crows come for you, I've just seen them destroy a corpse. It's horrific. And he actually thinks in his own head and weighs up the fact, I've got this hammer. If it comes down to it, it's better that I kill her rather than her get ripped apart by these crows, because it'll be a lot faster. It's mercy at the end of the day. But then later on, he hates himself for doing that. Even though it was a kindness, even though it would have been the moral thing to do, he can't, like, those two sides of him, he can't kind of merge together. And so that's one of the reasons he goes to be a pacifist. It's not just that he killed people, it's that he realized what he was capable of. And then in the cut all cut out. Why? Because the people writing this stuff have no concept of what it's like to be a man. Because
No.
people seem to think that men and women are exactly the same, and so they think that they can just write it, and it's no. You have no idea what it's like to be a man, what it's like to be masculine, the difference between, like, what men would do in a scenario, and so you just wrote him as a woman. And
Exactly.
it shows.
It really does. And, like, here's the thing, I I'm gonna get a little personal, not too personal, I won't go into details, like, nothing too insane, guys, but, um, when you're in a situation like that, here's the thing, a lot of women think that for whatever reason, a lot of women think that they're able to handle war, they're able to handle brutality. Um, they think that if they see it and they hear it, like, they'll be able to fight. They're not going to they think that the weeping woman, um, during, like, attacks is an unfair stereotype.
It's
Don't
in every video.
it
Every video, there's always a woman screaming.
um, well, when you actually see that so, I mean, I'm gonna share my grandpa, he told me one time, because my grandpa was in the Korean War, he was on the 38th parallel, he was a tank mechanic, and he didn't tell me this until after I had joined the service myself, but he had just gotten off of a basically 13 straight hours of being on, the parallel on the front lines, and he had just gotten back. He took his boots off and put he put his toolkit down, and they came running back in, and they said that the tracks are off the tank and your relief is down. You need to go back out there and you need to fix the tank. And then my grandpa said, "Okay." And then he looked up and he said, "Well, God, if this is the day I die, please just let me put the tracks back on the tank and then send me with my brothers." And he had to walk past the bo- the he had to walk past the box trying to drag his relief off of the battlefield while under active fire, and he had to get the tracks back on the tank so it could move, so they could move, so they weren't stranded. Um, and I always heard that, and I always thought that that meant that my grandpa was, like, stronger than other men, and, it's because 'cause he'd had that conversation with God. Because he said when he finished and he got the tracks back on the tank, he said, "Well, I guess today is not the day." And he walked back. He didn't run, he walked. And it wasn't because he wasn't scared. It wasn't because he wasn't scared, and it wasn't because he thought he was bulletproof. It's because he had resigned himself to die. He had accepted that this was his death, and he was going to do everything he could to protect as many of his men as he could before his time came. And then it didn't happen. And that is a very different scenario than what women have painted in their head. So many women have this idea that they're going to be able to ride into a battle, whether it's on horseback or whether it's, on in a vehicle, whatever they're going to ride in on, right? And they're going to just save the day. Um and that's I don't know if you guys know, like, it takes a lot of force to move a human body with your own body. I've had to try and do it.
It's
Um,
true. We were reviewing Halo, and Lady
mhm.
Gravemaster came in and went, "By the way, I've just like knocked out a guy. You know, he was mouthing off to me, and I was like sitting on his throat as the police came. Like, he was like, Poof,
Yeah, that's
do not
exactly how
mess
that
with
happened.
Lady G." It's
That's exactly how that happened. No, it's
what
just
I remember.
yep, yep. But it takes a lot of force to move a human body, especially when they're resisting. And so all these women who think that they'd get in a fight and they wouldn't get run over by horses or they wouldn't get slayed by a sword or they somehow would be able to, defeat 27 men who are coming in to obliterate their village or their town or whatever. It's not that easy. And um even with years of training and even with like experience, there are still full-grown men. I mean, if you ever listen to some of the grunts talk about it, the d details aren't really a thing, but, like, a lot of them crap themselves the first time they have to go into a firefight. That's the god honest truth. Um, and
Well, that
it's
that's one of the things that you hear a lot about in battlefields in general.
yeah,
What nobody tells you about is the smell, and it's for
yeah,
that reason.
the taste, yeah, like, that's the thing. There you can taste it, you can taste the blood, you can taste the sweat, you can taste the fear, you can smell it doesn't leave you. It never leaves you, and and you can't you it might not be at the forefront of your mind 24/7, but it's never not there, and it's the like, the noise, like, they call it, fog of war, the din of war. You there's they say these things because there is no way to describe it, and the sounds you hear, like, you hear people screaming for their mothers, screaming for help, screaming for anything, and it's not anything that you'll ever forget.
But it is, there's a biological difference between it, and I can't remember what it binds to. But in a high stress situation, everyone produces cortisol, and cortisol in men
Mhm.
binds with, I think it's testosterone. I
Yep.
think that's why it does it. And so we go into the zone, like as people describe
Mhm.
it, and it's like everything becomes more alert. It sharpens you up. It enables you to deal with it, and it sort of numbs background thinking. And
Yes.
men as a whole, um, if you listen to any of the actual people talk about like how the difference between men and women in depression, like
Mhm.
the whole therapy thing is how women deal with depression. Men
Yes.
need to feel powerful. They need to feel
Yep.
like they have some method of controlling the situation. And as long as
Absolutely.
men feel like they can change some, like they can do something about a situation, they can get through anything, literally anything on earth.
Mhm.
They just need to know that if I do this, I can change it enough that I can get through the other end.
Yep.
Um, and it's because of that. Like talking about their emotions off doesn't really help, but feeling like if I go to the gym and work out as on a basic level, like a civilian
Mhm.
level, then eventually I'll get healthier. I'll learn better. I'll learn different skills. Like I will be able to get motivated. I'll be able to. It's not determination. Um, wait, something like that, where you can keep doing a thing because you I forgot the word. It's on the tip of my tongue. But yeah, you hone your skills enough so that if you want to do something, you can build up good habits, and
Mhm.
eventually, over time, over like 6 months, a year, not only you get strong. This is why people use the gym for a lot of stuff. It's not that it makes you stronger; it builds up good habits.
Mhm.
And it makes you from like being the slob on your sofa to somebody that gets up off it and starts doing something. And if
Mhm.
you do things, your life improves. And so that's why it's a good starting beginning step, as well as it
Absolutely.
just giving you more energy. But that's the kind of way that men work through those kind of things. But in the actual instant, there's a reason why if you watch a video of like a fight on a street, the men like dealing with the situation, and there's just a woman screaming in the background, like all the time. It
It's
happens every time.
well, and it's because So the thing is, whether people want to admit it or not, um, there's very few. This question gets asked a lot about like how come there's not more stories about how come there aren't more Joan of Arcs? How come there aren't more women who got into battle and like raised the flag and fought in war and stuff like that. And one, men the big reason that men don't like to see women on the front lines is because, like you said, the cortisol, it attaches to their testosterone and it becomes survival. One of the basic drives of men is to protect. And so when women are in a bad situation, like, there have been extensive studies done in the military on this. The Marine Corps knows,
Yeah.
trust me, guys, the Marine Corps has seen this. Like, it's men will abandon everything to go risk. They'll risk everything. They'll botch a mission for women in trouble because it is a basic it's a basic drive of men. That is their it's a core component of what makes men men. And
But the reason for that is because if the women die out, there's no future of the species. So
exactly.
all of this stuff is biological. Like, we don't control it. This
No.
is why it makes me laugh when you start talking about how the world is, and people, they tend to make two mistakes. Firstly, they assume, well, no, three mistakes. There are some people who you can talk about a topic, and you're talking about ideas, and they immediately go, but me, because they can only think about themselves. It's the Hollywood writers, they can't handle ideas and external concepts. They can only think from their point of view, which is,
Exactly.
as I've gone on, I think that that's just what some people do. But then, there was 3 points, and as I got distracted on one, I forgot the others. I forgot where I was going.
It's okay. Well, I will say there's not more like throughout history. The reason that you only have very select few women who actually like took up a sword and fought that is war. And I reference this quote frequently. It's from the television show MASH, which is about you know hmm, a whole lot of stuff. But in it, the question gets at so they're in surgery, and someone says war is hell, and Hawkeye goes, war isn't hell. War is war and hell is hell, and of the two, war is worse. And the priest, the priest that's there says, well, how do you mean? And he goes, easy, father, let me ask you, who's in hell? And he goes, the sinners, I guess. And Hawkeye goes, exactly. There's no innocent bystanders in hell. Everybody in hell is guilty. He goes, in war is chock full of them. He's like, with the exception of a couple of brass and maybe one or two real bad guys, everybody in war is just basically innocent bystanders and, trying to get through it. And he goes, it doesn't matter if they're women, children, old grandmas, old grandpas, like it's chock full of innocent bystanders. And you just kind of sit there and you're like, that's true. I don't know that war is worse than hell, but the idea, just the concept of helping put it into perspective, um I mean, we're never going to get writing like that in today's day and age. You're never going to have something that because it doesn't tell you that's how you have to think. It's just offering up a point of view for you to consider. And that's not something that Hollywood does today either. They force feed you the point. They force feed you
Oh,
the perspective they want you to have.
yeah, that was one of my points. That whenever you talk about this kind of stuff, not only do they think from themselves, but they seem to think that you're like, because you're describing how the world is.
Mm-hmm.
People often think that you agree with it. It's like, no, I'm just talking about reality. It's like talking about maths. Just because I'm saying that men are like this and women are like this doesn't mean that I'm like, well, and that's a good thing. It's just, I'm describing the world. It's not a value judgment. But there's a lot of people when you're like, well, this happens in war. They're like, yeah, but women should be able to fight on the front line. It's like, well, that's not even a topic that anyone's actually mentioned. But they assume because you're like, well, actually, this probably shouldn't happen. you've applied some kind of value system to it, and it's, I don't know, it's not how it works.
No, it's not. And it's
I also think that's probably why it's censored a lot in TV shows. That like the way Perrin acts around Egwene in the book is how somebody who cared about somebody would act.
Mhm.
And it's I'm not saying it's a first. It's been in loads of other movies and other stuff because it's any good story resonates with like base humanity. It is
Yes.
biology, which is why everybody recognizes the story and values the story because you recognize it within yourself and the
Mhm.
struggles that you would go through. Um, but if you suddenly think that those kind of stories have a value judgment attached, then you could come to that story and go, "Well, we can't do that." Well, why? Well, he was going to kill this innocent woman.
Mhm.
That's evil. Our main character isn't evil, so
Mm-mm.
we're going to have to cut it. And that's how you end up changing a story. Because if you can't think of abstract ideas, if you can't understand the fact that this is just how the world is, it's not a value judgment, and you can only
Yeah.
think from your own perspective, and your own perspective as being like in a writer's room in Hollywood, so you
Mhm.
have no world experience, then you won't understand because you've never been through it yourself why that happens, and you automatically apply a value judgment to it and you cut it. And I think this is the main story with loads of problems. That if you can only understand what you've been through, and you've not been through a lot, what is normal and natural suddenly become like you think it's evil.
Yeah.
Um, when actually it's like no, there's a reason for this stuff. You just don't understand why. Like
Mhm.
most people would read Perrin's story and see the mercy in it and understand his struggle in doing it.
Mhm.
And it's actually like what I put in the Little Mermaid review, that when the father is destroying all of Ariel's things, he
Yeah.
knows it's going to make her hate him. But
Yep.
he's willing to take that because I'm saving her life. And so if the cost of that is her hating me, I would rather she hate me and be alive than me do nothing and watch her make a massive mistake that will destroy her life.
Yeah.
And so he makes her hate him. And it kills him at the end. You guys see it on his face in the cartoon. Um, but all that was stripped out in the movie because they can't comprehend somebody else's point of view.
No. It was just dad oppressive and evil. Like
Yeah, yeah.
male
In the
king
movie, he's
oppressive and
abusive.
evil. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the live action, he's just flat out cruel. And
Mm.
it and they don't take into consideration what he's actually going through as a father. And that's why, like, in the live action, when they take away Eric rescuing, like when Eric's the one who pierces Ursula in the side with the ship. And here's the thing, Ariel has never been on a ship. She doesn't know what to do. You can't just grab a ship's wheel and think you're going to be able to steer it, especially in hurricane like understand the situation that they are in. It's hurricane conditions. She's never been on a ship before. She has no idea what she is doing. And there is a very good chance that she's not going to have, because mermaids, there's a reason that the reason mermaids, yes, their arms are toned, but their arms, like, they're not, they use they use their abs and they use their tail, right? They still have obviously their hands that they carry, but they're not swimming with their arms. This isn't like it's the butterfly stroke or the breaststroke, okay, where you're splitting the difference between your legs, between your lower body and your upper body and your core. This isn't a full muscle thing. Like mermen have very powerful tails, if we want to get into the lore of that. And so she is not going to have the necessary skill, the necessary knowledge, or the necessary upper body strength, especially considering she can't get up on feet and leverage her weight. She's basically got half a body and she's trying to turn a ship's wheel in hurricane conditions and pray that she's aiming it correctly so that it will hit Ursula. Like, Prince Eric, what he did was he swam through hurricane conditions. He got up on a ship. He knew how to, after years of experience on the sea in conditions similar to this, having been behind a ship's wheel, he's able to steer a ship in hurricane conditions and pierce this giant sea monster, this giant sea witch. Okay, so it took all his entire life experience had to go into being able to steer that ship. And so in the live action, when they take it away from him, it's hollow, it's empty, it's pathetic, and it makes no sense because she doesn't know what she's doing. And we get the same thing in Wheel of Time, Oh my gosh, the amount of power that they strip from Rand, the amount of moments. That's why for me, the biggest thing is the battle at the Gap. There is a reason that Rand has to be the one to do that battle. There's a reason it has to be him. And they've robbed him of it because they had to have girl moment. And the fact.
Oh. Have you DC'd? You can never tell with Lady Gravemaster.
Sorry.
Oh, there we go. I was like, sometimes you talk and your internet cuts out for a split second. But that was prolonged.
That was prolonged. Where did I leave you? I thought that was a pretty good rant too. Dang it.
Well, it shortly before I started speaking, I left you like a couple of words and then jumped in.
Well, basically all I said was the fact that you've got a resurrection happen because you have to have your two girl boss moments. You know what I mean? Like, they also cheapened her sacrifice when they just brought her right back. Like, you have four other weavers who are dead. But no, we're going to worry about her. Like, and then we're going to bring her right back.
Well, that's what the Wheel of Time did. Like, right at the very end.
That's what I'm saying. They cheapened her death.
Oh, yeah.
Like, in that scene, because they took that battle away from Rand and they formulated it so different, and they had it happening at simultaneously to when he like finds out he's the Dragon Reborn, but then it's like, well, you might not be the only Dragon Reborn, and I'm like, no, he is there's only one. Like, I'm really
there might
fearful.
not be. There still might not be. And in fact, even the fans of the TV series have not liked that because they're like, but Egwene in the books, she did everything off her own back. Whereas it already making her a Taveran, which is the line that they dubbed, that was it. There was 3 Taveran, then changed it to 5. That actually now makes her just a thing of the pattern. And so you remove her achievements by going, actually, she had help though.
Yep. Absolutely.
But it's like allowing them to channel. In the book, like, the arc for them is the arc for all of them is starting off as basically nobodies who have no skills, and learning them and growing. But in this, the women couldn't be powerless. They had to be instantly amazing at channeling. Like, instantly amazing at channeling to the point where you can fight off an entire army.
Army. It's so, nothing is earned. They just show up and they're fantastic. They're perfect.
Mm-hmm.
They're perfect. Like, I get, I'm gonna I think it's not till book 3 or 4 that they say she's the strongest. Okay, so in season 1, for any of you guys that, saved your sanity and
no, I think that's very early on, actually. I think even in book 1, when
they say that they say that she's talented.
No, because I remember a quote. There's a quote saying something like, "If I'm a candle, then Egwene is a fire, and Nynaeve is like a forest fire or something like that." There's some kind of quote like that.
Nynaeve is a wildfire, but I could have swore that was book 2.
Yeah, but you just said 3 or 4. Now the next series is 2 or 3.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not book 3. It is book 2 that they call her a wildfire. Right. That's what it is. It's, if I'm a candle, she's a flame.
I just can't remember who she says it to. It's Moraine talking to.
Yeah. I don't remember who she's talking to, but she says she calls.
Because if it's Lan, then it could be in season 1, but if it's Siuan, then it's season 2.
No, it's Siuan. No, she says.
See, how's her name? Because I've always called her Siuan Sanche.
I call her. You say Sanche. I say Sancha. I say Siuan Sancha.
Okay, at least
but I say the first one the same way. But Nynaeve, like, they call her a wildfire in book 2. Like, they don't get to that to book 2, but they do say that. Like, she is incredibly powerful, but the thing is, they say it in like isn't it? They say it like episode 2 or 3. Like
Well,
it's
yeah, I think they start talking about her potential, and
yes.
then it's only as she learns are they like, okay, no, you really are.
Yeah. But the thing is, they skipped over a crap ton of events. It's like all of this other stuff happened to reveal Neneve's actual abilities and strengths. But we skipped over all of those things so that they could get to the line to say she's the most powerful weaver in 1,000 generations or something. And
I
they
think she is legitimately one of the most powerful women
oh,
that's
she is.
ever
But
lived. She
yes,
goes head to head with I forgot her name, the female Forsaken.
um
I can't remember her name. You know, the Rand one, who I think has been cast, so I think we'll get to see her soon.
yeah, she
I
should
think we'll see
be.
her in season 2.
Yeah, the end of season
Yeah,
2 probably. I'm
the
trying to
most
think.
beautiful woman to have ever lived. So the one who makes Mughedian look ugly, and she's incredibly beautiful. And this is why I'm like, your casting's gonna be messed up. I do remember. I think it was on Night's Watch when one of them went, "You can tell this show was made by someone who doesn't like women."
um Lanfear. Lanfear.
Mm-hmm.
Lanfear. That was her.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it was. 1,000 years, not 1,000 generations. Yeah. So Nynaeve is like legitimately one of the strongest, but she like, yes, she was born that way, but like she actually earns it.
I mean,
In the books, like,
yeah, but like you can't control your power is innate. It is literally what they're born with. And
okay, yes,
so,
but I'm
yeah, you
saying
could
like,
waste your talent, but you can't increase your talent. So it is a genetic thing.
okay, yes, I'm not sure how I'm trying to word this. I guess
She makes the most of it. Is probably what you're
yes,
trying to say.
exactly. Like she doesn't. They go through a lot of trials in the books, and it isn't just, oh my gosh, like I can sense how powerful you are. Like you actually see that's what I'm looking for. There it is. In the books, it's shown to you before anybody talks really about it. In this show, they talk about it, and then, Nynaeve comes back from the dead. Like, I
Well,
just
one of the most interesting things about her power to begin with is that it turned out that she'd been healing the village for years and
yeah.
not known. And so all these people had like side effects and stuff from getting healed with the power first, and none of them knew. And then there was like Rand who had channeled, and he went through all these side effects, which by that point, if you're like reading it, but the rest of the people don't. But it all fits together. It's like puzzle pieces, and there's none of that.
No, there's no, like, even when you read the books, Rand sees the traveler in a cloak. Like it's I think that's the very first chapter, isn't it? Like he sees second chapter maybe?
Yeah, I think it's the starting chapter, yeah, because he leaves his farm and goes with Tom straight away.
Yeah. And they're walking, and they see a cloaked figure on a horse, and they're like, they can't figure out if it's friend or foe. They're
only
trying
he
to
sees it. His father never sees it.
Yeah,
Like,
so
that's
he's
weird.
yeah, and so Rand's like, is this a good thing or a bad thing? And then his dad's like, what did you see? And Rand tells him, and he's like, I didn't see anything. And so there's this like this buildup. Is this malicious, or is this like a warning? Is this like something? And it is a it's malicious and a warning. It's both of those things. But like, I don't know about you, but I felt like in the series, we just got raw. There was no.
But it was stupid.
It was
like they included the scene, but they included it in the finale during a reveal about actually I've been doing the power all along, and then they went back and changed history, and things that never happened started happening, and he's like, oh, actually he weaved for this. Oh, actually he weaved for this. If he was doing weaves, he would have seen them. That's what really gets me. He should have seen his own weaves.
Like,
but then we cut back
invisible.
and he's talking to his father. Your own weaves are not invisible. he starts talking to his father, and it turns out actually his father just told him, like right at the start. And he's like, he's known all the way along. He's just acted like an idiot the entire way through. It's like,
Yeah.
that's not how the book did it. Oh, it's
Nope.
no.
Nope. I'm trying to see. Here we go. So like when you here, this is from one of the not comic graphic novels, cuz it's so like weaves are very bright and color. That's something else the show did horrifically.
See,
I
I
mean,
like the CGI the way they did it. That's probably one of the things I can praise about it, especially Logain. You know when he's hearing voices
really?
and they do like the magic over his shoulders of the
Mhm.
different people talking to him. The thing is, I can't imagine how else you'd do that, and I think that's quite well done. One thing I didn't like is how they've changed the magic in this so that it's not the source that's tainted. Men are the
Men are
problem.
tainted. Yes.
Men make the power dirty.
Yep.
It's not the source which they reach into.
Mhm.
And
even in the
they've
book,
said
go ahead.
they've said in the second series there's going to be two powers, but in the first series, this is why I don't think they know where they're going. I think they're reacting to people talking about it. In the first series, there is one power, and there's numerous instances you can use to prove that there's one power, which is why they had to make the man dirty rather than half the source.
Yeah, the Red Ajah, like, she literally says, like, every time you touch the power, you taint it with your male filth. Like, she literally says that. And hold on one second, by the way, I have this passed by, and I didn't want to. Miss Martin, thank you for the $20 super sticker. You are fantastic. You are fabulous, and I love you. Thank you so much for your generosity. And guys, if you don't follow Miss Martin, please go sub to her. She's amazing. She does great content. But in the book, it says like the men who are able to reach into the source, they say that it's like in the book, it literally says it's like there's a film of oil over the top of the power.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they have to reach through oil to get to the source first. So they have to reach through corruption to be able to get to the power. And that's what's tainting them and what's tainting the power. And so it's actually like there's this film above the power source.
And this is a subtle change because it changes it from being the men are sacrificing something in order to use the power to do something good to the men are innately evil.
Yes. And like even in the opening, oh my god, I think I tweeted about, I went on like on a raging tweet thread because in the first 2 minutes you have Moraine saying that the men were arrogant and stupid and thought that they could contain the I forget how she words it, not contain the world, but contain.
She said the men destroyed the world, and I'm like,
Yes.
you know that's not true. Or you should know, because
Yes.
Moraine is someone who is interested in history, and she would have known exactly whose fault it was, and it wasn't the men that did it. Oh, and
No,
this is what annoyed me at the time. I'm like, I know, and I could tell everyone, but it's spoilers.
Ugh. Like, here's the thing. I'm gonna, guys, go read the books, but guess what you find out? Guess what you find out? Because in Moraine's little opening monologue, she's never asked for help. The men thought they could do it all. No. Oh, god dang it.
You said, guess what they found out, and then, yeah, you're back.
Cliffhanger.
We never got to find out.
You never got to find out. But so we find out that, lo and behold, it wasn't the men who broke the world. It wasn't their arrogance. It wasn't their, I don't even know what to like, all of the words everything she said was a lie. Everything she said was a lie.
Mm-hmm.
You find out they did come and ask for help, and the women were, cut it however you want. The women were too scared it was going to fail.
Well, they had their own plan. They were the arrogant ones. Because the men were like, we can seal this up. And the women thought that they could use brute force to kill him. They were so arrogant, they thought they could destroy essentially the fabric of the universe. Like, this is half the universe. Like, it's one side versus the other. It's not a separate thing. This is why it can only be sealed up. Because if you remove that, you actually destroy everything because you destroy balance, you stupid fools.
And they literally call that plan, like, when you're reading through it, like, they literally call that plan, they say it's not enough. that's what Disapru is getting at. The women were like, you can't just seal this. It can't just be covered. It needs to be demolished, and your plan won't work. Like, they literally, like, legitimately, whether, like, honest to God, they didn't think that sealing it away was enough. They didn't think it. They claimed that that wasn't going to be good enough. It wasn't going to work.
And
And
they were scared. And even the
absolutely,
TV show hinted at this when she's like, what if there's consequences? What if there's side effects? Now, in the books, they didn't know that, but that you kind of think, okay, that could probably play into it. They don't want to take part in this mission, and they were happy. They were perfectly fine for the men to go off and risk
yep.
themselves to try. And so the
Mhm.
men received the backlash, and nobody knows which way it would have gone, but it is heavily hinted that if the women were there, then he would not have been able to do what he did. Like, it's not like he could have cursed both sides.
No, he wouldn't have been able to.
They would have been able to protect them. And to look at that, you only have to look at, I don't know whether we're doing spoilers or not, but I'll say the place where the dagger comes from, there's a major story part in that.
Yes.
And because both sides work together, that works because one protects the other.
Yep.
And the
It's like
entire theme of this
harmony.
book is that, the entire theme of this book is fighting with and against each other, which is what drives the world around, is essentially the message. And if you go to one side or the other, then the entire thing falls apart because you've just got someone spinning too fast and everything gets thrown out of whack.
It's like when you put
And
too much weight on one part of a wheel, and now it's out of balance, and it gets out of control. And like
whereas the
that's
TV series is exactly that. And guess what?
yes,
It didn't work.
it sucked so much. It was so bad. And like but of course, here's the thing too, guys. You want to know the one thing they didn't really change, the one thing that they didn't really alter, the Reds. They didn't do anything to them. They like how they are in the show. That's how they are when you start reading the books. That's exactly how they are. Did you
Well,
notice
that's why
this?
they go in there,
I
which I find funny because that means that when he wrote these books, he knew women like that, and he's like, that was probably like the start of everything we've got now. Like, it was kind of the factions that already existed within society just being written down.
Yep, pretty much. It was the early. I mean, he saw where feminism was going. And he was like, "Hey, Reds, you're them. You are
And
them."
Greens.
Uh, yes, I would say green's more aligned with like the eco psychos, solely because they're green. And that was
Yeah,
what
I
that
don't.
was meant.
Yeah, I got the joke.
Like, sorry, I know I'm not that funny.
It's a case of because they get with multiple people and stuff. Like each of the sides, you could point to like a group. It's a different dimension within society that exists.
It really is. Like they, I think, and that's another reason I hate what they did to Moraine's character, because like out of all of them, I would say the blues are probably the most. I mean, obviously they're the most secretive, but they seem to be the most loyal. If that makes sense, you know what I mean?
I think they were the most protected. I can't remember exactly what the blues are for. Are they no, the greens are the war ones, which is
Yeah.
supposedly why they have all the men.
Yeah.
The blues are like the keepers of knowledge.
Yes.
I think. Yeah.
Mhm. They're keepers of They are the keepers of history, the protectors of knowledge, and the whisperers of secrets.
Yeah. I mean, only having one warder would probably imply loyalty, because often when the warder went, the Aes Sedai went as well.
Yeah.
So
How do you say it?
Aes Sedai.
Okay. I always
How do
said
you say
Aes
it?
Sedai. I say Aes Sedai.
Aes Sedai is probably the right one. I think a lot of the difference between the pronunciations is because of the way English people and American people pronounce words.
Probably.
I can't remember. Like I say Aes, you say ice. So
Ace and
like
Ice.
it's there's like hard vowels, and one of us puts the first vowel in a word as the hard vowel, and the other
Mm,
one puts the second vowel as the hard
as the
vowel.
hard vowel. Got it.
That's where a lot of the different pronunciations come from.
Yeah, that makes sense. Blues are you're right. Yeah, the blues are the task-oriented ones. They're very much ends justify the means, which is why Moraine is able to she says things that are technically true. That's what it
I
is.
tried this in D&D. Oh,
Like
I argued this point. I'm
like
still pissed off. Sorry.
about what? Which one? That Moraine says stuff that's
No,
technically true?
in D&D, I was pulling like an Aes Sedai trick where I was talking to someone and I was only speaking in truths. And I was trying to find out what deity I worshipped, and I was trying to hide it. And so I was like, if we do this task for you, will you give me permission to preach whatever religion I want within your city, or preach the worship of whatever deity in your city? And he went, who do you worship? And I said, you wouldn't deny I'm sure surely that's of no consequence. You wouldn't deny a priest of Lathander, would you? I never said I was a priest of Lathander. I said you wouldn't deny one, would you? And he
Using
went,
it
that's
as
a
an
lie of
example?
omission. And I went, no, that's the truth. He wouldn't deny a priest of Lathander, would he?
No,
It's
he
a yes
wouldn't.
or no question. I
Yes.
didn't lie to him. And he was like, no, you need to make a deception roll. I'm like, I'm not deceiving him.
You're
Like, I
not.
didn't lie. And he's like, it's a by omission. I'm like, I didn't even omit anything. If anything, it's a question. And I'm still pissed off. And that was days ago.
No, but that is actually that's 100% true. That's what like Moraine never technically lies,
Mm.
but but
Well,
she
none of them
also
do, because they can't.
she also words things very strategically to attempt it's almost like it's like the illusion of free will kind of thing almost. She words things in such a way so that they are not false, but that she still gets the outcome that she is hoping for.
Yeah, it's dissemble things. You answer
Yes.
one thing in a way, and this would 100% be able to happen because loads of people do it. And you can see it just in general conversation. Like, you can make a tweet, and someone will read it, and they'll answer something. And you're like, I didn't say that. But they're answering what they thought they heard because
Yep.
they read your words and ran it through their own bias at what they would mean in that situation,
Mhm.
and then they answer themselves to you. And
Yep.
it's bizarre, but it happens all the time if you go on Twitter or anything to any great degree. And
That is 100% true.
it's just the Aes Sedai play off that. So they will say something knowing what you think, and you kind of make up the answer yourself.
Yeah. No, that's 100% the case. And I think that is like guys, if you watched it, please don't watch it. Like Disapru and I will suffer for you. Please don't watch it. Um but if you if you actually have seen the show, you would think Moraine is like the most important character in the book. And she's
Well, have
not.
you seen the book? They're redoing the covers. Have you seen the cover photo? Because I tweeted
I
it
don't
at one point. Yeah.
don't want it.
I don't know when I found it. Well, you're gonna
I
get it because when I find it, I'm gonna message you about it.
no.
Yep.
What? I'm not gonna look. I'm not
Well,
gonna look.
well, then you'll never be able to DM me ever again because it's just
Oh
gonna be
god
sitting
dang it.
there.
It'll just sit
It's
in the
gonna be
DM.
sitting there waiting like a
Ah.
landmine.
No, I saw their redo for Eye of the World, which if you guys are curious, Eye of the World is the first book. Um
Yeah, this is the
and
Great Hunt.
yeah, The Great Hunt.
He's like
So
cowering behind her like a little child, and she's
no.
in the forefront. You know,
What?
Ant Man 2 is the closest thing I can think of. Yeah, exactly.
So
Like
this
the
is
main character's at the back and she's in front of him. And if you like scroll down to like where she's got her hand on her hips, it's a really weird pose she's in. It's like she's leaning
yeah.
over. It looks rather awkward actually.
I mean, women we put our hands on our hips a lot, but
Yeah, but normally it's one on each side. She's got a hand on her left hip, but she's also leaning to the left,
yeah.
as if it's almost as if he's just shoulder barged her actually. But obviously, when they would have had their photographs taken separately, so she's
Yeah.
pulled that on her own.
Yeah.
And if you look at the way men and women pose, women generally
God,
look
I
into
hate
the
these
camera.
stickers.
Yeah, but that's to advertise the show. Women generally look into the camera. Men generally look away from the camera, trying to be a bit more like mysterious kind of thing. It's weird that they're both looking in the same place off camera. Facially, they've got the same shot, and then the body language. The body language is bizarre.
Yeah, the body language is really, really bizarre.
It's also, like she's about to fall over.
It really does look like that. And like, okay, so here's the thing, guys. I don't know if you can see this. I can't really make this bigger. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can see, but there's a symbol on this blade. The way that they explained it in the series was so cheap. It was so cheap because
do you want me to show you the actual live sword?
Yeah.
That you can buy.
I don't know. That I can buy? Sure. Yes.
Because I saw this and then immediately messaged it to Shad, thinking, he knows swords. And his reply was, "Holy crap, that's awful." Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna. I'll have to find the actual store because the thing I saw it off a tweet.
My face is Karen's face right now. That's my face right now. Like, no, I don't want it. Oh. So yeah, so we're on to book 2, The Great Hunt, or we should be anyway. But they've already
2 and 3 in season 2.
Oh god! But they've already pulled stuff from book 2 into season 1.
That's probably right. Let's pull 3 in as well.
There is more than enough material here for like book 1. Eye of the World had more than enough material for like 6 seasons. Honest to God, if you really wanted to, you could have, if they wanted to keep it at 8 episodes per season, book 1 could have easily maybe 4, could have easily covered 4 seasons. But you could have definitely made a full season out of book 1. But no, we had to bum rush to certain instances and certain events that now no longer have the same payoff as they do in the book because we had to rush everything. It's just insane.
I could have made a series of 1 book to 1 series. I don't think that's that complicated. You would have had to have cut stuff, but you didn't need to add anything. I think that was the key. But I think you could have kept the same beats and everything, and it all would have worked fine. It may have appeared a bit rushed, but I think it still would have worked, and it would have been loyal to what you had.
Feels rushed now.
Yeah, but that's because they just, like, episode 5 is a completely fabricated, well, loads of them completely fabricated episodes, but that didn't even refer to anything. There's nothing from the source material in that at all.
Nope. Nothing. There's nothing to there's nothing to go back on. There's no, like, you could hunt every single book and you would not be able to find even like a wisp of an idea of what they were referring to.
My favorite thing is how he's referred to the books, right? Because there's actually a quote from Rafe, and I realized that the entire first series I called him Raph, but I found out he was called Rafe about halfway through the season, and then I didn't care, so I just called him Raph, and I'm going to continue to call him Raph, even though I know his name's Rafe.
I called him. He was Raph to me too.
But Raph said that the first season, he said the first book was the hardest to adapt. I'm like, that's just a lie, because the first book is almost custom designed because it's written as a first book. So everything is in chapter by chapter. Every chapter has a cliffhanger, which would make any of them would make a perfect episode cliffhanger. And it was done that way because he wanted to keep you gripped throughout the book, because that's how you get people into a series. So it was perfect for a TV series. The next ones, and the longer you go on, the harder it is to adapt. And he said it was the opposite. I'm like, I don't think, have you even read them? Do you even understand how to write a TV series? Because you don't seem to. But then he said, so that was really hard. But the second series will be just like the book. And now he's come out and gone, the second series isn't like the books at all. Because, we had to compress books 2 and 3. So there just isn't enough time. So we couldn't make them like the books. But season 3 will be just like the book. And when we get to season 3, it's going to be like, season 4! And that's how it's going to go. And that's what Rings of Power is going to do as well, I bet you.
Are they going to get to season 4? Because here's the thing. Season 2 was greenlit.
They've already got season 3.
Yeah, I know they got season 3, but season 2 was greenlit before season 1 ever happened. And according to this
Yep.
same
And
article,
3 was before 2,
where
yeah.
did it go? Where did it
Well,
go?
obviously, because we've already renewed season 3 and season 2 isn't out.
There it is.
And I'm pretty I don't know whether they finished filming or not. I think they were halfway through filming season 2 when season 3 got announced. Or maybe
Here
I'm
we
getting
go.
that confused with
This
season
made
1.
me giggle. These are giant investments, so obviously we spent quite a bit of time making sure we made the right choice. Have you seen like, I'm sorry, it looks like really cheap cosplay for most of the season.
Yeah,
Like,
and most of it was in a forest with like 5 people and a few tents.
right? We're fans of the show. Notice this. Fans of the show, not the book. And as episodes came in, we saw the level of craftsmanship and continued to talk to Raph about where future seasons would go. And we felt really confident that we had something that could go for a very long time. On what? Like, you're not basing these stories are not based on the books. You are picking and choosing things, you're reconstructing the context in which they happen, and then you're putting it on screen, and then when book fans come at you and point out all of these flaws and are ranting on Twitter about how horrible of a job you're doing, like, but it's a huge investment and we're giant fans of the show. And like down here it says investments are already paying off because Wheel of Time became Prime Video's most watched original series of 2021. I have such a hard time believing that. Like, according to Amazon, Wheel of Time was their most watched original series.
Where's this article from?
Digital
Because
Spy.
I don't think even Amazon has said that. Amazon said it was their most watched premiere.
Mm-hmm. That I know they said. They've turned this into most watched original season of 2021. That's what Digital Spy has extrapolated.
I just can't remember the timing. Because, what was it? I think Reacher came out next, and Reacher smashed their previous things.
Destroyed this show.
But was Reacher in 2022? Because if so, then they may just not have had any other original things in 2021. So it could have just won by default.
When there's no competition, it's easy to take first place.
Yeah, but as long as you've got a title, you can put it in an article, it looks good. That's the thing. But if Reacher came out in 2021, then they said that smashed it.
No, Reacher dropped January 2022.
There you go, then. There was probably no other original series in 2021, and so it wins by default. Yeah.
Yep.
Because I know they bragged about the premiere, but then I remember them bragging about Reacher's premiere as well.
Yep.
They liked that, like, they never mentioned any of the other things. And what they kept quoting was the in demand from Parrot Analytics, which is what originally put me onto Parrot Analytics.
Yes, and Parrot Analytics is, of course, a giant scam. And then there's another scam in the background that is most likely happening where these are circular, like all of these numbers and all of these ratings are circular and self-feeding. And it's, hey, you're our subsidiary. You need to say that the analytics are really good so that we'll put you in our articles, and then those articles will feed the analytics, and then that'll push more traffic to the show. So then the analytics that we give out will actually be true. The problem is that's not working because people aren't that stupid.
It's more that Parrot Analytics biases both ways. So if you only require someone to talk about it, that means that the really bad shows will do really well, and the really good shows will do really well. And it's the stuff in the middle which will die, which I'm kind of fine with because that's how I see entertainment anyway. I'm more interested in trash TV than medium TV. But the problem is, I think I'm unique in that.
I would much rather have median TV. If I had to choose between having like exceptional television and trash television, or having everything be kind of like average. A 7 out of 10.
No 5.
No 5.
5.
Your
5.
Your 5 is kinder than my 5. Then I
no
think.
5 is no. Well, no, I'm not on about any specific show. I'm not rating anything as a 5. True. I'm saying that 5 is average. So these are the things. It's like everything is like 9 or 10 or 1 or 2, but all the 5s die.
Yeah, I would rather have 5s and 6s. I would rather have more 5s and 6s than 1.
The moment you said 1, you died.
I would rather. Okay, so here is to kind of give a reference. I would rather have 1,000 riflemen aiming at the same spot and firing, and have 200 of them hit, or have 500 of them hit the target, than to have either
This is
a
not an analogy that works in this scenario, just so you're aware.
it's called accuracy by volume. So I'd rather have
No,
1,000
I'm not
riflemen.
disagreeing with accuracy by volume. I'm saying this has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No,
like-
but it will. So
I'm
I'd
saying that
rather-
Parrot Analytics, what you get by that is the things that appear in demand from that will be really good things or really, bad things, and the
Yeah.
average shows will actually appear as if they're not in demand at all.
Yeah. Well, Parrot Analytics stinks, and we should not take them seriously. Okay. So did you
It
watch?
wasn't really ideological. I still haven't gone through their YouTube videos yet, but what I saw, that's how you.
Have you? Okay. Have you seen? Did you watch Michael Burnham Star Trek at all?
I've seen all of them, yeah,
Okay.
for
So
my sins.
for my sins. Okay. So you know how there was so much talking in hallways and talking at the table and talking in just closed, like there was a lot of talking, walking and
My fa-
talking, sitting
My
and talking.
favorite is where she traveled through a time portal into a random part of space and then hit another ship immediately. And I'm like, women drivers there, you
Women
can't trust them
drivers.
anywhere.
Even in outer space, they managed to find the one thing to crash into.
I mean, it's like nobody watched that scene and went, you do realize that space is pretty big, right?
Infinite space, and you crashed into another starship. Like, come on, girl. Oh man,
It's like dropping out of a plane into the ocean and hitting a ship,
It really
except
is.
on a drastically larger scale.
it's so bad. Oh my god.
I mean, think of how many fireworks we fire in the air every year. And if you're walking along and not at one of the bonfire, you can hear the bits dropping around you. Like the wooden I've found wooden sticks and stuff from where it was like rooted into the ground
yeah.
in the garden.
Yeah.
But you never hear about that like hitting somebody or killing somebody. But there's tons of stuff falling all over the place.
Mm.
And every year everybody's fine. That's just how rare it would be, and the low chance of actually getting hit by any of that crap, even though there's loads of it dropping randomly in a small area.
Mhm.
Now, multiply that to space.
Oh gosh. That show is
And then
terrible.
the guy she hit just happened to be a future husband as well. Like, of all the things, I've heard of a soulmate, but that's taking it a bit far.
A bit far. It's not like there's a homing beacon or something. Like, good God. But
As always reminds me, she goes through that, her entire ship follows her, and then she just sends it off with the autopilot. It's like none of us even needed to be here.
no one needed to be here. Oh, good old Az. Yes, but he's like feelings in hallways, feelings in bedrooms, feelings in bathrooms, feelings in kitchens, feelings all over, right? Read this. Season 1 is a lot of screaming, crying, fighting, and two people talking in a room. Like, they don't even hide it.
Judkins told the New York Comic Con.
Yep, in October.
That's his own opinion of his own show.
Of his own show. They knew they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, guys. This is like, it's like they're trying to take the reality TV aspect because we have to get a bigger woman audience. But really, what is a woman? But we need a bigger
Well, to
audience.
be fair, that's how he pitched it.
I know.
He pitched it to Jennifer Salke as basically a feminist Lord of the Rings.
Yep.
And that's what they've got. So,
Yep.
despite the fact that he's made this and he has destroyed the series, I'm still not sure how much I can blame him because he has fulfilled exactly what he said he was going to do. Like, he's done his job. I kind of blame the person who hired him. And I actually think this with a lot of things. When someone does a really bad job, if they then get hired to do something else, I'm not sure I can blame that person anymore. I think I have to blame the hiring department.
You gotta blame blame HR. Blame them all the way.
Nobody. Have you noticed? No one blames the person who hires the person. Like,
No.
if you do bad work, they may get fired, but the person who hired that person just goes on to hire the next person. This is
Yep.
It's the most bizarre thing to me, but I don't think I've ever heard it even mentioned.
It's not. It never is. I think the only person that I think the only person that gets in trouble for hiring might be Kathleen Kennedy.
Well, she hasn't been in trouble because she's still there.
Yeah, that's true. People hate her though.
Eh,
But she
people hate lots of things, but if you're still where you are, then
true.
I don't think she cares.
That is 100% true. So this paragraph made me so angry. Ready? The journeys Robert Jordan created are epic. That is truth. That is a truth right there. That is 100% facts. It's this next sentence that really ticks me off. It's a gift for people who know these books to watch the show because they see contained in each of these characters the path that's in front of them. I'm so angry. This show was many things. It was not a gift. It was not a gift.
It's not even the path. In fact, one of the reasons that I'm not so... Like, the only reason now that I wouldn't give spoilers is because I've seen some people go, yeah, well, I've read the books because the show was crap. And you spoke about the books. And so it's like, ruining it for book readers and stuff is why sometimes I hold back. But I don't know what's going to happen in season 2.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going to happen in season 3. But if I knew the path that was laid out in front of him, I should. I had no idea what was going to happen in season 1.
I got no clue what's going to happen.
If you told me that by the way, at the end, Rand goes to like this hole in the ground where, and I'm pretty sure I know what that scene was, even though it didn't say. I think the guy, was it Ishmael at the end? I think he was stuck there. I think that was the seal.
Yeah.
And so I think he couldn't leave that place, and he actually had to lure them there. And he built like this way of they could never win, right? So if she killed Rand, then he won. If Rand did what she told him to do, then he still won, because then he breaks all the seals and he's free. So I think that's what happened. That isn't in the books. That's nothing to do with the books at all.
None.
And all the stuff about them killing the Trollocs and everything, that's not there. The stuff before, none of that's not there. Now, admittedly, in episode 7, some of it because Matt leaving for whatever reason.
Yes.
And there are rumors of that. That will have messed some of it up. So I go along with the whole idea that Perrin wasn't supposed to be the one that confronted them when they were getting the horn. That was meant to be Matt. And so that entire scene you can probably write off. Some of it would have been right, but the actual conversation probably wasn't meant to be that. But even before that, stuff like Rand getting trapped by a barmaid in there, and she pulls a sword, and he like drops his sword or something. Like he just
he just panics. He just drops his sword and he just like stands there and like whimpers.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. It makes zero sense. And like, so it says this is a gift for people who know the books and to watch the show because they see contained in each of these characters the path that's in front of them. In season 2, we're on that path. So this is when they're still pulling the hole. This is going to be like the books, guys. By the end of the season,
they've said it's not like the books now.
8 episodes later, it's just massive. I'm excited for people to see it. So like, what the massive hole in the story that you've punctured because you can't follow a geniusly written epic by your own words. It was an epic and you can't follow it because it didn't get to your feminist talking points fast enough.
Well, right from the start they did it. This whole thing about how what is it, the town healer, wisdom that wisdoms don't get with men. I never knew where they got that from. But I did a rereading before the series came, and so I remembered it. And it is one single line. And you know what the first book's like? He was trying several things, like Moraine could change sizes and stuff. That never happens again, because he's testing out ideas, and then it sort of solidifies as the show goes on. That was one line that was said once, and I think even then it said that wisdoms don't generally do that, because they dedicate themselves to something greater than their own So, like, because I've got to worry about these people, they're my family, I can't afford to split my focus, is essentially the meaning behind it. But in this, it's like, it's a fact. If you're with someone, you've got to fire them. And it's like, that's not in the books at all. And they only do that. Why? So they can have a little bit of relationship drama for 2 and 3 episodes. And then and the thing is, she dumps him, And then later on, she has a go at him for not paying attention to her when she's already dumped him.
Yep.
Oh, it annoyed me.
It's so it's so shallow, and it's 100%. It's a woman's mentality. Like the
Yes,
whole
all of it is all from that perspective.
Yes, the whole like her hanging on Perrin because she knows it makes Rand angry and all this other like.
No, I see. Now, if you do the whole, he's actually after Rand. It's not because she's trying to make him jealous, because she likes Perrin. Not that way. She like there's a thing where women and are really friendly because they're like not a threat. It's like you sort of one of the girls kind of thing. And so it could just be really mates. But she knows what he's going through. So she might sympathize with his feelings because it's unrequited love, but she loves him. So she could feel guilty about it.
No.
And so she's like trying to be nice for him. And she's like, oh yeah, I know what you're feeling for him and everything.
No, she's manipulating him because it's a means to an end. She wants to here's the thing. The way that is set up, because I've seen this play out too many times in real life, that I love how optimistic you are about that, but really in all reality what is happening there is she's twisting Perrin to her own devices while simultaneously using him to make Rand jealous, and then she's gonna rip Rand out for, like, if Perrin is actually in love with Rand in the show, like if they're gonna follow through with that arc.
Oh no, see, yeah, you make Rand jealous. No, I was looking at her and Perrin.
No.
I didn't talk about Rand. No, yeah, I would. Yeah, she's making Rand jealous with it, which is a weird thing to do, by the way, because it doesn't work. Because that is a woman assuming men think the same the way, and it is. Women like to feel jealous if a man is desirable. Mm-hmm. If a man attracts other women, women like that. So women think that men like that, and it's like, no, I'll just drop you. So it doesn't work the other way around. It's like, you should be loyal, and you like that other people like me, but we are not the same.
I need to show. Okay, so I'm going to show you a clip of a show from. I didn't even watch all of this show, but it was called One Tree Hill, and there's a scene where she tells. I don't even know the characters' names. I honest to God don't. I know it's Chad Michael Murray is in the show. But he basically, hold on, I'm gonna have to share. Hopefully I don't get jabbed for this. 1 second.
You will. It's a TV show.
Yeah, I know. Just everybody bear with me. I'm gonna try and get right to the scene because they're arguing with each other, and he's like, I gave you everything you wanted. Hang on, give me 1 second.
Oh, I think I may have even seen this scene. I remember a line like that before. But, yeah, it is a...
Oh, there it is. Okay.
That is the problem with lots of this stuff. It is... I do find it interesting that you can tell... And this is what I mean when people are like, no, you can't... People have different opinions, but like, no, the world is one way. And once you know what it is, you can tell the perspective from which a show is written.
Yep. Here is the crap that got sold to young girls like in my age and younger, and even some older. Like, this is why there are so many angry wine aunts who are bitter and alone. Here we go.
That's just because the people had a bit of a conversation with the X-ray girl the other day. But she's like, people need to lower their standards. Well, on personality wise, no, you just need to lower your standards. There doesn't need to be a clarification. You just need to lower your standards.
Lower your standards. Here we go. Listen to this.
Non-exclusive. I'm just doing what you wanted.
What I wanted? I wanted you to fight for me.
Oh.
Okay. So
no.
Yes.
Piss off. Somewhere else, love.
She straight up. She told that character in the show. She was like.
I have seen that before as well. Yeah.
She's like, go date other people. Go see other people. Go do what makes you happy. Like, let's try and be happy. Like, go find other people to be with, because you can't be with me all the time. You know, like, she was like, I'm walking away from you. Like, you know, like go someone else. And he's like, I'm doing what you wanted, because right before that, he's like making out with another girl in the car, and she walks up and is just like, she yells at him.
No, but you see what I
And
mean? The moment he got with someone else, the moment they found out that actually he could get other people, suddenly she liked him again. Because women like men that are liked by other women. It is
yeah, but
not the same the other way around.
if
Like,
you
the whole,
if
I make you jealous and that makes me like you. No, it works for men. It does not work the other way around.
Yeah, no. It's so if you actually watch that whole clip, he's like, "I'm just doing what you told me." He's like, "I'm doing what you wanted," and she's like, "I wanted you to fight for me. I wanted the guy who chased me on the beach. I wanted the guy who said he would, slay dragons for me or whatever." So what she is attempting to do is evoke his like. What women don't even realize is when they try to make a guy jealous, what they are attempting to do is get his protective nature to come out, but they are doing it the wrong way. And then they blame him, they blame the guy when they're like, yeah, go out and make out with other women or go be with other women or go do whatever it is you want. Or even, like throwing their friends at him or whatever. That is because what they're attempting to do is like they're like, okay, I'm gonna test his loyalty. I'm gonna see how much he wants to fight for me. I'm gonna throw a hissy fit and I'm gonna storm out and I'm gonna see if he chases me. I'm gonna see if he follows me because whether women want to admit it or not, women enjoy being chased. Women enjoy being fought for and fought over. There have been wars literally fought over women, and those women loved every second of it. If you ever read any kind of history where you got some sort of like glance into their mentality of it. And here's the thing, these women are trying to like inorganically produce that response in men.
See, I don't think it is. I think the blank slate theory, there's a lot of people that think everyone's the same. And because they can't think of abstract ideas, they can't understand that people are different, which is why lots of people don't think there is a difference anymore. And so all they're doing is acting the way that they would want you to act. Like, they think if I can have... They're like, subconsciously, I like this, therefore he must like this. And so, because that would work on them, they try and do it to you because they think it would work on you as well. And because they don't understand that people are different.
I think you said what I was trying to say, but much more simplistically and streamlined than I said it.
No, because I think you were describing it from your perspective of what you would want in a man. But as I've said before,
that women like being chased. So do you disagree that women like being
no,
chased?
because you're like they're trying to do his protective instinct and everything, and
no,
I don't think that's what
like
it is. I think it's more jealousy. I think it is if a man is more attractive when he's got 20 women chasing after him than no women chasing after him, then the woman thinks that's the same for the man. That he will like her more if he sees her with 20 men fighting for her. And it's like, no. No, that's not what it is.
That isn't what I was getting at. Like, what she's trying to do, what she's saying is she's like, go do this thing. But so women we make it so hard for ourselves because women...
It doesn't matter what she says, it matters what she does.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, she's saying, go off and do this thing. But what she actually wants him to do is be like, no, I'm staying with you. I'm with you. It's going to be this, I'm not going anywhere. That's what she actually wanted. That's what she was actually trying to get at. But she won't tell him that because she wants him to figure that out on his own. It's this whole thing.
He shouldn't.
No, he shouldn't.
If somebody says that to you, you should just leave immediately. Like, the moment an open, it's just gone. Just get out straight away.
No, but that's the thing. It's girls. So girls want guys to fight for them, but we don't want to tell you we want you to fight for us. We want you to figure it out on our own because then we think you're only fighting for us because we asked you to, rather than it being your own idea. And I don't mean like fighting for...
because if she wants you to fight for her, then she's not interested in you in the first place. So you shouldn't do it. If she actually wanted you, she'd be with you. You shouldn't have to compete with other people for it, because she's just not that into you. And if she's just not that into you, especially in modern times, because she will have lots of offers. It's like she'll only have to open her DMs. After a few pictures, there'll be plenty of things.
Everybody says this, but like
you're married and people know what you like. Like, you see what I mean, right?
That's what I'm like.
No, that's not what I said. Don't try and manipulate it that way. That's not going to work. You're not going to fish for compliments, love. It is literally a case of I've said before, you're like a woman picked up out of time and moved, and you are not the modern day example that people are talking about. But also, if you notice, I was talking in generalities, and you immediately went, "But me," and I'm like, "But I wasn't
know.
talking about you."
No, I was trying to make a joke. I was trying to make a joke, but like what I'm drawing off of is literally just like my own experience. I don't mean necessarily like she in this instance it says I want you to fight for me. What I'm talking about is women in general will be like they won't ask for flowers or they won't, and this is not all women obviously because there's some women who are out there who are just like um who are like buy me this, buy me that, buy me this, buy me that, basically try and use a guy as like a sugar daddy.
Hmm. It's a natural thing throughout the animal kingdom.
Why you being mean?
A man will
Okay,
make a
there we go.
nest with lots of shiny things, and the woman comes like, "Sorry, you cut out, so I jumped in."
No,
If
yeah,
I just
sorry.
start talking over you and don't stop, it's because you've cut out. Just so we're aware.
I know. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on with my audio, but essentially, so like, what the way that a way a lot of women are, and I was like this for a long time, was I really want. I'll use this example. I really want the flowers, but I don't want to say that I want to send him to send me flowers because then it'll be because I asked for them and not because he really wanted to give them to me. And I want him to get me flowers because he wants to give them to me, not because I asked. It's this whole like if you ever spent 30 seconds in a woman's head about the loops that some of us go through, it's pretty freaking insane. Like we want the things, but we don't want to have to ask for the things because then we think you're only giving them to us because we asked for it and not because you wanted to give them to us, which means they're not actually sincere gestures.
And you know what that is? It's the desperate and never-ending desire to never be held accountable for your own actions and desires. At no point will you be responsible for anything in your entire life because you never ask for it, but hold everyone else accountable for things that you've never even asked them to do.
Which is why I now ask my husband to get me flowers because
it is literally you see it all the time. It's like, but I don't want to have to ask for this stuff. So you expect people to be mind readers, but what it really comes down to is the moment you take an action, you've now committed to that action, and now you can be held responsible for it. Whereas everything is supposed to be, without words, without this, because if nothing's said, then you can go to someone else and spin a different story. It means you can create a different reality, which sounds nicer to you, that spins you in a different light.
I suppose. I never thought of it from that perspective. I always thought of it from like because this is, and guys, once again, I don't know. I don't know how else to put it other than it might like I didn't go to like a special class and be like, "Hey, this is how you're going to behave when, you want things because otherwise it's not sincere or whatever." But like legitimately there is this, if you speak to a lot of women, it's, well, if I ask him to get me the thing or do the thing, then it's not sincere. Then he didn't really mean it. And he's doing it because I asked him to and not because he wanted to.
I would be extremely surprised if any man at any point throughout all of history has ever wanted to give a woman flowers. like genuinely. Like, what's the point? Men don't see the point in it. It's going to cost them money, and so there's only negatives. The positive is that she wants it to happen. That's the only positive out the entire scenario. And so I don't think at any point he'd want to buy you flowers. The best you could ever hope for is that he wants to know that you likes the flowers. Probably. It's like birthday presents. In fact, no, it's like cards, right?
Don't you dare.
No, cards. Cards shops. There's even, I think it's Clinton's over here, has the slogan, we've got cards for every occasion. And I'm like, well, don't have. Not every occasion requires one. And the entire card industry is only built off guilt. Oh, well, they gave me a housewarming card, and so now I've moved, and so now I'm going to have to give them a housewarming card back. Oh, they gave me a Christmas card, and now I'm going to have to give them a Christmas card this year. It's built off whoever gave it last, I'm going to have to pay them back with a piece of cardboard crap that nobody wants.
Oh my gosh.
It's like if they brought out a congratulations on
sentimentality.
if they brought out a congratulations on your new washing machine card, some idiot would go out and send it, and then when they bought a new washing machine, they'd start getting them back. And then you would just start off a new trend. Sorry, I've got lots of these little bugbears that just come out randomly.
I can tell.
I hate cards.
Cool. I will be sure to never send you a card.
I should have put little cardboard pieces of crap.
What about what if your kids make you a picture or a card?
I don't have kids.
But what if you do someday and one of them makes you a picture?
I've been the kid that made something crap that the parents had to pretend was nice. I'm not sure who benefits in that scenario, to be honest.
It's so sweet though.
Yeah, but they give you a card thinking, this looks like crap, and you go, oh, it's really nice, and it's crap though, isn't it? And so both of you are thinking, this is crap.
Well, maybe that just means you need to go give them art lessons, and now you know.
But I'm crap at art.
No.
I make no secret of the fact that I was crap at art. I've always been crap at art.
Put your kid in art classes, and then they won't.
Yeah, but it's never done me any harm. There's been many mistakes I've made throughout my life. Being crap at art has never been one of them. At no point has being good at art. It would never have been useful to me. In fact, how I judge other people's art is whether I could do it. Because if I could,
I do that too.
and I'm crap at art, then it's crap.
Yeah, I do the same thing because I am also pretty crap at art, and so I'm like, even I could do this. This is not good. No, I do that a lot too. But no, I think there's definitely just a big difference at the way men and women look at situations because, when a woman is there's so many examples of this in pop culture too, where it's like the guy will be like, you walked away, and she's like, you didn't chase me. And it's like the guy is like, you're the one who walked, and the girl is like, you're the one who didn't fight. And my point is that a lot of women nowadays want the man to a lot of women have severe insecurities and are not confident about a lot of things, and so they want something really solid because I have been told
I entirely disagree.
I have been told multiple times that women can be, how is it? I'm gonna try and word this the way that he did. And no, it wasn't my husband, it was my grandfather.
I think there's now an entirely new generation of people that he's not aware of.
Women are laundry blowing, women are like a sail blowing in the wind, and the men have to be the mast so that they don't.
I thought you were
going to
do the suck, squeeze, bang, blow thing again.
No. It's just that women blow, women blow in the direction of the if the wind blows east, they're going east. If the wind blows west, they're going west. You know what I mean? So women.
Oh yeah, they submit to the dominant culture.
Yeah, women tend to go wherever the wind takes them, but men. So if women are the sail, then men are the mast that help keep them grounded and anchored and something to come back to. And because women have now been purposefully severing themselves from the mast, they no longer have anything to anchor to. And so they're literally just tossing around in the wind. And they have no foundation. And there's a lot of girls out there it's not
a confidence thing though. At its core, it's a safety thing. Like if you go back far enough, everything becomes biological. There would have been lots of wars. The men come along, wipe out the other army, take over the village. There's just women left. You could stay with your own culture, or you could very easily merge into the new culture. And I guarantee you, the people that didn't would have died. The people that could be consumed into the new culture would have all survived, bred, had kids, and so that's how it gets passed down the genes. So there's a survival benefit to, especially as you're the social enforcers, to being willing to go with whatever just the dominant culture is. And if that changes, then they change. Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. So that's the thing though. If if we're a bunch of sails and we don't have any like masts, like I'm using my grandpa's analogy because I can't think of a better one, but you're right, it is a survival thing. But there's a lot of girls out there with daddy issues because all these feminists, like, no fault divorce was one of the worst things to ever come out of the legal system, quite frankly. And fathers being treated like second class citizens is a crime in and of itself. But now you have all these girls who have like daddy issues and have confidence issues, and so they need it like they need proof. They need solid proof that you are not going anywhere, that you're
I
going to fight for them. And
I
this
was
might
up with you until you started going on about confidence, and I don't think that's it. Because
on what?
you listen to people and they're like, well, because if you think about how different people compete, right? Men compete through like their deeds,
Mm-hmm.
and what they do. That's
Yeah.
kind of their status, what they've achieved.
Yeah.
But women almost compete with what they can get. So, like the man that they could get, or the what they can own and stuff is kind of, they compete on social status.
Yeah.
And one of the ways that you can actually compete on social status is, I can attract this man who's more valuable.
Yeah.
And that's why it starts with like someone going, I'll only date someone who's 5'6". Well, I'll only date someone who's 5'7". Well, I'll only date someone who's 5'8". And before you know it, you've got people who are going, I want 6'2", who's making $3 million a year, looks like Brad Pitt, has been doing, he's climbed Mount Everest 15 different times on one leg. And it's just because the standards keep raising as everyone competes with each other. And you get to this, like, that's not a lack of confidence. That's overconfidence. That's an abundance of attention, meaning
confidence.
that you think you can get anything. And so because I think these genuinely, it's like when I was talking to
I think
Ezra,
a lot of
you
these
just need to
women are-
lower standards. It's like, that's where it came from.
I think it's a lot of women living in denial. I don't think it's lack of I don't think it's confidence. I think it's they're in denial and they're confusing their denial with confidence, or they're doing the whole like fake it till you make
it's
it.
a perceive. If you're on the internet, it's the perception that there's so many options that of course you can get that person because there's so many of them around.
No, and I don't disagree with that at all. That's what I'm saying. I think women are in denial about what they're actually capable of what they're actually capable of attain. Like, here's the thing. It's one thing to get a guy for one night. It's another thing to keep a man for life. That takes dedication, that takes commitment, that takes confidence, that takes vulnerability, that takes skills. Like, you need to be able to actually, provide for your home. Like, and I mean, like, in the provide in the male sense, I mean, you need to be able to make sure his home is a haven, and you need to make sure that, he feels like his home isn't a place that he has to try and escape from. It's not a place he has to hide in the driveway for 2 hours after he gets off of work because he just doesn't want to go inside. That takes you need to actually put in effort, and you need to actually have that kind of commitment and that ability to humble yourself to be able to serve your household. Because like, one of the things that really drives me crazy, I hate laundry. I do. But
the machine does it all for. I've never understood why people moan about laundry. Like, you hear it all the time. Then you start doing your own. It's like, this is the easiest thing I've ever done in my entire life. You shove it in a machine, you walk off, and it's done. Like, why is everyone moaning about this?
Because do you split your loads? Like, do you separate them?
Well, most of the stuff I wear is just black anyway. But even when it's white stuff, like, I don't have that many white t-shirts.
You have delicates.
I'm pasty as it is.
You have delicates. You have dry clean only. You have hand wash only.
No, I have a washing
knits,
machine.
You have no. The clothes themselves. That's what I'm saying.
Everything goes in the washing machine.
Disapru. No, everything does not go in the washing machine. That is a whole.
Oh, believe me, everything goes in the washing machine.
Oh my God. Just because everything
occasionally I do like a white wash, but like just white, and I don't have many white t-shirts at all, so that's like extremely rare that I even bother wearing them.
My heart's breaking.
But the rest of it, no, it just all goes in.
Oh my gosh, Disapru. No.
Yes. Look,
Ah.
this is
Do
how
you
we
at
go
least
through life.
separate do you separate out like, socks and underwear from the rest of your clothes, right?
What? Why would I do that?
Why?
That's the most pointless thing I've ever heard. You're
But
just
you wash
making
them at
work for
different
yourself.
No, you wash them at different temperatures, dude.
I don't. Go and ask your husband if he would separate socks from
He
t-shirts.
does. No,
Oh, you've
he's
broken him.
more anal.
He's you've broken
no,
him.
He was like that when I found him. He's more anal retentive
is this
about it than
nah,
I am.
Is this a military thing? Was he in there
It
as
could
well?
be, but that has nothing
There
to
you
do with
go.
anything.
You've been brainwashed.
No, it's not
Yeah,
brainwashing.
The washing machine people have got to you. The like no, not the washing machine. Who would benefit from it? The washing powder people. Like, we need to get them to make 2 loads. How can we make more money? We'll get them to split up the stuff for no reason whatsoever.
No, that's not true.
No wonder you're like, oh, it's so much work. Yeah, you're making it all for yourself. I just bung it in, turn it on, done.
No, that's not what you do.
Yeah, it's exactly what I do, actually.
Disapru, your clothes, you're destroying them.
There's nothing wrong with well, there probably is. Look, I had t-shirts with more holes in than a Swiss cheese at one point. I had t-shirts for like 20 years at one point. They were falling to bits. It doesn't really bother me.
Disapru. No. Oh,
This is
I'm
the thing.
crying and laughing. This hurts my soul.
People think I'm exaggerating when I'm like, I don't care about my appearance. I was like, no, you really don't understand how little I care.
This is about the longevity of your washer and dryer and your clothes.
My washer
This
and
to
dryer is
save you
fine. It's
money.
designed to wash clothes. I'm making it wash clothes. It doesn't care whether it's got some socks in.
It does care.
No, it
cares.
doesn't. This isn't Red Dwarf. They don't have personalities. Charlie Stevenson says, you have the appearance of a single man. And I'm like, oh, yes, and I'm proud of it.
I need to find you a wife. Oh my god. This hurts my soul. I'm about to come to the UK just so you can do your laundry.
I will do your
Oh
laundry, Aaliyah, but the moment you leave, it's going right back to how it was before.
God.
Why? Because it's more efficient. It's easier and it's less effort.
No.
Yes.
Some crap is not meant to be efficient. I can't breathe.
It is.
Ah. God in heaven.
Of all the things, I have never heard of, like, oh, I separate socks out from other things. Like,
Yes!
why?
Yes, and you have dark socks and you have white socks.
No, like every single sock I own is black. All of them.
Don't you have no white socks.
I don't even match them. Like, over time, different socks have been bought. They're all roughly the same color. You know, they'll do. That's actually like a British tradition. Is just the term that'll do. That's basic. If you want to sum up the English in one thing, that'll do.
What color shoes do you have? Like, don't you have different colored shoes?
Well, they're generally trainers, whether white or black trainers.
You mean tennis shoes?
I mean trainers. I think you call them sneakers, but we call them trainers.
I do not. Where are you? No, tennis shoes.
Trainers.
What are you training for?
This is the name of the shoe.
What are you training for, Disapru? Why are they trainers? What are you training for?
The name of the shoe. They're the most comfortable.
No, it's just like, why are you calling them sneakers? Where are you sneaking to?
I don't call them sneakers. I'm not American.
I'm American and I don't call them sneakers. They're tennis shoes. Or tennies.
You're not playing tennis. That's actually the most stupid thing that you've said.
I play tennis.
Yeah, but everyone else isn't.
Competitively.
You can't call them tennis shoes if you're not playing tennis. But you can call them trainers.
For what?
That's just the name of a shoe.
You're not training for anything.
You have no idea what I'm training for.
Oh my god. Oh, good God in heaven, deliver us. Jesus, take the wheel.
Well,
All right.
while we're here, this Wheel of Time picture, I think, summarizes their entire relationship.
Yes.
It is literally him in love with her, and she's like, I don't give a crap about you.
Pretty much. That is 100% what that is. that is the
He's looking at her as if Ezra Miller is ordering a peanut butter sandwich, and she's like, I don't care.
And she's like, I don't care. Yeah, but guys, so season 2 is September 1st of this year is when season 2 drops. They have been sitting on this. Look at this. Filming was finished, like filming began in 2021, which led people to expect it in 2022, but they didn't. They just sat on this for a year for most likely Rings of Power.
I was actually expecting it to be out like now, maybe last month, is like the middle of the year. I was expecting end of this month at the latest. So I was very surprised that we never heard anything for a long time.
A Taste of Solitude. Amanda Kate Schumann. Just because you have 3 names and you put it on the script does not automatically mean it's going to be good. Just like if you have 2 initials, does not 3 initials does not automatically make it good.
There's that movie, I can't even remember who's in it. I don't know, it's called Conspiracy Theory or something. But in that it says that everyone who has 3 names is an assassin.
Yes. Yep. Maybe not everybody that has 3 names is an assassin, but every assassin has had 3 names.
Yes. And if they killed more than one person, they only had 2 names.
Yep. Lead actor Rosamund Pike is coming back as Moraine, which, I mean, the amount of money they're paying her, it would make
I heard
no
her
sense
audiobook, and it's just not a patch on the original. She has a very strange way of speaking into it, which isn't her normal way of speaking. It's almost like she's trying to intimidate the 2 people that did the book. I don't know. Maybe I'd grow into it if I listened to it more, but in the sample that I read, it came across as weird.
It was jarring for me. I did not care for her audiobook version at all.
Well, I like her voice.
I did too.
The strange presentation and a strange way of speaking that could put me off, actually. There was lots of, and now,
yes,
as we go across the wind, this isn't the end.
Yeah.
It's not the beginning. It's like loads of pauses.
Unnecessarily. And it's like she was trying to come off.
It's like she was trying to come off like Rings of Power. That's what it came to me.
Did I die again? I died again.
You did. Sorry. I thought you'd stop
again.
speaking.
No. What I said was, it's like she tried to come off ethereal, and instead she just came off as out of breath.
Yeah, but there is an element of that in even the original 2 audiobook readers. They have a kind of a breathy presentation.
Yeah,
I think it's
but
meant to come across as relaxing.
No, like theirs comes off as sort of wispy, and hers comes off as someone who has just taken a very long run and didn't pace themselves correctly and is now trying to read a story.
Yeah, I do think it's because she's trying to imitate them. So it's not like something she'd naturally do. Whereas with them, it was probably a natural way of talking.
Most likely. But so in an interview with Access, Pike declared, "We're putting our hearts and souls towards something that is epic in scale, that has a lot of action, that you care about the characters because ultimately people will be able to see themselves in any of our characters. And I think they'll be fan favorites." There's the line. You get to see yourselves.
It is literally, I can't understand anything outside myself, so me being in something is the most important thing to me. That's all it is. It is people pitching their inability to do something as a virtue. Their deficiency is a virtue.
Of course it is. Because that's also go through like any type of interview training. They tell you that when they ask you what your greatest weakness is, flip it into a strength. And they're
I think that's stupid.
Yeah, when they're like, "So what's your greatest weakness?" I think my greatest weakness is that
I work too hard.
I care too much about my teammates, and so that could lead me to burnout. But that means that I'm going to be there for them to help in any way possible. Like it's literally, having gone through business school, literally that they train. They are pumping out people with business degrees that have this mentality where, like, you actually have no weaknesses. It's your weakness is actually your strength because you recognize your weakness. It's like they took Sun Tzu's Art of War and completely misconstrued it. And you don't actually know yourself because you're so arrogant as to think that you've been able to identify every single weakness and turn it into a strength as well as maintaining your current strengths. It's insane. But because it was such a popular interview question for such a long time, they academics and job trainers and HR personnel were like, here's what we're looking for when we ask that question. And then people took that and made a hiring strategy out of it. And it works, but it's stupid and it's inauthentic.
I mean, it's interviews are a terrible way to hire people in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
The best way you can do it is through trials and past achievements.
Yep. I completely agree. So what she says to Gwen in episode 2 is, we always tell the truth, but it may not always be the truth you think you hear. That's a very key piece of advice when dealing with the Aes Sedai, because they can still mislead the truth. This is not a fair assessment. It's not accurate. Like, this is how you know they don't know what they're talking about. The Aes Sedai are not misleading you with the truth. They are simply allowing you through your own bias, like you said earlier. They're simply allowing you through your own bias to draw your own conclusions from what they have said. So they've not lied and they've not misled you. They have simply allowed you to put it through your own filters and biases to come to a conclusion that they know you are most likely to come to. But they're not misleading you there. You've taken yourself there. And this is proof that they do not understand these characters. They don't understand how they function, and that they are misrepresenting them on the screen. Because you cannot say something like this, which is a core element of the entire character and the entire structure with which the whole establishment of the Aes Sedai, like the whole not mentality, I guess ideology. I can't think of another word for it right now. But this is like a core tenet of everything that they exist on. And you've misrepresented it because you fundamentally don't understand it. You don't know who you are portraying on screen. And that's why when you see the picture, I don't know if anyone has seen the picture of, it's Rosamund Pike, and she's reading Wheel of Time, but it's just a picture. And here, so allegedly, hang on, let me bring this over here. So please welcome Rosamund Pike to the Wheel of Time family. Say hello to Moraine. Okay, so this is the soft, so like this is the paperback, and Dogma is a lot closer. Yes, thank you, Shane. But if you actually pay attention,
it looks like a 2D thing she's holding.
Yeah, but they claim that it's this. So they're like, yeah, this is the soft. This particular cover was not available. At least I've never been able to find it in paperback. Like it didn't. It was. It was
the book's closed.
Yeah, the book is closed, but it's meant to make.
But
it
I think
look
she's meant to be reading it.
Yes. So this is what they were trying to sell book fans on. They were like, look, Rosamund Pike, who is going to play Moraine.
I don't think she's even looking. I think that book is in the background.
Yeah, it's like she's looking.
She's looking past it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is the picture that they tried to sell all of the book fans on. They were like, look, Rosamund Pike has read the books. These books are all over the set. Moraine, like your Moraine, she's going to be your Moraine.
Oh yeah, they give interviews about that. Yeah.
She's read the books. And you're sitting there and I'm looking at this picture and I'm like, not only does it not look like that book is even open, it looks like she's not even really looking at it. And I just have a really big problem with it because she could have been, the casting is not wrong for this part, out of the fact that she's way too tall.
I mean, I'll be honest, I think she's probably the best thing about the series.
Yeah, she is. She's, honest to God, the best. She's the best thing about this series. And I think she was well cast based off of the Moraine I know from the books and what I know Rosamund Pike is capable of doing.
She's too old to be an Aes Sedai. That's the issue.
She
You're
is.
supposed to have an ageless face, and you can't. The only way you're gonna get an ageless face is someone who's like 23.
Yep. But the problem is you can't find someone who's 23 that has the acting chops to pull off the
There's
eternal
plenty of-
wisdom.
There's something I heard where if actors really want to do an emotional scene, sometimes it's better to just look blank, and then the audience will project their own feelings onto you.
Yeah,
And so
I've
that's
heard
how
that
you
as well.
act the really strong emotional scenes. So I think you could probably do that with wisdom if you could just come across as a bit mysterious, which is what Moraine is in the books anyway, because she can't lie. So she withholds a lot. So I think you could probably get the wisdom down, and I think younger Aes Sedai would work better than what we've got. Because I think they've gone for the sort of older, wizened sorceress. So I can only assume that later on they won't say they've got an ageless face, because it won't work if they do that. So I think they're going to have to cut that bit from the lore and just say that these people are actually like hundreds of years old.
Well, and she is a very beautiful woman. Like, I'm not taking that away from her. She's very beautiful, but she does not have it. Like, because in the books, if you read it, they actually are like, they're like, this child doesn't look much older than I do. Like this like, someone calls her a little girl because one, she's very short in the books, and two, even though she is ancient, I mean, by human standards, like she doesn't look, what do they say? She doesn't look older than
I think they
60.
describe it as, it's someone who looks probably like early 20s.
Yeah.
But then you look a little bit longer and you're like, no, that's wrong. And then you can't put an age on them because they look literally ageless. And then you see their eyes and you realize that actually these are the eyes of a much older person. So
and they're very,
people tend to go through like a different phases as they look at someone, like realizations.
yeah. So it's
But when you're on about the different, they mislead with the truth. They don't. Again, it's why I was annoyed with the D&D stuff, because he asked a question, I answered him in parallel. I gave him an entirely different answer, which was true, but I didn't answer him at all. And he's like, you, what was it? You lie by omission, but I didn't omit anything.
Yes.
I didn't answer his question. He just interprets my answer into the question that he wants, and it is his morphing of that answer, an interpretation of the answer, which is the lie, but it's done in his head. And that's one of the issues. It's very complicated to do that. It would have taken a long time for it to be thought of in like when he's writing it down, and these writers just can't do it. So that's probably why they misinterpret it to, you just lied by omission, because that's the very 2D basic take of it.
Absolutely. And then we get an even more. So here's Pike's characterization of Moraine. Moraine is very driven. By the time we meet her in the series, she's been on a mission for 20 years with a single purpose: pursue the mission at the cost of friends and any personal desires. She's very noble in that respect, but it's almost terrifying. But she doesn't give up personal desires, because her and the, I can't even call it the Emerald. Like, she's in a romantic relationship with I'm trying not to
in the series, not in the books.
Yeah, not in the books, she's not. But in the series, she's very, but like she says specifically, when we meet her in the series, she has been on this mission for 20 years and it's cost her friends and any personal desires. And that's simply not the case.
To be fair, Siobhan is the single exception to that in the books. Like, she is her only, and even then, they did play down their whole, in public, we're not friends. So even in the books, she's still friends with Swan because she kind of grew up with her. But I think she was her only one.
Yes, but I digress. Like, she didn't in the show, because they're talking about the series. She very much has personal desires that she.
Oh yeah, well that's the problem. Yeah, it's
goes
like you are indulging something.
Yes.
At the risk of the entire world, and did I read? I'm pretty sure I read that they confirmed that the gateway she went through, it wasn't what I thought. It wasn't Talara and Herod, like the dream world. That was a gateway. That device in her bedroom was a gateway that
Oh my
literally transported them down to Schwann's hometown as a little girl.
hometown. Are
Yeah.
you serious?
Mm-hmm.
So that's
That's
not.
that's what people said at the time, and I'm like, surely it's a telling her like it's a dream world.
Yeah, it
It's
had
like, no,
like that's
no, that was an
such a
actual place.
huge. That makes it even stupider.
Yeah.
Like,
Like I say, maybe they'll try and retcon some of this stuff because it's all been in like interviews and stuff. And they could very easily go, that person was just mistaken, or we changed our mind. But or they may just never mention it again. But yeah,
I hate
they were being transported.
So it's not astrological, or astrological. It's not like astrophysical where they're in the
You have to
dream
remember,
world.
When they discover traveling, nobody knew about traveling. This was meant to be lost information, but now she'll be like, well, I've actually got this thing that allows me to travel down to this other place.
So I can get chitty chitty bang bang.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not only
Suck,
is she
squeeze.
in suck squeeze bang blow. So not only is she engaging in personal desires, she's also putting the entire world at risk so that they can have a dalliance. And that romance pissed me off.
Yeah, but he said they're gonna
much.
do more of those. He said we're going to
Why?
expand upon that, and anything that was hinted or that we think we can make up. Those weren't his exact words. He said something like expand on anything that was hinted, and then he said something else that basically just said or that we think we can make up. So you can have loads of them.
And
it's not like these characters didn't have
something.
relationships. Like they already did. You just had to wait.
You know, I broke a glass watching this series. I actually
Yeah,
got
I mean, you broke a lot before the stream.
Listen here, Disapru. Those were ice cubes. No, I actually I threw a glass against a wall.
Really?
And yes, and hubby was like, "You need to calm down, or you're done."
It makes it even better that he was there. I thought you were like in a room on your own, but he just watched you.
I was. He came in to see what happened, and he was like, "You're not going to destroy property over this." I was mad.
I mean, most people like punch a pillow or something non-destructive, but or you yeet a glass across the room.
Listen. There are two types.
Did you
of
yeet it across the
Christians.
room, or did you?
Yes,
throw it
I
at the
yeeted
floor?
it across. I yeeted
Oh, that's
it across
even worse,
the room.
yeah. Because you don't know where that's gonna go. That mess could go anywhere. At least if it's on the ground, you're like, okay, I can contain this.
No, I threw it from the living room into the kitchen. It hit the wall. And it shattered on. To be fair, it's better that it shattered on the tile than the carpet.
What episode? What episode was it?
It was episode 2.
Oh, I thought that was the best one.
Oh my God! Shut up, Disparu. No, it wasn't.
She's gonna throw me across the room, chat. She's gonna throw me across the room.
Just gonna yeet you out the window. First the washing machine, and now episode 2 is the best one. What is the matter with you, man?
It was the most like the book. And it had a couple of lines from the book.
That's why it made me so angry, because they clearly were capable of doing it and they refused. They flat out refused.
It's not like they were capable of doing it. I mean, they pulled some lines from the book, which is what I liked.
Yes.
But they still destroyed a lot of what was there. So it's not like they were close.
No, but this was what
surprised me the most? Shad liked episode 4. I hated that episode.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's the one where Nynaeve meets Lan for the first time. That one.
Yeah.
Where they're in the camp with Logain and stuff. Because that was the first episode that had nothing to do with the book at all. It was completely fabricated. And so that was when I'm like, oh, okay, I know what this is like. And then 5, I just gave up. But even in 3, was it 3 where they got the dagger and stuff? I think it was.
That was 3, yeah.
Yeah, so that was still the last that even remotely resembled it. They took out the guy from the town. That really pissed me off.
Yes, they did. They took
He
out
was a good guy.
So in because episode 1 is called The Breaking of the World, and then in episode 2, Which the whole like episode 1 makes me really mad because the intro itself is just terrible.
I don't know what's going on, but you sound like you're in a train.
After the breaking.
Oh, sorry, I started something in the background.
After the breaking. Yeah.
After the breaking. Yeah, I went to go double check to make sure I was not mistaken. And like no, this is okay, Shadows Waiting. Yeah, this is so episode 2. No, I was right. Episode 2 is where they find the dagger.
Oh, okay.
They're episode 2 is when they're in the forest and she's telling Gwen that she thinks she's the dragon reborn, and then it's Gwen and Perrin sitting around the fire, and then you meet the White Cloak. Oh, they did the White Cloaks so dirty.
Yes, nothing like the White Cloaks.
Nothing
I'm just gonna
like the White Cloaks. And then, I mean, the only thing I think they even got remotely close was that Rand is a redhead, but he's not even as red of a redhead as he is in the books. Kind of like they did Ginny Weasley and Harry Potter. But yeah, so episode 2 is Shadows Waiting. That's right, because Matt, he finds the dagger in episode 2. That, like, I was so angry at this because you got Perrin talking to wolves, you've got Matt finding daggers, you've got this is the one where Lan, like, Moraine has to go get help, and so Lan has basically abandoned everybody to help Moraine. Like, it's just I wanted to hurt somebody, and I hurt the glass after episode 2. Did I lose you again? Disapru? Chat, can you hear me? Oh no. Disapru, I can't hear you. Did he run away? I've chased him off. Okay, so chat can hear me. They did, most definitely. It's like the feminist what is it? It's the feminist Cliffs Notes is what this show is based off of. But there's just the rest of season 1's cast should also be returning except for one big exception. Matt Cawthon, originally played by Barney Harris, has been recast with The Witcher actor Donal Finn, with fans speculating that this could indicate a darker future for the character. So they have recast Matt, which I don't know that that's going to make a huge hold on, let me see. Surely not. It is him. So that's our new Matt. They already had evil Matt. Gary, Wizard Beard. Love you too, dear. But so this is our new Matt. I don't know. Rogue Heroes, Albion, and The Witcher. How does it? The Witcher has an 8.1. He's been. No, this is a lie. 7.1 for Wheel of Time. These are lies. 7.1 for Wheel of Time, 8.1 for The Witcher. Fantastic Beasts and the Secrets of Dumbledore. He was Albert the Baker. This is our new Matt, Disapru. I guess we're going to find out. Oy vey. So Barney Harris has been recast, and they're going to take Matt in an even darker direction. Yes, he did quit the show because he disagreed with the direction that they took his character because it was not anywhere close to the books. So it was very much a Henry Cavill situation, I think. Where, because as we know, or at least what we have been told, is Henry Cavill is quitting the show because they did not follow the Witcher books or games, and anybody that's watched this anything outside of, like, I think episode 1 of The Witcher was on the right track, and then it just went it derailed. But it's from my understanding, Barney stepped down because he is actually a fan of the books. He disagreed with a lot of the changes they made, and he disagreed with the direction they were taking Matt's character. And he was like, so he stepped down much like Henry Cavill did, and now you just have another actor to fill his shoes.
I've
So
heard several theories for him.
yeah.
I've never seen any of them confirmed.
Mm.
Yeah, one of them was that he didn't like the character and concerns that maybe he was following sort of a Perrin kind of arc.
Mm-hmm.
The other was that given what was going on in the world at the time, maybe he didn't have what was needed to carry on with the series.
Mm.
So
Interesting.
yeah, there's a couple of different things, and then the other one, and I think this was the first and probably the less likely, given that we never heard anything about it afterwards, was that maybe he just had like an addiction problem with something.
See, okay, I had not heard that one.
Yeah, that's the first. That's what people automatically assumed when it came out, and then the others developed over time.
Okay. Well, all I know is that they've recast him with a Witcher actor per this digital spy. And here's the thing, Matt's already, like, in the show, they've rushed Matt's character, like, he's already gone down the dark down into the down the dark arc. So now he needs to, like,
It was so stupid. Like, he was literally in bed sick. They
Yeah.
could have just left him there. That was the easiest edit. It took them work in order to screw him over the way he did. And it's
Yeah.
like, okay, I could understand maybe you wanted to make the actor look bad if he did something that you didn't like, and that was your revenge, which is the only way I can think why you would change it to be that, because it's nothing like the book, so it was your own conscious decision. Which is a strange way to do it, because at the end of the day, you're only messing up the next actor.
Yeah.
But it was the amount of effort they went to deliberately destroy his character. To me, it suggests that they really didn't like
It was
him.
personal.
Yeah.
Had to be. Because that, like, I've seen a lot of character assassination, but I mean, that's just like, you didn't really see any hate for Cavill until the Roach scene got all that praise from season 2 of The Witcher, and the showrunner came out and was like, yeah, like, before it started getting all this, she was like, yeah, we were gonna make, like, it was gonna be like a comedic moment, and Henry took it upon himself to rewrite and direct and act out, like, he redid that whole scene, and it was not at all what we wanted, and it wasn't in keeping with our vision for the show at all, like, blaming Henry for that scene because she thought that what he did was silly and stupid, and, like, why are you this emotional over a horse? And she was sitting there thinking that Henry Cavill had made the mistake of rewriting the scene, and it was the best thing to come out of season 2 of The Witcher. And she couldn't, it went from, it was all him, to, well, we collaborated on it, and I told him that he knows the character inside and out, so he should do what he feels is correct. That's how fast she switched her story, because everybody loved that scene, and it felt genuinely like something, like, that's how it felt like Geralt would be. That's how it would, like, if when with Roach's death, and how Geralt would handle it. And she laughed at it. She thought it was stupid. She thought he was stupid. And come to find out, that was like the main thing that people like. They hated that Roach died, but they loved the way the scene went. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, why? Like, how does that surprise you? I mean, it's just like this right here, where they say that they're big fans of the show. Where's it at? Yeah, we're fans of the show, but they don't say anything about the books. They say nothing about the books. So why would you come into an IP that has a built-in fan base? The reason, like, that's what these people don't seem to be getting. The reason that these IPs are popular is because the people love them for what they are. The people love them for what was created. So why are you coming in and changing it? Like, if you've never read it, if you're not a fan, if you don't understand the characters or the message or the moral, those used to be called the moral of the story. Now it's the message of the story, because it's got nothing to do with morality and it's got everything to do with agenda. That is a big problem.
Well, yeah, the reason it's not called the moral of the story anymore is it's not about morality or
No.
ethics.
Yeah, it's not about
It's about an
morality.
ideology. There's a difference.
Yes. It's about agenda and ideology, which is why it's now a message and not a moral. And it's just sickening. And you've got people who are like, we're such fans of the show. Like, did you know? So that super fan video,
Oh, yeah.
the one of the girls that's in it, the one who's like, my girl Galadriel, you know?
Oh, yeah, yeah. She
Um,
never watched it.
No, I followed her before she ever made that. I actually followed her on Instagram because I really enjoyed her impersonations of Professor McGonagall. She's actually like on Instagram, her little reels, they were actually kind of funny. And then the tone completely changes. Like she just kind of stopped interacting with her audience. She stopped going for comedy and started going for ideology. Like, you could, like, you know what I mean? You could see the shift. And then when I saw her in that Superfans clip, I was like, this is what happened to you. You wanted the special treats. Like, because it's the same thing. They took influencers. They took these influencers that had these followers who could convince their, like, you take an influencer who has followers so that influencer can convince those followers that this show is good or that this product is good, right? So you take the equity that they've built in their name and use it to try and get to that audience to funnel views. But the problem is now you've destroyed the equity of that influencer, the equity that they've had in their name. You've destroyed any trust that their audience has with them. Because when she came out, oh man, her engagement, like, I haven't seen her pop up in my recommendeds at all in probably 6 months. Because she came out and admitted she's never watched Rings of Power. And she's like, I'm really into House of the Dragon right now, so I'll probably watch Rings of Power
I can
after,
only
so
watch one show at a time.
Yeah,
you
I can
know.
only watch one show at a time. Well, she came out and she said that, and she's like, I think I want to binge. She's like, Rings of Power seems like something I'm gonna want to binge. Her audience, like, you could see it on that Instagram live. The chat instantly, like, her views dropped by like 3,000 in like a second. And she just, because she admitted that she hasn't watched it. So, like, why are they asking for your opinion? Why are they going to believe your input if you've never watched the show or never watched the movie or never seen, like, it's one thing to get out there and be like, hey guys, I'm not going to go see this because based on the interviews and the clips and everything we've heard about it, plus the fact that they said it's just not made for me, I'm not going to go see it. That is a completely different thing than I'm going to go watch this so you don't have to, and then you never actually go watch it and you lie about your opinion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to her, I don't think she ever did do a review or anything.
No.
She literally just got carried over. What I found most interesting was in one of the foreign interviews, I think it was, when they said, oh yeah, well, we really liked it. And then they turned back to the person that they were talking to on the other side of the camera and said, "Because you're going to be doing a lot more of these, aren't you? There's going to be one in New York, yeah, and you're going to need people back to talk about that, aren't you?" And it was the most obvious, barefaced sort of, if we say good things, will we come back for later things that I've ever seen. And maybe some of it was lost in translation, but the translation was very brutal.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Like I remember the one from, oh gosh, I think it was the onering.net, and they were bragging about all the merch that they, like, we got flown out for free, we got these passes, we got to watch it we got to watch 20 minutes or whatever in an actual castle, and we got to talk to the showrunners. So my fear, like any concerns I had, are, set to the side because of that conversation and what I've got to experience and what I've gotten to see. And it's like, but you've just admitted that they bought your opinion. Like, you just said they flew you out, they put you up in a hotel, they fed you, they gave you all of this merch, and you got to talk to the showrunners. And they told you all you have to do is, talk about your experience without giving any spoilers for the show. And maybe you'll come back for, like, they always dangle there's season 2, scoops and stuff as well if you want to come back. So it's like they sold out for a sweatshirt and a plane ticket.
Well, I mean, even in my most generous when it comes to that, and I think that's about everything, I thought this about the recent Apple event as well. Even if you go there with every intention to be brutally honest about it, if you get all this free stuff and you get put in a controlled environment where they control the atmosphere, they control what they want, they have a load of other people who are there who are all very happy, you're all into this thing, there's a hype around it, there's a different atmosphere, you're not going to get the same thing that you do when you're watching at home. Because of the controlled environment, it's going to naturally bias you, no matter how unbiased you want to be about it. So even at my most generous, it's like, it will affect you. There's no other way for it. Which is why so there are some reviewers, I think Gamers Nexus do it, if they go somewhere for an event, they pay for their own plane tickets, they pay for their own hotels. And they go and have the interviews and stuff, but they don't friendly up with everybody. They treat it like a business agreement, so that they aren't affected by that kind of thing. And I mean, everyone does things differently, and I do think that he went about it the right way. He's like, we got all this stuff, but he told you, so you knew. It was like, disclaimer, here's what we got. So
they got all the stuff.
If you're going to do it, I think it's the best way to do it.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, the way they did it was, we got all this stuff, but it's not at all affecting our opinion of the show.
Yeah,
That's
but some of the others didn't mention that at all.
True.
So.
Well, and I don't think onering.net admitted it until there was a guy shared a picture, because he's on his own channel, and he shared a picture of, like, the goodie bag and the sweatshirt. And then onering.net came out and said, like, of course we got little gifts for coming out as a thank you. But
I was surprised, actually, that's what they got. I could understand, like, flights and hotels. I'm surprised you get things like a camera. That seems weird to me.
Oh, yeah.
Like, flights and hotels, I could understand, especially if it's international flights. It's very expensive, and so depending who you're inviting out, then yeah, I don't think I wouldn't hold flights against somebody. It's the cozying up afterwards, like at the Apple thing. They went to the event, and as they're walking through the gates, there's a load of Apple staff on either side, like cheering and hyping everyone up, and that's deliberately to affect your mood.
Yeah.
So even in that, you're not getting anything, but they are affecting you, and you're opinion deliberately. That's why they're there in the first place. Like screaming, going, "Yeah, you're here! It's amazing!" It's like that. That is there. That's the same kind of thing. You know, when people walk over hot coals, they get people hyped up deliberately so they don't stop and they don't get scared and they just walk across straight away because that's how you do it. But the hype of that is a big thing. It's in the mental state, and so that changes how you think about things.
It really does. And like, I'm looking at this picture because her face is very blank. And I remember this scene. It's where Rand is having the vision of what he wants, and it's him and Egwene and their child at, just this little cottage
Yeah,
or
that
whatever.
was made up as well.
Yes, that entirely fabricated.
Stupid.
Yes. It for so many reasons, especially when you remember the situation that they're currently in.
Well, yeah. And it was like, by this point in the books, hadn't they already decided not to get together?
Yep.
So that was why they tried to make a big deal out of that, and I'd just come from the book thing where I was like, nobody cared. Like, they didn't care.
Nope.
The entire point was they liked each other when they left. But when they went out into the world, they realized that actually, when I see all my other options, I don't want you anymore. And that's kind of that there's a message in that, actually, that, if you're off in a little town, you pair off with someone in the little town. But if you go out into the world, suddenly you think, oh, I can actually do better than this.
I don't even know if I can do better than this. There is actually someone that I fit better with.
You can do better than this.
No.
You've literally just described it.
No, because better than this implies that they're like maybe more desirable to. We'll go back to your thing, like maybe they have more status or something like that, but that's not necessarily the case. That
I
isn't
can do better
necessarily
than this.
No, it's that you guys fit better together. Like it's
Yeah.
like, oh, like Rand and I we liked each other because we fit the best together in the small town. But once we leave the town, there are actually people we fit better with. Not that those people are better than Rand or Egwene. It's just that they fit better with each other.
Yeah, I can do better than this. You're not disagreeing with me.
I am.
You just don't want to give up the angle you've been told.
What? So you think that
there's a hierarchy of people? Yes.
No, I agree. There's a hierarchy of people.
Well, there you go. That's not. But you were desperate to go. Oh, well, it's not necessary. It is. Like literally.
No,
she thought I can do better than Rand, and he thought I can do better than her. So
fine. Okay.
That was one of the things with the books. It was like they both thought the same about each other because they were stuck in a little tiny town. They didn't have much choice, and when they saw what else was available, they're like, well, actually. And yeah, people are right that was probably a story lifted from Egwene's trial, but they gave it to Rand, which means that it's not from the books. It's like the moment you start giving it to a different character, like at the end, they gave Rand beating the Trollocs to a little impromptu circle of people that didn't exist at the place. And then it's not from the books anymore. It's an entirely different story.
Yeah. The battle at the Gap, I still can't believe how dirty they did Rand there. Like,
because I'm also as well, like Egwene giving up her child to Rand giving up his child is an entirely different scenario in itself.
Yeah, 100%. But it's I wish I could say that I wish I could tell you guys that this is worth the.
Oh, we'll never find out. What is it worth, chat? Find out tomorrow.
Like,
She's back now. We have to find out what it's worth. You cut out when you said what it's worth.
For what it's worth, you don't need to watch this show. Just go read the books. And if you're one of those people that, the books are too long, or you've never been a very strong or a very good reader, or reading is just not your thing, the audiobooks are not hers, not Rosamund Pike's. I don't recommend that one, but there are others out there that I do recommend. So on that note, Disapru, what is it, like 11:30 for you right now?
Yep.
Okay. So we've been going for 3 hours and some change. So I think if you could give your final thoughts on the series and versus the book, what would it be? Besides the book is great and the series is crap.
Well, the series has nothing to do with the books. That's the main problem with it. I wouldn't even consider it a Wheel of Time series. The first 2 episodes, the first one is a bit to do with it. The second one is, it has quotes, which I liked, but it's still a bit to do with it. And then after episode 3, it's nothing to do with it at all. And it's entirely rewrites everything. The characters are different people. The relationships are different people. They go to different places. They do different things. They have different story beats. The emotions are different. Like, they are entirely different people. The very fundamentals of the universe, like, Eamons Field is a town where one guy has gone to it in like 2,000 years, and yet it looks like London Airport. And that destroys the fabric of the entire world, because being able to spot where people are from in this world is a key part of it, because everyone dissembles all the time. So everyone's lying, everyone's wearing masks, everyone's trying to be secretive. But the foundation of that is that you know things about people from how they hold themselves, what their accent is, what they look like, because they come from different regions. And you can't mess with this stuff because it ruins things. But you only realize that it ruins things if you've read the later books and realize where it goes, because it gets far more complicated. Now, if you're a producer or a writer and you've only read book 1 and you think, I can change this, it won't change anything. And you have no idea what's coming up, so you don't know the effects that you're having. You end up with a story where everybody knows it's nothing to do with it.
If you guys are curious, Gwen, her change. So, like, this is why Rand being a bright redhead is such a big deal, and they talk about it in the book, because nobody from their region is has red hair. Like, so to give you guys kind of an idea, this is what a Gwen is supposed to. This is what a Gwen is supposed to. This is her from the help me, what is it called? Graphic novel. So she's still she has brown eyes and brown hair, but she's fairly fair. She's fair skinned. She's pretty fair skinned. And that comes into play later because she tries to deny something. She can't. Because of the way she talks and the way that she looks. So it's just like these little. I mean, that's why, like, I'm really shocked that I think you and I actually talked about this way long time ago. I'm really surprised that they let Rand keep his red hair. And
yeah, but it's weird when they bring in, like, if you go and look at the Aiel, which they've shown now, they haven't kept it for all of them. Like, they look different, and it doesn't make any sense. Because they all come from one tribe, like one little tiny tribe.
So that's not really, guys, that's not really a spoiler. But definitely go read the book so you understand why that's such a big deal. Like, right, like this is the thing. This man, so for anybody that is curious, Robert Jordan, he did not finish the books. Brandon Sanderson finished the series for Jordan because Jordan passed away. And you can tell the tone of the story. Definitely, you can tell it's Brandon Sanderson writing it, especially if you've read Brandon Sanderson's work. But he still does justice to the story.
It's the best we could have gotten. And he also said he did that deliberately. He said, I don't think I could have done his work justice. I don't think I could imitate it. And so the best thing I thought I could do is write as I would. Because then I'm not doing a horrible version of him. I'm doing a good version of his story as me. Which I think is a good idea.
And that, coming from Sanderson, you know that that's sincere. And you know that he meant it. But that is the changes that they made in this series. They literally take Sanderson's quote and mutate that, like use that as justification for the changes that they have made. Like, that's literally what they said. Just as Sanderson made changes, interpreted the ending of Jordan's story the best way he could, we're interpreting this story the best way we can. But it's our story that we're telling We're not trying to imitate Jordan. We're just trying to tell the story the best way we can, the way we would tell it. And I'm like, but that's not what you're supposed to do. You're trying to adapt an existing work. But because you don't have the talent and the confidence in your own work to be able to do that, you're sabotaging this man's life's work. It's literally his life's work. He died before this series was finished. It's just insane. The pure narcissism at work in this show and amongst the showrunners is just unfathomable. Dilligaff for $2 did have a question for us in a super chat. Disapru says, "How much retconning will season 2 bring?" So before we head out, how much?
What, retconning their own work? I don't think they need to retcon things. If you take things like the sources and magic, they can just go, oh no, it's split into 2 halves, and they can just tell him and go from there. So I think what they'll just say it as if it's a fact and as if everyone knows. I don't think they'll even try and correct things as it was before, because even now people argue about it, and it's like it's very obvious and you can prove it, but they never said it in words, and so they can just now say it and correct it. If you mean retconning from the books, I don't think they care about them at all. I don't think they care about sticking to them at all, and they didn't in the first season. So I think they'll just write their own story, and the books are incidental. Like,
I think the only retconning that they might have to do is Matt, and because you can't go much dark. Like, I don't know where else they're gonna go. They've already basically run through his arc in the most ridiculous, asinine, stupid way possible. So I think the only retconning that they're going to have to maybe do is Matt.
Well, that is the interesting thing. Like, what are they going to do? Just get a circle together and cure him?
Right?
That's all I can think.
Like that's I have no idea where they expect to go with Matt, but that's the only storyline from their show that I see them even slightly retconning. So I don't see much.
I mean, they could link up with the Horn. Like, if they just do...
You think so?
They could still do, because if they want Rand out of the picture, which I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, yeah.
So they could focus on other people. They could literally just have him chasing the Horn, and Matt could go with him. Like, because he's after power.
Yep.
And did they have the dagger? Where did the dagger go? I don't even remember.
Didn't they
Did Fane take the dagger?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they took it.
Oh, so they could still do it with him being after the dagger then?
I suppose, but I'm just the whole show, like, see, this whole series has just been chaotic because they didn't follow the books. They're taking events out of sequence, and they're bringing in arcs that have no business being there yet, and they've ignored arcs that you desperately need for the rest of the series to make sense. And now apparently you can Moraine has always been able to travel, so that's great.
Well, no, she can't travel. She's got a magic item that can travel.
She's got the magic item that can travel.
Yeah.
And
like Tom, I don't even know if he's coming back in this series, but I do know whatever his name is, Wolf Guy's coming back, who should have been in the first series but wasn't. So he's in this series. So they're still going to hit some of the beats that should have been in the first book in this one.
So it's really, season 2 is going to be bits of book 1, bits of book 2, and bits of book 3.
Well, I don't know how much of book 1, but yes, definitely him. I'm not even sure they want Tom in it, to be honest.
Probably not. I just see, like, this is what happens when you think you're smarter than the author. Like, the story's already there. Just adapt it faithfully and move on. Make your money and move on. Like, this is not. It's not that. Is it that hard, Disapru? I'm so confused. Is it really that hard?
Well, you have the story is originally Amazon was going to make Conan the Barbarian, and they cancelled it because it was too masculine.
Yep.
And then Rafe came along and said, "I can make this. It's a really feminist story," and they went, "Yep, we'll have that." So Yes, because they never made this show with the intention of being the books in the first place. And they got what they wanted, it's just that the audience don't want it. So this is why it comes when it's like, what retcons do you want? I'm like, well, okay. My immediate thought, even then, as I'm talking, was, well, they could put him back on the path of the books. But they're not going to.
No, they
This
won't.
is why you can't predict the series, because it's nothing to do with the books at all.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
he might fly off on a dragon. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. He might
Wouldn't
meet
shock
up
me.
with Khaleesi and come back with the undead. I have no idea.
It's entirely possible because, when they're like, where did it say in that article where it's like they can see the path of these characters, and I'm like, but I can't. I actually can't. I have no idea where. Yeah, it's a gift for people who know the books to watch the show because they can see themselves in it and the character's path in front of them. But
Yeah.
It's season 2. They're on the path. What path? Like, you've left the path. You don't want anything
Until
to do
episode
with
7,
Yeah,
we weren't sure whether Rand was the dragon.
right.
That's how bad it was. People were actually like, I actually don't know if he is anymore.
It was. I honest to God thought they were gonna make it a Gwen and a Knave. Like, I really
They
did.
might. That's the thing.
I know they still like that's the thing. They literally, Moraine tells Rand as she leaves that it could still be one of the others. Like, part of it
And-
could be you, but part of it could be in one of the others.
Yeah,
And I'm
soul
like,
splitting, which isn't even in the
no.
books.
That's when I should have shattered my glass right there.
I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if it was one man, one woman, and they thought that was really clever because it was 2 halves of the source and it was 2 halves of his soul. I would not be surprised.
Oh,
It's like when you hear Rings of Power showrunners talk about how we like the story to loop back on each other because it's like a ring, and I'm like, oh, you don't realize how basic that is, but you think it's really clever.
yeah, you don't realize how stupid you sound. Like, the Rings of Power was just another massive turd. It was just, it was so bad. Wheel of Time, and like, here's the thing. At least with Rings of Power, at least with Rings of Power, it came out that they did not have all of the rights that they said they did. And so you're like, okay, now it makes more sense as to why they're fabricating literally everything. But what doesn't make any sense is, why would you cut out like, he gets a throwaway line. He gets one line in the series, and it was definitely shot after the fact. You can tell. And it was a reshoot. And so it's just, but because they were so desperate, like, if you watch the interviews with the showrunners, they were so desperate for Galadriel and Sauron to have this love interest, this romantic entanglement, because in their heads there could not be another reason why Galadriel would fight. I don't know how else to put, like, the only reason that she stayed with him is because she was attracted to him. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, in my head, I can't fathom what was going through their minds, because basically when they're on the raft and she rejects Sauron's proposal, she's there's no point to her and Frodo's scene anymore at the mirror. You know what I mean? Because she's already rejected power and temptation. She's already rejected the temptation of absolute power. So the scene with Frodo doesn't make any sense anymore. Like, all she did was say no again. It shouldn't be that hard.
Entire thing was weird. It's like it's when somebody makes changes that they didn't need to. I think that's what really gets me. It is a case of, at least if you want to change something because it sends a different message, I can kind of get it. Like, you have an aim and you did something to achieve that aim. Okay, at least that makes sense. But when you make other changes, like falling in love with Sauron, I'm like, you didn't need to do that.
No,
But
and
you did it anyway.
You did it anyway, and it
I
makes
don't really understand
zero
why.
sense. It makes 0 sense, and you're just sitting there and you're like, "What was the point?" Like, really, truly, what was the point? And
Like her making the rings. There is no reason
Oh.
that she made the ring. They could have had him make the rings, and then people find out, and you know that fair enough. At least it makes more sense. At least somebody makes the rings at some point when they're meant to. Well, you know, he didn't make he's involved. But
Yes.
making it her decision. It's a fact. It's an event. It's not an interpretation,
Mm-mm.
and it doesn't add anything. But you
Nope.
did it anyway,
Mhm.
and it's evil. So even if you want her to appear good, even if that's your aim, you've done the exact opposite thing. So you're going against your own wishes now, and it just why?
Right? And like, here's the thing, because Celebrimbor did not fully trust Sauron's as he like, you know, in the form that he appeared to, which is why Celebrimbor made those 3 rings in secret. Like they've jacked that whole story up. And I mean, we could spend another 3.5 hours talking about Rings of Power and everything that's wrong with it, but these 2 shows, Wheel of Time and Rings of Power, really parallel each other because we have Moraine, who is not the central character of this story, is very much at the forefront of this story. I mean, we put up that picture of the book where Rand is in the background. Rand is behind. Moraine is very much central. So they've refocused the entire perspective, the entire point of view of this story, which is crucial. Like, now that you've changed the perspective of the story, you're changing the interpretation of the story. And it's the same thing with Rings of Power. Galadriel was never she wasn't involved in any of those battles. She wasn't involved in that war. She I mean, they make it sound like the flight of the Noldor was this noble thing, and it wasn't. Because she had to be like they had to make her spot like they she has no faults. None. And I'm sorry. The whole idea that Galadriel is going to be bullied by other elven children, like, she's a princess of the Noldor. They're not going to chuck rocks at her.
That made me laugh in Rings of Power. I think it was at the start where it was like
Yes.
they came out of here and then they went across the ocean in boats. I'm like, yeah, you're not going to describe how they got those boats, are you? It's like
We're not
they
gonna
just
get
skipped
into
over
that.
it very quickly.
Well, how'd they get the boats? It's not important. It's not important. And I'm like, actually, I think a whole lot of no, it's not. It is not important.
You can't
Oh,
mention
okay.
it.
We're just
Wait,
not
why
gonna
is
bring
the
that up.
ocean red about where they set off? Isn't it meant to be blue?
Is
No.
Be like, no, that's the that's just because a rock sank. That's what happened.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of red rocks.
It's the silt
didn't
going
look
up off
up.
the bottom of the ocean.
They didn't look up. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just that whole situation was just insane. And like everybody brings up like when everybody talks about the ring and how Galadriel you know, she denied temptation and so she felt she finally earned the right to go back home. You're robbing her. You're robbing her of that. Cuz like they're elves, they're immortal, right? For them to have these lifetimes to be able to do very little actually changes in the elven like you can look at Thorendil and so for her to know that she was not worthy to go back home and to have finally earned it, all they did in Rings of Power was chop that out underneath from underneath her. They completely degraded her story. And that's also why when Sam becomes a ring bearer, it's such a big thing, because he is the only one out of any race, doesn't man, elf, dwarf, like wizard, Astari, whatever you want to call him. He's the only one that has to talk himself into taking the ring. Like, he thinks Frodo's dead, and he still has to talk himself into taking the ring. Everybody else had to talk themselves out of taking the ring from Frodo. He is the only one that had to convince himself to take the ring, and that he was doing the right thing by taking the ring and continuing, because he truly believed Mr. Frodo was dead. He's the only one that had to talk himself into it. And that is so impactful and so important for so many reasons. But it gets undercut completely, even in Rings of Power, because Galadriel is able to just say no directly to Sauron's face. Like, no struggle, no growth, no nothing. And it's no different than in here, where it's this big deal about the dragon reborn. It can only be one. It's a dragon reborn. We don't know exactly who it is. They always knew it had to be a male, though, but they've basically undercut that as well. And then at the end, after which I'm thinking you're correct, he broke all of the seals.
Well,
At the
you
end,
see them shattered.
Yeah.
They're whole to begin with, and then they shatter.
Yeah.
Well, or is it one mass? Yeah, they're on a massive symbol of the Maeleus die symbol, and so that breaks at the end, and then he vanishes. So that's why I think he's like freed.
I think you're right. But as Rand's walking away from her, and she's like, it could still be one of the others too. You've completely undercut the dragon. Like, you've completely undercut who you were looking for, because now, well, if it's not just right, if it could be one of these other ones, who's to say there's not someone else out there that it could possibly be?
Well,
Like,
the reason why I think it could well be two of them. The thing is, they may have written it this way and then decided not to go along with it. There's a lot of things that they could drop if they really wanted to, but because Egwene or Nynaeve was stopping the Trollocs, that puts them into where he should be anyway.
Yeah.
And so it would make sense, actually, if the soul is split between them. Because he should have been in both places, but because he isn't, you could argue that to be a whole, to fulfill what the books were.
Yes.
Because that's the way Brandon Sanderson spun it. It's a different turning of the wheel. And so, if you zoom out, all of the events are supposed to be the same, but different things happen to make them happen. Yeah. And so this event would have been, well, all of the same things the Trollocs still came across, they still got defeated. And you would have to have the dragon at both ends at the same time.
Yes, you would. And that's what, like, either they have no idea what that battle actually means, or they did, and they're 100% setting it up to have, like, a soul split, like you said.
Well, I think they could plan some of these things and then just be like, people don't like that, we may drop it. No, it's definitely him. So they could still stop a few storyline threads if they want.
It's like they thought that the fans weren't going to say anything. You know what I mean? It's like they thought
I think they were successful in that. I think that, like I say, I think this was the Rings of Power
dry run.
Pre-run. Yeah. And all the biggest channels loved it. All of them. This is why for weeks I had people coming to me and going, I'm so glad I found this chat. Bearing in mind I had like 1.8k subs at the time. And like loads of comments were like, I'm so glad I found this because everybody loves it and I thought I was going insane. And I knew exactly how they felt because that's exactly how I felt. Like I felt like I was going insane because I couldn't find anyone who didn't love it. And nearly all of them actually were going, I'm reacting to Wheel of Time. Never read the books. So at least I could understand their opinion. But there are also a few big like Wheel of Time only channels. All loved it. So
yeah, that really confused. That actually made me very, 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 very angry because I was really confused. I was genuinely like, how could you have read the books and known how great they were, what the potential was, and still claim to love it. Like, that doesn't make...
The general excuse is it's another turning of the wheel. That became the default.
Yeah,
I just see it as its own thing.
That's incredibly stupid. I think I put my general... I did one overall review. And then I was like, I could do an episodic review, but I was like, I think I just pretty much said everything I wanted to say or needed to say in this one review. And even that review is one of my highest watch one. It got like 3.3 thousand. But I think I'm gonna do episodic on this season too. I'll just probably do like a video recap. Like, I'll do clips and stuff. I'm gonna torture myself and rewatch season 1. And just be like, in case you forgot, this is how crap season 1 was. Let's get into season 2.
By the way, I went back to episode 1 to see the dub thing because I remember it more than thinking about it, and they try and cut it out. As she's saying the word, they literally cut to her like halfway through the word. But if you can lip read,
I'm gonna go back and watch it now.
I'm pretty sure I like clipped it out and like played it in slow motion because it's that quick. It was. I think it's been deliberately cut to cover it up.
I think you're right.
But if you like, I'm on about literally slow it down. It's like that does not look like the 4 to me. It looks like 3. Because actually, if you think about like this is another thing, right? Why are you saying 4? There's 4 to Vern. That doesn't make sense. There's Egwene, there's Nynaeve, and then there's the 3 blokes. Why are you saying 4? It's like it's as if it was written in multiple things. Like maybe Nynaeve, because she didn't leave with them originally, so they're not sure. But it would make sense if you had the 3 blokes, and then you intended to split the dragon's soul into one of the others. That would make him Taviran. Or her. Him in her, because she would inherit his Taviran nature. But I think they said 3 first, and then we're like, well...
Actually,
which is why I think if they're gonna have another, I think from the Taviran, like that's another thing they could drop. Oh no, actually only 3 of you Taviran. We got it wrong. Like these things they could drop if they want because they're awkward and don't really work. But I think Egwene will be the Taviran they're talking about because she's the one that left with them.
Yeah, I think what they'll probably do is Nynaeve will still be the Amelin seat, and Gwen will probably be the other half of the Dragon Reborn. But what would you do with Matt and Perrin?
Wasn't it Egwene that was the Merlin seat?
Isn't that what I said?
No, you said Nynaeve.
My bad. Gwen. See, this show has me on. Gwen. Okay, so Gwen still becomes the Emerald seat, and see, so then that'd be back. Then the Nynaeve would be the one that's like she's the other half of she's like the untainted half of his soul or something.
Oh no, I think Egwene will be.
See, I don't know. Like, so what are they gonna? I don't know because. Yeah, they're not going to give Nynaeve's power
exactly.
Because if they make her the other half of the I'm trying to follow this logically, and now I've thrown logic out the window, and now I see what you're saying.
No, I think you're being very logical. Yeah, if she's the strongest woman to have ever lived in the power, and then it turns out because it's down to him, then that'd be horrible.
Yeah, so they're not going to do that. So she's definitely not the other half of the Dragon Reborn because. Then all her power would be because of a man. And we can't have that. So
but the thing is, if you get the Merlin seat to have it, you've still got the problem. Because now a man leaves both halves of the thing. They will probably have to do some retconning to how it all works. Because I'm not sure they could have her hearing his voice and stuff.
Yeah.
Because she'd be in a leadership position listening to him.
See, this is why you don't jack with the book, because I can't come up with I can't think of a way to actually do
It's going to be
this.
very problematic.
It's gonna be so problematic. I cannot actually think of a way they're gonna be able to do this, because if a Gwen still becomes the Emerald Sea, like, then it's, well, is it because she was the other half of the
Mhm.
Dragon Reborn, and now all of her power and her abilities and the fact that she became the Amyrlian Sea is because of a man?
And she's
But
Taveran.
and she's Taveran, or is it because, so unless she completely rejects that side, like, the only thing I could think is that she recognizes that she's the other half, and she, like, rejects it, and that somehow kills him, and stops the taint from the men. I don't know. Like, see,
No, I don't
I
think she
can't
could
make it make
reject
sense.
it.
I can't make it make sense.
They might have a, like, overcoming patriarchy. So, like, he if he's insane in her head and she rejects his opinion, but he'd still have to be there, but she could,
Yeah.
like, fight him and show that, no, actually, this is the way we do things. You messed up the world already. Whereas my way, I can fix your mistakes. That they could do that.
Yeah, but then she's still powerful because of the half of the dragon soul inside of her.
Yeah, but that would be taking somebody else's power and using it for the good. I think they'd get away with that.
I don't know if they're that
Because
smart.
otherwise, divorce and everything would be wrong. So, like, they've never had any problem with that.
I have no idea. Like, I don't know. I can't make this make sense. I really can't. Because if they go that route, if it's her smashing the patriarchy and all that jazz, she's gonna have to
As
kill
long as she doesn't
Rand.
squeeze.
She's gonna have to kill Rand, right?
Well, the Aes Sedai were always willing to do it if necessary.
Yeah.
So that actually wouldn't be out of character.
So she's gonna have to kill Rand.
No, I don't think she has to kill him. It's the same as anything else. They see it as their job to position him where they need to be. So they just need to be in control. She doesn't need to kill him. Like, the Aes Sedai's plan from the very beginning was to keep him in the basement locked up until the final battle.
Yep.
But then like Moraine and everyone's like, well, no, we need him to do things, but we'll control him as he goes around. And so that would still work, I think. As long as he's under their thumb.
I think, I don't know. I just don't see, because like, the argument could be made, because here's where I'm coming from. If she has half of the Dragon Reborn, if she's half of the soul and Rand is the other half, then the argument could be made that Rand is just as powerful or poses some kind of threat, or could be, because, like, especially the red, excuse me, the red Aes Sedai with their, like, would be like, any male influence is.
Well, yeah, but they wouldn't have to find out, ever. That's pretty common from the books as well, keeping things a secret like that.
True.
Like, nobody knew that they were even on a mission for this from half the series.
True. See, her face here, like, that doesn't look wise and
No.
I don't even know, benevolent, maybe? Like, it just looks like wood. And maybe it's because apparently I'm not a narcissist. I can't, if you're not showing me an emotion that I'm supposed to be, like, it's not the same when you interact with another human being. When it's on screen or it's on stage, you have to present the emotion that you want people to see, whether it's subtle or not. This is beyond subtle. It's non-existent. She just looks vacant here. She really just looks vacant here.
It's because they changed, though, the entire, I think that's an Eamon's Field, that they changed the entire dynamic of that town. Like, when she walks into the inn, they start to, like, oh, we know who she is. Oh, yes, we'll get you anything you want, love. Whereas, actually, they despise them.
Yeah.
Everyone didn't like them because they blamed them for breaking the world. But you can't do that when you've spent the first minute of your show telling them that how actually you saved the world and it was those pesky menfolk over there that destroyed it.
Men.
So you couldn't. They ruined the story right from the start. So she then had to come across as this. Like, I didn't one of them kiss her ring or something right at the start
Yes.
in the inn. I'm
Mhm.
like, this is all off. You
Well,
should
and
want her to leave.
but see, the one that kisses her ring, that's a thing in the book, but it's because he thinks that they can get money and notoriety from her being here, and then the townspeople are like, she's going to bring evil with her, and they broke the world, and
Yeah.
they're mad. The townspeople hate the Aes Sedai, and the thing is, but this is when Rand, this is the dream sequence where like Rand is seeing everything that he could have. That's when this is, and so she's supposed to be standing there telling him that, you know, whatever choice, like this could be the choice, this is what you could have, and he's like, I would never do that to a Gwen because this isn't what she wants. Like, they make him such a simp in this scene. Like, it's not it doesn't come off as selfless, it doesn't come off as strong, and it doesn't come off as him giving, like, having this giant sacrifice of something he genuinely wants. It's him saying, this isn't what a Gwen wants, and I would never do that to her, because she needs to be able to make those decisions for herself. If you read the book, this is a Gwen who is giving up a daughter, not Rand. This is supposed to be a Gwen's decision. And so for her standing there trying to seem like, she's trying to seem like wistful and wise, and like she understands what this future means to the rest of the world, and she just looks blank. She just looks vacant.
There's a lot of things like that, though, where I wonder whether it was an intentional decision or a knock-on from something else. Like, if you remember in Eamon's Field, I'm pretty sure in the books, Nynaeve hates Moraine because she's an Aes Sedai, because everyone hates Aes Sedai because they're evil, and you've just stolen her kids. So she's got to protect her kids from this evil that's come and kidnap them. And so she goes around for... And even when she starts training with them, isn't it because I start training with you so that I can learn your powers so that I can better protect my town from people like you?
Yeah, you learn the tactics of your enemy so that you can defend against them. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, whereas in this, it's her trainer went to the tower and got returned because she was poor, and they don't take poor people. And I'm like, what? And that's clearly, that was a decision that had to be made because you'd already destroyed it in the inn. Because it would make sense, because the town likes her, so you've lost your reasoning. But the inn only happened because at the start of the series, you changed it so that the men destroyed this. And so one change that you did to try and slur one group of people had knock-on effects throughout the entire story, where it was built like a house of cards, and suddenly you've got to remake everyone's reasoning. And I think this is where you end up with things like where you change something that looks as if there was no reason for it, and it doesn't make sense, but you did it anyway. And it's like, yeah, probably it was because they realized something else they'd changed affected it.
Yep.
And so they're desperately trying to fix everything. And
yeah, because Nynaeve is like, they made it a classist, rather than it being like a you broke the world. They made it a class issue.
And you have to remember, the Aes Sedai were running out of people. They needed everyone they could get.
Yep. And 100% would not have turned you, like, it literally, like, in the book, it talks about how, you know, even the poorest among us with a little bit of talent were elevated through the ranks by the Aes Sedai because they were looking for more. Like, it literally says that in the book.
That's why some people were novices for decades, because they didn't really want to let you go. And
they couldn't afford to let you go. They had to maintain the illusion of strength, so they didn't let anybody go, even if you didn't really have, even if you really couldn't touch the source, even if you really weren't that powerful, you just stayed, and you were given a semi-comfortable life. Especially if you got pulled out of poverty, it was a much better life for you. So very few people complained. Like, that's the whole thing. And instead they made this a class issue where, and I swear they wanted to make it a race issue, but they couldn't. So they went with class instead.
That's Eamon's Fieldist. We just don't like people from Eamon's Field. We've never met them before in 2,000 years, but we don't like them anyway.
No one even knows this town exists, but by gosh, everybody sure looks different here. Like the amount of this is going to sound so crass, but like the amount of inbreeding at that point, 2,000 years, and there is one other town by the river that semi knows of your existence, doesn't even really know where you are, just kind of knows that you're there. Like,
I don't know. There was a scientist worked out how many families you would need to like repopulate a planet. It was like 16. It really, for genetic diversity, it actually doesn't take that many people. But I think in that equation they did plan out like, we will tell you who you get with.
yeah, you have to, because you can't have first cousins getting married, because that's who you end up with idiot children. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the case of it. But yeah, like the amount of diversity in that town, 2,000 years, it would have basically been, there would have been no diversity. That, like, everybody would have looked the same. That's why Rand being a redhead was such a big deal. And that's how they knew his mother was an
no
outsider.
one else in the town was like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you would have thought that would have made him pretty desirable. He would have turned up,
right?
And it would have been like, "Wow, you're exotic."
Well, don't see your kind around here.
Because isn't he like 6'2" or something, or supposed to
Yeah,
be? I know he's massive.
He's huge. He's huge. He's got bright red. I mean, this boy's a beacon. Like, if
He's
there
the
was
lighthouse, see him for miles.
He really is. Like, if there was anyone else in this town who stands out, it's Rand. Like, it is 100% Rand, and it's just, you know, like, that is actually, lineage is a huge thing, and it just gets glossed over. And who his father actually is, and what actually happened, and you know, his mother, and all of this stuff. And they were like, oh well, his mother must have been an outsider because of Rand's hair. Like, there's a whole lot of stuff that if this town had been even a little bit bigger, people would have asked more questions. You know what I mean? But they didn't. And Rand and his father, like, they live out by themselves, and they do, they're just doing their thing. But that's purposefully, because even in the town, he just didn't want that many questions. He didn't want that many questions, because you can't answer them all without giving yourself away. Just go read the books. It's so much better than the series.
Certainly is. I think they even messed up his fight when the Trollocs come in. I can't remember how they messed it up, but I'm sure they messed it up.
No, they did, because it's supposed to be, so he and his father run, and then in the book, Rand is running.
No,
his father...
I mean the fight in the house. Like, I'm sure
they did. Yeah.
Doesn't it? His father tells him to run, and he leaves.
Yep.
And his father, like, sacrifices himself and just turns out to be incredibly skillful and, like, leads them all the way and gets away from him and stuff. But in this, I think, doesn't Rand save him from memory?
Yes, in the show.
Which is so he tells him to run, he doesn't run, and then his father ends up getting saved. It's like, no.
Well, because Rand, so what ends up happening is Rand runs. So in the book, Rand runs, and then he hides. And he's like, I can't leave my father. And, he comes back and everything's quiet. And he's like, okay, well, maybe. So no, that's how it happens. They're coming up, and everything's really quiet, and they can't hear the sheep. And Rand is like feeling for them or whatever, and his hand like gets into blood or whatever. And so they know something's wrong. But his father goes in anyway, and he's like, Rand,
No, that's not it.
Yeah?
No. They're cooking.
They're not sitting there.
They are, they're cooking. Because the Trolloc bursts in through the front door, and one of them, probably his dad, throws the boiling food over him. That's what saves them. Because later on, when they go back and they do, like, flashpoints of different timelines, he doesn't do that, and they all die.
And they all die. That's right. Okay. So I'm trying to
So
where
what happens? Yeah, you are
why
right.
is Rand
The dad tells Rand to run.
to run?
Rand goes
Rand-
into like the forest and waits, and then he sees his father jump out of a window
Mhm.
and start
That's
leading
what
them
it is.
away. And then I think at some point Rand's like, "Well, where is he?" And then he hears like a voice, and it's his father's
Yes.
found him.
Yes, and his dad found him, but he's and then he's dragging his dad because his dad's been poisoned. See, it's so hard now because like the books.
Oh
have
yeah,
been so
Rand lets
Rand-
the horses go or the
Yep.
sheep go. That's probably where that comes from.
Yes, so Rand lets them go, and he's dragging his father, and then he's like, "Okay, we can't keep going. I need to go back, and I need to get." I don't think it was he has to go back to the house for some stupid reason.
Oh,
And
he
I'm
gets
like,
Bala, doesn't he? Well, Bala
"Oh,
comes in somewhere.
yes, yep," and it talks to him, and he freaks out, and but he manages to get his father, he and his father, to like honestly a lot of it's dumb luck, but he manages to like save his
Well,
father, but
Taverin. That is one thing about the
I know.
books. Yes, it's lucky, but they wrote that into the script.
Yes.
And I know some people won't like it, but this is one of those, it's the rules of the universe.
It really is. But he's he's going back. That's what it is, Robert. He's going back for like sheets and stuff because his dad is really bad off, and he finds the dead. He thinks that's what it is. He thinks the house is all quiet because he can't see anything, and then he finds the dead sheep, and he's like, "Well, this isn't good. They're probably still around. I'm gonna go in the house anyway." And I remember reading that part and being like, "No, you idiot! Just go anywhere else, anywhere else." But no, he goes in the house because he's trying to save his dad. But I remember reading that and being like, well, it is the rules of the universe, so I will let that slide. But you're just sitting there, you're just like, oh my gosh, no. Like anyone with a half a brain would be like, oh, dead sheep everywhere, house is blacked out. I should probably go anywhere else.
Yeah, because I mean, there's lots of times like where somebody will have a sword thrust at them, and it'll just happen to deflect off a button or something.
Yeah,
just deliberately. So
mm-hmm.
they play into it. But I think in the TV series, the Trollocs come in. Maybe his dad beats one, but then immediately dies to the next one or something.
Yeah.
Well, not dies, but like fails. And I'm pretty sure Rand saves him.
Yeah, he like shoves him
So
into
it's
the
an entirely
fire or
different-
something. Yeah, it's a completely different. It's definitely not an adaptation from the book. That is for sure.
No, and it makes the father look pathetic
Yeah,
when he's
especially
supposed to be impressive.
Yes, they did totally botch the Hair and Blade and that entire legacy and Rand's father. Like there's not a saving grace for this show. It looks cheap, it feels cheap. They don't adapt the story accurately, they don't adapt it faithfully. They make a mockery of men and women because in the pursuit of making men look like the horrible individuals, what they fail to tell you is that the world is still falling apart and is in even worse shape than it was before under the rule of exclusively women.
Well, you remember what they said to Logain? That scene was horrific. And that's all written by them. That's not in the books at all. In fact, in the books, they're they pity Logain because they know what he's lost and they know what's going to happen to him.
Yeah.
Whereas in this, they're like, and we will lock you down into the thing, and we will make sure that you know it, so you can feel it at all times and suffer. And what that is the punishment for an Merlin seat that's gone rogue.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why the bile is there, because it's meant to be the punishment for one of your own. So it's like personal.
Yep.
But they never treated the men like that. So they took like the worst punishment from the books and used it specifically for him. And it's like, no, he didn't deserve that, and you shouldn't have given it to him. And it's weird that you thought that was just.
Mm-hmm.
Which begs the question, what they're going to do to a Merlins.
I know. God. Oh. Guys, oh man. Like, see, that's what we're saying. Like, when Disapru and I say, who've read the books, when we say we have no idea where season 2 is going to go, we genuinely mean it. Because, like, they have jacked with so much stuff. I could not you could give me 1,000 guesses and I might hit one. Like that is how off the beaten path, off the written story we actually are. That's
Well,
just how insane it is.
they ditched the books at episode 3 and never went back to them
Yeah.
for the entire series.
Yep.
So we're already in a divergent thing. But I think it's bad when even people that like the series are going, it's a different timeline and I had to write off the books.
Yep.
And that's from the fans.
That is not a good thing. Like when you have to have mainstream media outlets saying that the Wheel of Time, Amazon's Wheel of Time, is nothing like the books, and that's a good thing, you have a problem. You have a problem because this is not the Wheel of Time that became popular. I said it earlier. This isn't what became popular. This isn't what the fans wanted. This isn't what the fans, this isn't how the IP got built. And it's just for them to be so blatantly sacrilegious with it. It irks me. And I literally go back to that. I think it's in episode 1 where they use the Reds are gleefully killing men. But they do it because when you listen to what she says, she's like, this is what you get for trying to touch the source with your filthy paws and for breaking literally it's a reiteration of what Moraine said, but where Moraine has said and I should say Rosamund Pike's Moraine, because Moraine in the books doesn't say this, but it's a reiteration of the opening monologue that we get from Moraine about how men broke the world and they were so arrogant and conceited. And then you see it in action from the Reds, and there's so much hatred when they hunt these men. They are excitedly bloodthirsty to hunt these men down and basically torture them to death. And it's just you watch that and you're like, and this is supposed to empower women. This is what you think a strong woman looks like. That's terrifying if that's what you truly believe.
Well, it is, because that's the way that Schwan acted in the tower. That's the way the Merlin Seas acted. They came out, and I can't remember exactly what she said, but she basically said something like, we want to dominate every city in the world, or something like that. It was like what they were owed. It was very... Well, it was what it's what a power-hungry villain would say.
Yeah.
And they were saying it as if this is a good thing.
Yep. They were making it sound as if they're passing righteous judgment, and they are in fact just...
This happens a lot as well.
They're villains.
Rings of power, Deezer. And we will take it and we will grab all of it and go forth into every mine. And we'll take all of them. And we will roll over all of dwarvenkind. And you're speaking like a Sith Lord, love. Just came out of nowhere.
Right? It's just, it's all of a sudden, it's like this idea that everything will be right once we are in control. We will do it better. We will do it correctly.
Well, I think
No
it's
one
because
else
that's
can.
their perception of the people in leadership. So that's how they think everyone else has led the world for thousands of years. And now they think it's their turn. So they're trying to mimic their own false perception of how the world was.
Mm-hmm. It's just... It's disgusting is what it is. And the fact that you're trying to pass this off as inspirational really talks about what's going on in your own psyche. Because there was a bit, and it was literally like, there's only been 2 men in the world who have I forget who said it, but it's like, there are only 2 men in the world that I know of throughout history who have turned down absolute power. And that was Jesus Christ in the desert when he was being tempted by Satan. He was like, call on your angels, to demand that this bread be, or that these rocks be turned to bread, and stuff like that. And George Washington, who was offered literally to become king of the New World, and they were gonna follow, like the founding fathers were like, we're gonna follow you, we're gonna back you, like we'll help set up your lineage and your royal seat and your royal house. They were prepped to do a monarchy, and George Washington said no. And I forget who said it, but literally those are the only two times in history that a man has ever turned away from absolute power. At no point in history has a woman ever turned down absolute power. And I was very confused by that, because I was like, well, you have all these humble examples, and you have all of these, martyrs and martresses and patronesses and saints. And you go back and you look, that's not what they're referring to. They're referring to like Cleopatra and Elizabeth I and Mary and Victoria and gosh, I can't think of her name. Catherine. You've got the royal. You've got the Russian Tsars. You also have, like, even if it is just a story, if you go and you read the Iliad, at no point does Helen ever take responsibility for the Trojan War. At no point does she turn down the riches and the wealth that she's promised. And then when she's allowed to return back to Greece, she says that she was under a spell, and then it wasn't really her, and she's just glad to be back with her husband, and she was rescued, and she's once again the queen and is in the most powerful seat in the world once again. And that's just an alleged story, but at no point, if you look at women who have been in seats of power, never did they diminish their own power willingly. Like, even if you look at Henry VIII's wives, Anne Boleyn, she could have easily gotten out of that situation if she wanted to. She really could have. But instead she lost her head because she didn't want to give up power.
Well, I'm pretty sure that with all the Henry VIII stuff, I mean, it's only what I was told in high school, so it's probably nonsense. But he was trying to divorce them. He would ask for divorce and couldn't get it. And so that was his only option. That's what I was told.
So the first wife, so basically you can, it's divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived. So those are his 6 wives. That's how you remember them. His first wife, that's the reason the Church of Henry VIII is the reason the Church of England exists.
How does that factor into squish?
What do you mean squish?
Squish, bang.
No,
that's the only way I can remember things.
No, but that's good. He was able to divorce. he was able to divorce his first wife because he basically created he schismed. He made his own church and got a divorce. So technically, he never actually divorced from his first wife in the eyes of the church. And then he beheaded Anne under the statement that, or like under the, I forget what he beheaded her for. I don't remember if it was witchcraft or inability to have a son or whatever the case may be. But basically, to get around the fact that they weren't going to give him a divorce, he created the Church of England, and thus the Church of England was created, and it is now in the UK. But Anne Boleyn, like, if you look at most of those women, they schemed and plotted, and other women died so that Anne, but like she backstabbed her own sister to become queen. Like, there was nobody she wouldn't run over. And so people are always like, I feel so sad for Anne Boleyn. Like, her story is so tragic. And I'm like, she knew exactly what she was doing. She backstabbed her own sister to get the crown. Like, at no point was she willing to give up power. None. And that is when you go back through and you look at women in power, they don't give it up. They don't. They will burn the world before they give up power. Cleopatra literally brought down 2 empires because she didn't want to give up power. I mean, it's just
Look, I watched this documentary on Netflix and it didn't say that.
well, I'm sure they left
I'm
that
sure it was
part out.
accurate.
Yes, the Netflix documentary from Jada Pinkett Smith.
I'm just
That
joking.
is-
I couldn't
that
sit
there's-
through that crap.
It's currently being sued by Egypt for their inaccuracies. Yeah, that one.
Mhm.
No, it's quite literally, if you look at it, women have this incredible ability to help preserve and to, like, that's the difference between a good woman and a bad woman, really, is are they willing to help others, and are they willing to, self-sacrifice, and are they willing to be humble and grow with and for their husband and support him or support their country, whatever it may be? Or are they so power hungry and so desperate for the ultimate status, whatever that may be in the world at the time, that they're willing to do anything to get it and then never let it go? Because if you look at Cleopatra, she was obsessed. She was obsessed with eternal life and power and basically ruling the world. She thought she was going to bring, she thought that either her father or her grandfather's not premonition, but vision of a world ruled by one throne, and and whoever it was like, it's either going to be Rome or it's going to be
Oh, we're never going to find out who it
everything I
is.
can to make sure it's Egypt.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, uh-oh. Did I die
you cut out again. You cut out at the best moments. You know, before when you were like, and the thing you've got to learn is, and then you cut out. And this, you said, it's either going to be Rome or it's going to be. It's like, I don't know who it is. Who's it going to be?
Well, it's going to be Rome or it's going to be Egypt. And she was like, I'm going to make sure that it's Egypt. I'm going to make sure it's my Egyptian blood and not my Greek blood. Because what the whole thing is because she was Greece. She was Greek. I mean, she had some Egyptian in her, you could argue, but she wanted to make sure that Egypt was the seat of power, that Egypt ruled the world. And she literally destroyed her dynasty because she refused to at any point make any kind of concession. Like, she just kept digging herself into deeper holes. And that was literally, it cost her kingdom, it cost her dynasty, it cost her life and her son's life. And it's just, when you go back and you look, I mean, women have perpetrated some of the most horrific atrocities. Like, if you look at between Mary and Elizabeth I, who were sisters. Mary was Catholic, Elizabeth I was Protestant. If you look at what the two of them did, Mary is known as Bloody Mary for good reason. She killed a lot of Protestants. But when Elizabeth I took over, something that you don't hear in the history books, but is slowly becoming something that happens, she was Bloody Elizabeth. She killed more Catholics than probably any single person ever. Ever. I mean, the Inquisition didn't take this many unworthy Catholics out. It was bad. Like, she killed a lot of people. And it's just, you go back and you look, and some of the biggest tragedies in the world are perpetrated with women in the seat of power. And that's all that the only thing that this Amazon show is doing is reinforcing that. It's literally reinforcing that. I mean, apparently these women are classist and power hungry and want to genocide half the world. They're really no better. They're no better than the dragon. They're really not.
Well, the dragon was a good guy.
Well,
the
not in the show. I'm saying the show.
even in the show, he's not a like he had a bad plan, but he wasn't bad
They
himself.
make him the bad guy though. That's what I'm saying. Like
Oh yeah,
they
yeah.
think
They
that's what I'm
try and
saying.
spin it that way.
Yeah, they're trying to say that he was like pure
I mean,
evil incarnate and everything. And I'm like
when they explain
everything
the event, though, they'll have to change that as well if they want it to fit that storyline,
narrative.
because
Yeah.
otherwise it won't work.
Nope. It won't. But in the show right now, like these women are no better than what they claim. I should say it that way. In the show, these women are no better than what they claim the dragon to be. They're worse, actually.
But the thing is, that's why people were surprised at the Merlin scene, because it was so horrific, and it made them look so horrific. And these are supposed to be the good guys.
Yep.
And these are the people that the writers also want to be shown as the good guys, like legitimately. Like that, these are the people that the entire show's about, which is why they're here so early when they shouldn't be. And you're making them look horrible. And then you hear the interviews, like the Redajar woman, I can't remember her name, but she did one of the interviews, and she spoke about how wonderful the Aes Sedai is, how it's great to be surrounded by such powerful women, how the Aes Sedai are amazing. And like, so you don't realize what you've done either.
Yeah.
Which the only way you can then reconcile those two things is these people think that this is a good and moral way to behave, and how they would behave given the opportunity.
Yep. And it's actually terrifying because you're convincing you're convincing an entire group of women that this is just. It's not even just the way you're supposed to act, it's the just way to act. And it's here is a picture of her. This one. You're talking she's the one that gave the interview. I remember which interview you're talking about.
Yeah.
And she was like it was so refreshing. She literally used the word refreshing. She said it was so refreshing to see men cower at power. I don't think she said cower, but it was basically she thought it was so refreshing that men were afraid of powerful women, and it wasn't the women cowering to the powerful men. And I'm like, you need to go back and check history, because a lot of women did not cower to powerful men. If anything, they baited their ego and tried to make them.
Well, it's a misreading of history anyway. When most people think about history in that kind of regard, you're thinking about people like Cleopatra. But for your average people in the street, life was too hard. So you had to be with somebody, you had to trust that person, because there was too much work and there was too little of you. And so you worked together to survive, and there was no opportunity for you to start looking further afield, and you couldn't drop out at the drop of a hat and get somebody else to pay for a house for you or anything, because it was just you and your husband, and that was it, against the world.
And they always
so it's a misreading of history.
Yeah, well, and then they always paint that as, well, and the husband is and whenever they bring that up, it's the husband is always abusive, and he's always a drunk, and he's always in like
Well, she made a terrible choice, didn't she, then?
Yeah, well, like, but that's literally when you listen, like, women have been oppressed for centuries because they'd have to marry a man so they could get a house, and then he'd go off and he'd get drunk and he'd be useless, and she couldn't go anywhere because she had no money. And guys, I don't know if you know this, but women have worked throughout history, but it's usually it's when they were young. Like, if you ever read history, even in World War II and World War I, it was young women that were stepping up to fill in at the factories and fill in at all of these other openings in the job force. It was young women. It wasn't married women that were doing this. And some married women did it, especially if they were widows. But women have been nurses, women have been medics, women have been nursemaids, women have been they've even been I can't think of it, scribes. They've been scribes, especially if they were in the church. They were scribes and historians. So women have held jobs throughout history. It's just that but their way out of a job was they would get married. Like, once they had enough money for a dowry, and once their, betrothed had enough money.
Dowries.
Dowries. 2 cows and 1 chicken.
They were the days, weren't they, when you got paid?
Yep. But it was like, hey, because it was literally, you're taking a pair of working hands out of the house. So here is here is what I am giving you in return for, you allowing me to bring your daughter into my home. But that's how women got out of, like, once they once they were betrothed and they were finally married off, they no longer worked because now they raised the kids and they raised them to have skills and to know things, and they taught the women, like, they taught their daughters the skills they were going to need for the certain jobs that they traditionally held, and they helped their husbands with their sons with, whether that was sewing and making sure that they had hunting gear or whatever the case may be. But, like, women have always worked, and to suggest otherwise, it just wasn't en masse, and it wasn't for decades. It was, you started working at about the age of, between ages 7 through 9, you started helping out around the house, and then you might go get a job at age 10, and then you were married by age, like, 15, 16. Like, old maid, I think you were the one that showed this to me, Disapru. You were considered an old maid at 22. If you were unmarried at 22, you were an old
Spinster.
maid. Yeah, you were a spinster.
Yeah.
So,
Then it's Thornback at, I think it's 26.
yes. That one made me giggle so hard. But you have to understand, like, your life expectancy wasn't that long. Life was extremely hard, whether you were a man or a woman. And a lot of the reason why men joined the army and women supported it is because that was the best job that lower class citizens could get. Because if your husband died abroad, you got money for it to compensate for it. So you would have something of value, and hopefully another man would take you in for protection and provisions and such. But you would have that money until you were able to marry off your children, and then hopefully one of them could take care of you. Or if your husband went to war, there was the chance he would come back alive, a hero, in which case you would be elevated in you'd be elevated through the classes. You wouldn't get, nobility necessarily unless he was, like, saving the king or something like that. But you have the ability to move up in the social classes because he moved up in the ranks in the army. So that's why it was very appealing for men to go into the army. And so it's I don't understand where this idea that women have never worked until the 1950s outside of the home came from, because it's not true. I mean, who do you think like, literally, there's shows about it, like, romantic period pieces about governesses coming and teaching the small children because the mother has passed away. Like, that's how a lot of spinsters, like, most governesses were spinsters because they were in their 20s, they were educated, and they needed a job to provide for themselves because they had no husband, so they became governesses. Like,
Well, yeah, and a lot of it would be like, if you're on a farm, the man could be out in the fields doing the work, and she could be there, like, turning it into other foodstuffs to sell.
yeah,
Or down at the market and stuff. So there's lots of things that you can do. I think what it is, it's this a more formalized, professional type thing where you had an employer. I think that's confused a lot of people. And when I say confused, I mean people have used it to deliberately lie to people. Because
yeah,
when you get back to, like, more medieval times when everyone's on farms, you didn't have employers. You made your own money by working on your land and then selling it off to other people. So,
and then you had to pay taxes. Like, it was very much a mob situation. You had to pay taxes to the lord of the land so that you'd have protection from bandits. Like, that's what you did. So this whole idea that women never worked and were just baby factories is, I mean, the other reason, if we want to go back to medieval times, the reason that they had so many children is because mortality rates were high, like, insanely high. You could give birth to 16 children and maybe 5 of them would survive to adulthood. Maybe 5.
you
Like,
also find out that's just what happens, though, if it's modern lifestyles and the way we've gotten, which has lowered that. If you
Yeah.
look at other countries where, like, the man goes out to work and the woman stays home, they have more kids.
Yeah.
I think it simply comes down to, if you're around the house more, that's what happens.
Yep.
I think that's what it is. Just
Well,
in
that
general.
and because, like, child care is very expensive. So if you don't have that cost and you're at home and you're raising the children, Like, you know what they're learning, you know what they're raising, and it comes down to, like, men are geared to procreate. That's what men do. That's like that's a bio we were talking about biological drives earlier. That's a biological drive for men, is to procreate. So it's just like this whole idea that women aren't I think the craziest thing that I've ever heard from some of these feminist talks, having keep in mind I have birthed 4 children myself. The fact that this feminist was up there and like women are
But you've
not
never been
meant
kicked in the nuts, so you'll never know true pain.
uh crack that joke in the delivery room. I promise you. We'll both be in pain together. That's
They'll
what's
just
gonna
they'll just prove the theory.
your wife will make sure. It's like it'd be like, all right, we could be in pain together.
There was someone the other day who said, I think I can prove it. Because women, yeah, they have a kid, and then a little bit later they go, I think I'll have another one. No
But
man
no
has
man-
ever asked to get kicked in the nuts again.
Oh my gosh. Yes. My husband has made that same crack. But there's no benefit. There's no benefit. And I always fire back with, but there's no benefit for there's no benefit for you guys getting kicked in the nuts. You have the benefit of affection and love and this maternal instinct that takes over because you're raising a child to hopefully be better than yourself. That's why these mothers who are like jealous of their daughters, and I'm so confused by it. Where like they'll literally say, they'll be like, you stole my beauty, and I'm like, what? Like, how would you? Because I think that's child innocence is something to really that needs to be protected and cherished and understood, just how pure a form of it is. But the fact that you're able to, through learning through your own mistakes and your own shortcomings, you can hopefully help build your children into the best versions of themselves until they're 18 and have to make their own choices. But you have this ability to genuinely help another person or other people, depending on how many children you have. So I get very confused when these angry feminists who have no children but brag about having 6 abortions get up on stage and say that women were not meant to have more than 2 children. Like, women were not meant to carry and birth more than 2 children. And I was like, what? And she gets up there and she rattles off all of these things that sound like statistics. She's pulling from, she's saying infant mortality rate, depression levels, all of this. Like, she's saying all of this stuff, and she says it infinitely spikes after they have a second child or after they have a third child. Like, women are not made to have more than 2 children. And I was like, that is so false on the face of it. I don't even know where to address this to begin
It
with.
can be very easily explained, actually. If she's taken it from... This is one of the reasons why I hate people who just reel off studies, because if you dig into the data, you can generally find out why they're wrong. And if you find, like, oh yeah, so mortality rates rise, you're like, well, why would that... That sounds weird, doesn't it? Just off the face of it. But it would be explained if it was modern data and people started having kids at 32.
Yep.
Well, by the time you've had 2, let's say you're now 36, of course it's going to skyrocket. That's just what happens. But if you compared that to stats of people who started when they were like 21,
yep,
it's going to be an entirely different... This is why I've seen when, like recovery times, some people are like,
Yes.
it's amazing, she had a kid and her stomach just bounced back and you wouldn't even know she had a kid. It's like, yeah, but she's also 22. It's like,
No,
you were 34. You are not the same.
I was 22 when I had my first one, and I was 28 when I had my fourth. And there was definitely a change in my body for sure. I was like, the pregnancy itself wasn't, I mean, there were a lot of external situations happening that caused my last pregnancy to be very rough. Nothing that anybody could predict. I went into labor 5 weeks early because of I did not have the heart attack, but someone very close to me did, and the stress of it guys, if your lady is like, oh, I just need this baby out, someone in your family needs to have a heart attack. It will put them into labor like that. But I gave birth I went from, I know this doesn't mean anything to you, but I went from not even close to having a baby to within 12 hours of that individual having the heart attack, I was now holding my youngest 5 weeks early.
It's okay. I've been kicked in the nuts. I think I understand.
You win. But it's
but yeah, you finished at 28. That is the age where people may just be kind of thinking about possibly starting nowadays, and that,
I mean,
a lot of
I'd be
people
down
still
to have
consider that
another
early.
one. I'm not that old, so I'd be down to have another one.
The average age of marriage in the UK is 31.
That's sad. I got married at 21.
I think it's 28 in the US, so you're slightly ahead of us. But if
That's sad.
and I don't know the stats, but if we just assume that most people would do it that way round, then they wouldn't be starting before 31.
Yeah, you're not having, because then they're like, well, we want to wait a year or two so that it's us. And then, so if you get married at 27, and then you only start trying at 29, but
27 would be young. Like average in America is 28.
yeah. Oh, okay. So 28. So we want to wait because you always hear that we want to wait a couple years until we're more financially sound. And so now you wait till you're 30. And if you've been, I don't know if you've seen the data that's come out on birth control, but if you've been on birth control, like I was never on birth control. But women coming off of birth control will literally they'll hate their husbands.
Oh
They'll,
no, yeah, no.
They
yeah.
all of this, they turn into completely different people. It's like they're going through puberty a second time, basically. And then they find out that they're sterile or that they have really low fertility because they've been on birth control for so long. So now you're 30, which at 31 you're classified as 32 you're classified as a geriatric pregnancy or
I think
high
35.
risk.
You probably go
high
from high
risk.
risk to geriatric. Yeah.
So at 32 you're high risk, and then when you hit 35 you're a geriatric pregnancy. And
I wouldn't be surprised if that's been put back over the years. It probably was younger.
Probably.
I haven't looked, but I would not be surprised.
Yeah, that wouldn't shock me either. So you think about it, if you're not starting to try for kids until you're 30, and then you find out that you have low fertility because you've been on birth control since you were 15, so that's 15 years of birth control. So now you have to go get fertility drugs pumped into you just to make your body function the way it would have if you hadn't been on the birth control. Now you got to wait, because I don't know if you've ever heard some of these IVF stories or fertility stories, it takes some of them 4 or 5 years to conceive. So now you're getting one child at 34 or 35. You're a geriatric pregnancy. Of course, your body is going to be destroyed.
And you're going to have higher risks. Then you're going to go into things like depression, which would explain all the stats.
Yep, that absolutely does. And so it's like, I just, when I look at these, that's the thing. Is the model woman as who we should be emulating, hating men and trying to destroy them. And it's just so backwards and anti-human. It's insane.
We can't say human, it's got man in it.
I don't care. Did you see the new definition for woman is non-man?
The reason why I said that is because I read an article today about the UK military. They're not having riflemen and stuff.
No, they're putting it to a vote to see if they should remove names like rifleman and gunman because it's not inclusive enough. And I'm sitting here if that is what you're concerned about, just like with the American military, if what you're concerned about is inclusivity, then we have a problem, because the military is not supposed to be inclusive. It has standards, and if you can't meet them, you don't belong there. It's that simple.
My favorite thing about it was that man just means human. And so you're actually going, we've got all these new people in the army and they're not even human, so we're going to come up with another name for them. I'm like, I don't think you know what you're asking for.
Oh, It's just like that's the thing. Just like that clip earlier where he's like, I did exactly what you wanted. That's not really what I wanted, and you should have known that that's not what I really wanted, even though I didn't tell you that's not what I really wanted. Like, it's women. Oh my god, women. That clip from Men in Black where it's Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones sitting on the bench, Agent K and Agent J, and he's like, a person is smart, people are dumb, or people are dumb, panicky, and insecure, or whatever it is, and prone to panic. It's so true, especially with women. They just when groups of women get together, it's a net loss for the most part. Like, I can't tell you how many times, and I'm not trying to knock on any of my women friends. It's great to get around and talk to you guys, but when you guys start in on the whole why is he calling you? Why is he texting you? Like, you're an independent woman. He doesn't need to be checking in on you. And I'm like, but he loves me and wants to make sure I'm safe. So he's going to text and he's going to call, and not overtly. He's just going to check in every once in a while. Hey babe, how's it going? Like, I can't tell you how many times I've been hanging out when I was with quote unquote friends, and he would text me. My husband would text me and just be like, "Hey babe, it's 11:30. Do you need me to come get you? Are you good? Are you just checking, like, are you sober? Are you okay? What's going on?" Cuz it's 11:30
Oh, you
at night.
sober? I know you love her. You're sober because I'm not expecting it. That's the way that goes.
But like,
You're not throwing glasses again, are you?
right? Well, and it's just a and it's a running joke between the two of us because he knows I don't drink. But like, it would just it was it was like an inside thing between us, and especially my single friends, my single friends, they'd hate it. Why is he texting you? Why is he calling you? Why is he doing this? And I'm like, because we're married and he's worried about me and just wants to make sure that I'm going to get home okay. Well, I'm going to get you home okay. You are 6 margaritas in. You're not even going to get yourself home. Like, it's just, like, but they got mad, and it took forever for me to realize that they were jealous. They were mad.
It's always been crabs in a bucket. It's like,
Mm.
if someone's miserable, they want everyone else to be miserable.
Mhm.
This is why divorce is contagious. Like,
Yeah.
it spreads through friendship groups, and it's because one person gets divorced, and they're like, oh,
Well-
I'm the happiest I've ever been. You should do it as well. Look at
Yeah,
the people I'm with now. And then the people are like, well, maybe the grass is greener on the other side. And then they all get together later on and like, I'm so miserable.
Yeah. Yep. And then the first one is just like, I could have told you that.
Like, wasn't the, what is it? Is it the View? Is it over there? Load of women around the table talking.
Yes.
With, was it Oprah? I can't. No,
Whoopi Goldberg.
that's the one. Yeah.
Yep.
And there was someone on there who, there's all these clips of her going, I love being single, I love being alone, and then she gets with somebody and she just starts crying, and she comes on and goes, I was wrong about everything. I was saying how happy I was, and I wasn't, and now I've got one. I'm like, I realize I was lying to you all for no reason, and I feel so much better now. And you're like,
yeah,
just the contrast of clips. But she was openly saying, I was lying to all of you. Because there's this weird idea that if I say something, somehow it's true. Like the whole, I'm going to call myself a 10. It's like, do you think you're a 10? Yes. But they don't actually think they're a 10 because nobody'd like that.
I'm
a
solid 5.5, and I can clean up to a 6.5. Like, I can look pretty good, but I'm a solid 5.5, and I'm good with that because my husband, like, I only have to be a 10 for one man, and that's my husband. And so I'm his 10, and that's all I need. But yeah, like, those women, I tell you what, it was, because especially when you're young, like, I mean, I'm 22, right? Like, I was young. I was like, this, that, and the other. And I can't remember. I was like, because he was deployed and I was on a detachment, and he hadn't, because we were on way different time schedules. And so I'm like, just call me when you're off post. And he hadn't called me or something. Like, it was something really small. And I was like, yeah, he hasn't called and I'm really bummed. And immediately, like my 3 single friends, leave his ass. He doesn't deserve you. He doesn't want to talk to you. He doesn't deserve you. Like he was not able to call that. By the way, the reason he wasn't able to call that day is because an international incident almost happened and they were all getting like one Marine fucked up and they were all getting punished for it. That's a very common thing in the military. Punish the
So-
masses.
To put it in Wheel of Time terms, your warder was busy saving somebody else,
Yes.
and the Redajar came along and went, "This is why we don't have him. You'd be far
Yes.
better off with us."
Yes, exactly. That is like my 3 single friends immediately, like no context, no evidence, like nothing else was needed. Just me saying like, well, he hasn't called me today, and they immediately went on the attack. Leave his ass, dump him. Like one of them even was telling me they were like, look, you're pregnant. It's not like you can get pregnant again. Go have yourself a good time. I was like, whoa. Like, I get why none of you have a man. Like, I couldn't believe the stuff I was hearing. But like the second, and that's why I didn't talk to anybody about marriage at all, the good or the bad. I did not talk to anybody because they were so desperate to have their like revenge fantasy play out and me be the patsy. Like they wanted to see it happen. And if I told them anything good, they got mad at me. They wouldn't talk to me. They were like, "Oh, little Miss Pretty Princess in her little castle with her knight in shining." Like they were mad if anything went well. And they were like they were gleeful anytime, like the one time I said he hasn't called, they were all about leave him, cheat on him, get away from him. He's deployed. You can pick all the stuff up out of the house and leave and he'll never find you. And I'm just like, whoa. Like, I cannot believe what's coming out of y'all's mouths. I thought you liked him. Well, we don't actually like him. We don't think he's good enough for you. We never thought you should have married him in the first place. And I was like, what is wrong with you guys? Now, keep in mind, one of these women had been divorced twice and had, yeah, 4 kids from 3 baby daddies. And she was currently engaged to someone in our unit. So like, because I was pregnant, I couldn't deploy, obviously. I didn't know if you know this. They don't send the pregnant Marines into deployment zones.
Oh no, well
FYI.
I thought I don't think female Marines fight on the front line at all, do you?
Not the same way that the males do. No. But we still deploy. But it's, yeah, she was engaged to one of them, and she was like, he told me he wasn't going to marry my ass till he came back from deployment because he'd been burned too many times. And she's like, so we ain't even getting all that BAH. And like, just, she was mad at her situation that she had put herself in. And the other one, she had basically been a chronic runaway bride. She'd been engaged like 3 times and never went through with the commitment. And then the third one, right? And then the third one was, she was younger than me by like 5 months. She's 5 months younger than I am. And she was currently going through her like 4th divorce. And I was just like, how do you let that many, like, how do you have that many marriages fall apart? Because like her first marriage,
Put yourself in the guy's position. Like, can you imagine?
Dude.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm sure the 4th one will walk out.
Right? And so like I went to, so what I did, because I couldn't deploy, I got attached to a different unit for a while. So what they do is basically you'll go on like a B billet. And so I was attached to this different unit while my unit was deployed. And I went to my staff sergeant and I went to him, and like, he's a single guy. He was one of the few Marines who like never got married, like didn't marry the stripper down the road, didn't get married as a lance corporal. Not that there's anything wrong with that. My husband and I got married as lances. I'm just saying.
I
But
have no idea what any of that means,
I know
but
you
I'm sure
don't.
it's
It's
fine.
moved up to low ranking, low ranking. So like basically didn't lose his mind the second he got into the military, right? And so he waited like till he picked up some like he was a staff sergeant. So he's an E6, I'm an E3, so he's 3 ranks above me, right? And so I went to him and I was like, staff sergeant, I just had the strangest, like weirdest conversation with my girlfriends because the previous day had been Sunday, so it was Monday. And I went into him and he looked at me and he goes, "You need to consider the source." And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "You have to consider the source of who told you that." And then he went down and he's like, he basically I did not realize this was the first time. This is why I disprove when you told me that men have like mental lists of women that they just don't tell women about. Like they might think you're a slut, but if they think they can
What?
bang you, they're not going to say anything. Like you didn't tell me that. That's what my staff sergeant told me. I'm going to let you know that right now. But he went through each one of my friends and just like destroyed them. Like straight up just he was like, she has this, and this
Oh, you
issue.
mean people have 2 categories? It's like, yeah,
Yes.
I'll get with you, but I'll never wife you. Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes. And he was like, he goes, you have to think, he's like, you have to consider the source. He goes, are you going to listen to these women who are vile, who are, jealous of you, are jealous of your husband? They think that there was this weird moment where he was like, you realize that those women think they're better than you and they could get your husband if they really wanted to. And they're mad that they can't because it's messing with their own delusion and their perception of themselves. And I was like, no, I didn't know that. I was unaware that they thought that they were better than me. I thought we were just all hanging out and they were getting hyper defensive on my account. And he goes, no. He's like, they smell fresh blood and they want to attack. I was like, okay, well.
I think social media showed everything a lot more. That if you just think of attention like currency, things make more sense.
Yeah.
Some
But
people
yeah,
thrive off it.
my staff sergeant was like, my staff sergeant probably saved my life. I'm not going to lie. He straight up was like, you need to go dump those so-called friends and never speak to them again. And
But
I
the
was
thing is,
like, okay.
this is the kind of information that used to be passed down through the generations. Like, either through mothers or grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem to be. And now I think we've reached a point where it's like, I'm not even sure the advice counts anymore. Because society has changed so much and people have changed so much so quickly that even if it's good advice, the people might be different.
Mm.
And so, I don't know what works anymore. I think everyone's just trying to
Survive.
Well, you trying to work out the rules as they go along.
I don't think you should have to work at like. I don't understand why people just can't be honest. Don't laugh. I'm just. Mr. Trouse says I think there's I think gents have 3 categories: hookup only, do not touch for any reason, and wife material.
But that second category, I mean, that's going to be mighty slim pickings. I guarantee people would have been watching Amber Heard and still thought, still would. Like, I guarantee you.
Still would.
This is why whenever there's like a Twitter video or something, underneath is just a load of people. Would. Like, that's all it is. So I can fix it. Like.
I can fix her. Oh, man. It's bad. I really don't think women socially mature past high school unless something dramatic happens. You know what I mean? I really don't. Like they always say that boys never really grow up. They like grown men will still do stupid stuff just for laughs or cuz they're with their friends, and like guys have the ability to make pretty much any situation fun. And like women have the ability to find.
That's from gallows humor.
Yes, yes, it's true. Whereas women will be able to take any positive situation and find the negative in it. And I'm not, guys, I'm married with 4 kids. So if anybody wants to come in here and be like, "Oh, she's a pick me girl." I've been picked and I'm happy. I don't need anybody else's, what is the word they like to use? Not affirmation. I don't know, approval, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm
approval would
just
work.
Yeah, I'm just calling it like I see it. It, like, quite literally, I have witnessed women who have been who've been given cars, they've been given chocolates, they've been given jewelry, they've been given flowers, they've been given mansions, they've been given beach homes, and they talk about how, he never sees me, he never spends time with me, he never cares about my day, or he never cares about what I have to say. Well, no, that's because he's too busy working for all the things you said you wanted. Like, that stuff doesn't just fall into your lap. And it's
Yeah, but it did though.
it did. And they don't, but
Something
it's
given has no value.
yep. And so it's they have everything they claim they ever wanted, and they still say they're miserable. And I've witnessed it so many times. And then, you know, I I just I'm just sitting here, I'm like, "You literally have no," and people misconstrue this. They're like, "Just because someone's rich doesn't mean they don't have problems." And I'm like, "That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you don't have to worry about basic necessities, like the utilities being turned off is not a concern for you. If you're going to have enough money for groceries to put in the fridge is not a concern for you. If you're going to be able to keep the roof over your house is not a concern for you. So those basic tenants are taken care of. So whatever your issue is, it hopefully it's a very big one, because it it makes no sense that you are miserable when your basic necessities are not something you have to be concerned with on a day-to-day basis. Does that make sense?
It does, from the monetary perspective, but there's a. I think a lot of things can be just explained from the genetic and biology point of view. So, like, things which were good for the species is what you evolved to like, from a, like, literally, like, because everything you enjoy, everything you're rewarded for, it's all biochemistry at the end of the day. The different chemicals in your brain reward you for different things. And so you get rewarded for doing things which help the survival of the species. Why do you like eating sugar? Well, because sugar used to be difficult to get, and so eating calories felt good and rewarded you for feeling good because it means you'd actually achieve something. And now sugar's just everywhere, and so it breaks. But there was a reason for it.
Yeah.
And it's I think it's common sense that therefore the most satisfying thing you could have, the thing that would bring you the most long-term peace, would be having kids, because that is literally the fundamental building block of the continuation of the species.
Yeah.
And so I think that's just logical. But then when you start messing up with everything else, when other parts of the world come in and start changing that, or delaying that, or making it so that you feel like you've got loads of choice, and you almost experience too many different things. So, like, if you've only gone on, like, a holiday in your local area, it's still a treat, because it's something new, it's to a different place, and you enjoy it. But now, let's say you spent 10 years traveling the world, and you've been all over the world, you've stayed in 5-star hotels, the best cars, the best food, and now you can only go to that local place. Now it's going to feel like a massive downgrade, and you're going to be miserable, because you knew what it was like, how the other half lived, kind of thing. I think there's definitely an element of ignorance is bliss, and
That's fair.
I can imagine that if you've been through 4 different divorces, you've been with 4 different husbands who could have all been perfect in different ways, And so now you've got you actually hear it a lot. Now I know
Disapru.
what I want.
I do actually have to correct. One of those marriages was a woman. It was technically a civil union, but it was a woman.
Doesn't actually disprove my point. If
I
anything,
know.
it probably helps. Because
Yeah.
I'm like, if you pick out something that you liked from every one of those person, well, now you're like, okay, so my next marriage, they should have all of that. And
Yep.
you build your perfect person from these different aspects of different people. And like, that's what I want, which makes it even more difficult to find. So, I don't know. I think the longer you go for that kind of stuff, the harder you make it for yourself.
Yeah, I think so. There's a difference between there's definitely a difference between settling and um oh gosh, the word has left me. Contentment. Like being content with what you have does not mean you're settling. It means that you recognize you have something of value. It means you recognize you have something of value. And if you and your husband, or in your case, your wife, if you work hard enough, you can make that more valuable and you can build wealth together. Now, is that wealth necessarily going to be monetary? Maybe, maybe not. But there's other types of wealth that you can come to, but usually when husband and wives work together and they set common goals and they support each other, you're able to improve your situation without having to go outside without having to go outside your situation. So you are content with what you have, but you recognize that you can always work towards improvement. And so it's not out of jealousy or spite or anger or envy or lust or greed that you are building up a stronger relationship. It's because you recognize that together you are content with what you have, and you can take what you have and multiply it into wealth, as opposed to someone who thinks they're settling, where it's the case where she sleeps with 15 guys and she can't get any of them to stay, and so she thinks she's settling when she marries, a 5 or a 6, and doesn't meet her criteria of what was it, 6 packs or 6-pack, 6 foot and 6 figures. Is that what you called it, Disbrew?
I mean, that's close enough. But I don't think that's I don't think that's settling anyway, because
You couldn't get
if
those
the
men.
yeah, it's only like if you can't get something, but you can get something else that you haven't settled. That's just what you can get. You know what I mean?
But they think they're settling because,
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of like you were saying, all these guys would do one night stands with them, but they wouldn't stay, and so now they're marrying the 5 or the 6, like the stable guy or the attainable guy or whatever, and they think they're settling when in reality they're just that's their equal, but
Well,
they
I
think
mean,
they're
Min
settling.
was a stable woman in Wheel of Time. I'm desperately trying to get it back on topic.
Sorry. Yeah, we went far into the right, didn't we?
Somehow we went from the Aes Sedai taking over the world.
That women with unlimited power, don't walk away from it. I think that's where we got on this hype because
yeah.
Jesus Christ and George Washington stepped away from unlimited power, but no woman in power has ever stepped away.
Although you did say they were just about to set up George Washington as a monarchy, and you went on to something else, but every fiber of my being just screamed based, instantly.
Because that's what they knew, right? They were like, hey, we've been in a monarchy. It's the system we know. Let's set it up. And George Washington was like, or not. But yeah, they were literally going to hand him the keys of the kingdom. And it was just, they were like, no. He was just like, I think there's something better than a monarchy. And they listened to him, which shows you how much respect they had for him. I mean, they were willing to make the man their king. And when he said no, they all just respected him that much more. That's why when he became the first, he is, to my knowledge, the only truly non-contested president in the history of the United States. He's the only one. Because nobody thought that there was anybody better than General Washington. Like, they were like, literally, he is it. Now, after that, it became your normal political bloodbath. But Washington was literally, as far as from my understanding of history and what I've read and what I teach, Washington was the only uncontested president in the history of the US. But
I bet he washed his t-shirts and socks together.
I bet he did. I bet his wife did it for him. I bet she knew
Yep.
to separate them.
No, she wouldn't bother.
She didn't bother. But I do think, like, if you guys go read the books, there is it's very much like an overarching lesson of humility and working together. And like Disapru said, you don't want one side of the wheel to have too much power because it throws it out of balance and then it screws everything up. So, I mean, like, it's an excellent story, and
But the reason why there's trouble with it is because everyone has a role.
yes,
Everyone has their place, and they try and complete their role to the best of their ability. And that's no... Because if anyone can be anything, it blows up the entire book. So we rewrite it.
Yep. Had to rewrite it because, God forbid, women are not the absolute power and center of everything.
Oh, they will be in this.
Roosevelt
Like-
turned down governor, but that's because he was going to run for president, I believe. You're talking about T, right, Bush? But anyway,
I think there are English... Like, I don't know the English monarchy line or whatever, but I'm pretty sure there's been monarchs that have stepped down to marry people and things.
yes.
So if monarchy is your... The issue is, depending who it was and how far back you go, probably depends how much power they had. Because we went from a monarchy with sort of absolute power to the government slowly took over and took power from them. So
yeah, I think the reason that Washington's example is the one that's frequently used is because it was literally the birth of a new nation, and it could have been molded into whatever they wanted it to be. You know what I mean? And it's just, I know that I don't think, from my understanding, because, you know, when one monarchy fell in England, a new monarchy just kind of took its place. You know what I mean? It's
well,
not
they
like
didn't really fall. Like, the lineage is set in stone, and so yeah, if one family line dies out,
yeah.
there's always another closest relative, and it's always fixed, and it's always known in advance.
Yeah, and then you get into, like, the Scottish Wars, and by God, those were bloody.
Yeah,
But
at the end of the day, it's just a few hills.
oh my God. The Scots are gonna come for you, Disapru, and I am not gonna stand in their way. I'm gonna be like,
I've called it worse.
I am throwing you under that bus. I'm gonna be like, he's over there. He's over there. I didn't say it. That was him.
No, but this is what we do. This is part of being in the UK. The Scots hate the English take the piss out the Scots. The Welsh hate everyone.
Welsh hate everybody.
It's probably the other way around, actually. It's probably the English... No, it's weird, because when we were like, you can have your own parliament, the Scots are like, yeah, we'll set up our own parliament. And then the Welsh are just like, we're setting up an assembly. It's like a school assembly, you know? They're going to come out, I've got a nice policeman here to teach about road safety.
They were like, that sounds like too much effort.
Yeah. They didn't want a full parliament, they just had like a little assembly.
Yeah, the Welsh were like,
It's a different attitude.
Be like, listen, that's going to interrupt our tea time, and we're not for that. So we're going to do a little bit to show you we do care, but we just don't care that much. Oh, man. But it's just crazy. Like, when you read the books, the show has nothing to do with the books. And it's a, I don't want to say, I can't even say it's a horrible adaptation, because it's not even an adaptation.
No, it didn't adapt anything.
They basically they plagiarized some names and some locations and then wrote their own story, and it's horrible. I mean,
That was the
just
thing. It is mainly the names. Like even
yeah,
the magic system is different. That's
yes,
why I said it wasn't another turning of the wheel. Because if it was another turning of the wheel, the magic would still be the same. There
yep,
would still be the same rules to the universe, and there isn't.
Nope. And I mean, the white cloaks are nothing like they are in the book at all. Um, but I mean, you can say that of just about anything, but like when you read about the white cloaks in the book, they are Puritans, but
Yeah, but in this they were evil
they were evil, yeah.
and
Like
intentionally evil.
yeah, exactly. They were purposefully evil and the ends justified the means. And in the books, the the means had to be justified or the ends were not worth it. That's how the white cloaks operate. It's a very like they're very self-restrictive because the means had to meet their moral standard. And so they
It's like
were
when they run into Perrin at first. Like you would at first, some people may think, oh, they were like savages or they're paranoid, and it's like
Mhm.
no, because they knew he had yellow eyes,
Yep.
so they knew he wasn't normal and natural.
Yep.
There was something weird about him. So you would have thought Puritans would have just immediately, no, we'll put you to the stake, and like, but you're not here to die, and those are the bad people. We know it's nothing to do with those, so you're free.
Mhm. Yep.
Oh, by the way, though, you did kill our people, and so we'll have to punish you for that. So they actually
Yeah.
punished him for a crime.
Yes.
But it wasn't. They weren't savages or evil or just randomly doing it to
Mhm.
people. Now, yes, some of them may have done, but there are also
Yes.
reasons for that. But it's not part of their character.
No.
That's more of an individual.
Yep.
Who
A
got
few
power.
bad apples. Yeah, a few
Yeah.
bad apples. That's exactly what it is. It's not like it's not like the Reds who are literally going around taking pleasure in punishing men just because they're men. Like it's not the same thing. And it's, and parent's crime to the Red would have been the fact that he's a male, but against the white cloaks, he actually committed a crime and was then held accountable for it. So it's just the entire mischaracterization of it. But of course, they couldn't have the white cloaks be anything other than psycho Puritans who enjoy mutilating people because, God forbid, the white cloaks seem even slightly more moral because that would destroy the idea of the men breaking the world. It would completely destroy it. So all of these changes that they have made are going to bite them in the butt. Like I honestly don't know. I don't know how you are going to be able to finish the story. Like even if they can figure out how to make Egwene the other half of the dragon and the Emeralian chair without it being of the virtue of the fact that she is the other half of the dragon.
Well, I mean, they could
It
just drop that. Like,
I
I
mean,
do
it
think
yeah.
there's stuff they will drop that I think they wrote in deliberately to expand on, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just get rid of it, especially after people have said stuff.
Yeah, this is true. But like that's what I'm saying. Even if they like I don't know how they could end it. You know what I mean? I don't see
Well, what they've done so far, and I think they could do it for the whole series, is they change things, and then when they hit a new problem because they've caused it, they just change that as well, and it's just domino effect all
Yep.
the way down to the end.
It's a never-ending domino effect, which means you're going to
The
end up with
longer it goes on, the less
Mhm.
it looks like the books, because
Yep.
and we're already that one.
Yeah, we're already there. So, yeah, it's just like I just wish that people had enough integrity and enough respect because you got to think how would these, showrunners or writers feel if they created a completely unique work and then someone came in to adapt it and completely changed it? Like how would that make you feel? And I'm just sitting here and I'm like, your ideas are not what's important here. Like, how you're going to visualize it or how you're going to present it from the book, like, you have to have the vision to do that. But if it's not something you can do, then you're not talented enough and you shouldn't be in the director's chair or the producer's chair or the executive producer's chair or whatever it may be, the writer's chair. You shouldn't be there. If you cannot faithfully adapt a work that already exists, it means you do not have the talent to do so. And you need to find somebody who does so that they can. It's really that simple.
Yeah, but that's the intention here.
I know. It's
If the
just
intention is
sad.
to change it, this is why I'm like, I mean, Rafe only did what he pitched.
Yep, he definitely 100%.
I may not. This is the thing. I may not like what he ended up with, but I'm not sure how much like he's responsible for it if that's what he got hired to do. Like, if
Yep.
you pitch this show to Sulky and she's like, "Yes, that's what I want," well, the boss should carry the can.
Should, but doesn't.
Well, I was astonished at the article that came out about her. It really explains a lot.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. We'll have to cover that on another live stream because it's a lot of things are made more clear. I will say that. About like, why would anybody be allowed to get away with, like, kind of like how they talk about Ezra Miller in that article about him. The way that they don't take obvious shots at Sulk in that article,
Oh, they do.
like, they were very kind.
Someone accused her of star. I don't know whether you want me to swear, but that's what they called her. That's what,
I'm just saying, I think we're probably talking about two different articles then. I don't know what article you're talking about.
I'm talking about the massive hit piece that came out specially for it.
Oh, that one.
It's yeah. It was not complimentary. In fact, it seemed like it was deliberately trying to take her down.
I'm talking about the one that was like deliberately trying to build her up and make her sound like, literally, I think they called her the next Kathleen Kennedy. Hold on.
Oh no. The one I did, it was massive. It was maybe a month, 2 months ago now. But it was massive, and it had insider sources, and it spoke about how she was overspending on stuff. She bought air for like 150 million or something. I can't remember what it was. Made Ben whoever
I
was it? Was it Ben
do.
Affleck that was in?
Okay.
Made him more money than ever before, and it
Mm,
literally bombed. Like one of the worst
Yeah.
performing movies, I think it was.
Hold on. Is
I
it
can't
the
remember
Hollywood
who did it.
Reporter
I
Inside
think it
Amazon's
was.
Big
I-
Swings Hampered by Confusion and Frustration? Is that the one?
Sounds like it. If it's a really long article,
Yeah.
that looks like it.
So, yeah, because Game of Thrones was supposed to be Bezos' Lord of the Rings, and Sulky calls it a very culturally defining moment. But when season one wrapped, the show was less defined than hope, falling short of being the breakout hit Amazon had envisioned. Limited data, 37. Anything less than assess is not reflective of conversations I'm having internally. Doesn't matter what you say internally.
I like that. Like, well, no one else has told me it's crap in here. It's
Right?
Like, you are their boss.
Like, I seriously doubt with their jobs on the line, they're going to be like, it's actually crap. On the series side, numerous sources say they cannot discern what kind of material Sulky and head of television Vernon Sanders want to make. There's no vision for what an Amazon Prime show is. You can't say they stand for this kind of storytelling. It's completely random what they make and how they make it. I do remember this article.
Yeah, it's very long.
Yes, it's insanely long. But there was one that was like a puff piece about Sulk, and that's what I was talking about. And it was basically, she's the next Kathleen Kennedy. She's gonna take Amazon to the stars. And she did not. That rocket ship blew up. Like, that did
I'm not
not
sure
go.
being compared to Kathleen Kennedy as a puff piece.
It was
that sounds like a
then,
hit piece.
'cause they-
It sounds like a hit piece of its own.
They meant it as a compliment. It wasn't one. I remember reading that.
Swing
and
and a
going,
miss.
Yep. They don't even know what they just said right there. Oh my god. Huge bunch of material was tossed out, an insider says. Sources say the cost of the series climbed toward $300 million, making Amazon's second most expensive show after Lord of the Rings. Like, I get that Amazon is wealthy, but they're not that rich. Like, they don't have that much cash flow. You know what I mean? They've, like, a lot of their stuff is, it's not cold hard cash. Like, I
No, but
think
it
if you,
doesn't need to be when you're a business.
it's
Like,
true,
people
but
will just keep giving you money because you're so, well, they know you're good
lucrative.
for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like you cannot throw $1 billion at Lord of the Rings and then 300 million at whatever show this is. We felt like it needed some more character to draw. Like, I you can't just throw billions of dollars at stuff and have it flop. We're so
Yeah, but
desperate for safe hits right now, says an Amazon exec. Like, which is why they're going to be doing more meat and potatoes shows like Jack Reacher.
Which they
Despite
might
her,
actually make some money if they made stuff like Jack Reacher, but instead they went for Citadel and
yeah,
blew
that's
another
not a,
load of money. They went for
yep,
Air, blew another load of money.
yep. Like, how many misses are you allowed before
In that
they
article, it's
wash
where
your hands?
they hired someone for 3 years, paid her like 20 million a year,
Yeah,
never did anything,
nope.
didn't do any work, and
Nolan
then
and
they put
Joy's
her onto another
deal.
show.
Yeah, Nolan and Joy's deal had been worth at least 20 million a year since they signed on in 2019. Nolan deal with the worst example of Salk's mantra that Amazon is a home for talent. We cede decisions to powerful producers. We hold the line on other producers who do great work for us, Nolan said. Joy declined to comment. Yeah, that's who they're taught. She was supposed to bring them all of this material, and she didn't. But she still got paid. Like, some rich Amazon deals have failed to produce anything at all. In the wake of serving as an executive producer on them, Lena Waithe got a 2-year deal worth $8 million a year that yielded nothing. So
Yeah.
they have Joy, who had a 3-year, 20 million a year deal that did nothing. And they've got Lena Waithe, who had a 2-year deal, so 16 million on Lena Waithe, and she got nothing. And she moved over to HBO Max. Like,
Yeah, and they're doing it for prestige. We get these people names because we have a bad reputation because we're not a media company. And so we're willing to, we overpay for what the shows that we get, and the people that we keep, a lot of the time, we're just keeping on the books to keep them happy. It says that somebody's show got cancelled, and then they're like, we just gave him a season 2 anyway. The Peripheral, yeah, they were making another show and they didn't want to offend him, so they gave him a second show on Peripheral as well. There was another guy who complained after his show got cancelled because no one was watching it. And so, because he kicked up a stink, they gave him another series. I was like, it's stupid.
So Waller-Bridge, who's coming out in the not Indiana Jones movie, it's going to be the Phoebe Waller-Bridge movie.
And making Lara Croft, isn't she?
Yeah, so that's what this is about. She has a 3-year deal for 20 million at Amazon, and that bore no fruit. But Amazon has recently renewed the contract, announcing that Waller-Bridge would write but not star in a Tomb Raider series.
Can you imagine if she starred herself as Lara Croft?
Some Amazon insiders have questioned how much she'll contribute to the project, noting that Amazon has been seeking a showrunner to help write and oversee it. Low-key, Sanders bristles a little at the assertion. Phoebe has not only fully embraced Tomb Raider and I think is feeling very committed to it, but she's in a writer's room right now working on it. She's a perfectionist. Well, what she turns out is not perfect, I will say that. And it's like, oh, here we go. Showrunner with considerable experience at Amazon sees it differently. They don't learn from their mistakes. They say, we can't do any more deals like that. You turn around and they're right back to the impolite term is, there it is, star effing. Yep. For creative executives at the studio, the result has been exasperation. They say, we don't want to buy from outside studios, as a former Amazon exec. Then packages come and they buy everything that comes through the door and our development is thrown out. So, yeah, it's just... It's poor money management and it's poor production. Like, I don't know why you would put... Anytime I hear Kelly Sue DeConnick or Gail Simone or Phoebe Waller-Bridge or Kathleen Kennedy, I know it's about to be crap. I know it is. So it's just this whole situation, like, if people would just commit to solid storytelling, the rest of it will take care of itself. But they won't, and so it falls apart. That is literally what it boils down to.
I'm not
Oh
sure
my
they can
gosh.
anymore. I don't
Aren't you
think the
scared?
well, no, I don't think the people are physically capable of writing good stories. Like,
I think
it's
there's people
actually not within their ability as humans.
from
Because
the
this is why I've been saying I think there's people that can't understand abstract concepts. And my
Yeah.
theory is that if you can't understand that, it means you can't understand things like a hero or what a father is.
Yeah.
You can think of a dad as like a man, but you won't understand what a father is, which is a different thing because it's an idea. And comes with, things like sacrifice and everything else. So you end up with very basic shows, and if you can't think of anything outside yourself, you always write yourself, which is why you think representation is important, why you need to see yourself on the screen. And if Hollywood is filled, I'm not sure whether having certain beliefs leads you down this path, or being like that attracts you to those beliefs, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But it does mean that if you only fill your company with people of that belief system, either one, you end up with a load of people who don't think about the concepts and values that you need in stories to make them good. So they don't think about fatherhood. You end up with bad father. They don't think
Yeah.
about heroes, because so you don't have good heroes. All you have is basically themselves, and they're in Hollywood. Well, Hollywood is renowned for not having the best people in it.
Yeah.
But then, like She-Hulk, that was basically just them on the screen, and they even said they mined their own personal lives for it. So then you
Yeah.
have a load of neurotic, middle-aged people just who, if She-Hulk's anything to go
miserable.
by, are incredibly miserable.
Yeah.
And you
They're
just write yourself all
absolutely
the time.
miserable.
Well, that means then that they would always do that. Their next show will be exactly the same. They'll just write that character into a new environment, but it will always be them.
Yeah.
And no one else will have anything to grab onto because it won't be filled with any of like the ideas and the values that people need to make them feel something.
Yeah, no, well said. I mean, that's absolutely bang on. I mean, if
Well,
you
it
can't
relies on some people not being able to understand abstract concepts, but I've not seen anything that disproves me.
Yeah.
And whenever I've asked anyone who knows the research and stuff, they're like, oh yeah, definitely. So I'm like, it all fits. I've not come up with an argument against it yet.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think anybody that has the talent to write that has been shunned from Hollywood long ago as an act of, I don't even think self-preservation. I think it's just out of spite. Um, I I don't
Well, one of
know.
the side effects of having these ideas and values is you also start to have things, like you have different priorities, but you'll also
Yeah.
have different principles. And if you've got
W
principles,
and
you don't tend to like. You'd be like, well, some people will just shut up and write what they're
Mhm.
told, and other people won't.
Yeah. Well, and if you think about it too, like, the the idea that, because there's obviously talented people out there, but
Oh yeah,
they're
it's not gone
not.
from the world. I'm saying it's
Yeah.
gone from Hollywood.
Yeah, 100%. And it's, the thing is, Hollywood has shoved those people out as well, because you can't have anybody that would possibly challenge that idea. I mean, that is 100% why Top Gun got snuffed for I mean, there's no reason it should not have won Best Picture. Or whatever it was that it got snuffed on. I can't even remember what it got snuffed on because that's how little I care about award shows. But that film is a complete contradiction to everything that Hollywood is trying to build, to the facade it's trying to put up. It's in complete contradiction to everything that it's trying to do. And it was it it makes sense that people who are talented with principles are being shunned from Hollywood because they're going to be the ones. Oh gosh, what did you do?
No, I was reading chat.
Oh,
I like Disapru being over there. It looks like Rand's top half is a squirrel.
yes. Yes, it does. It really does look like you're like you are Rand. It's like a red wall situation going on almost. Rand is now half squirrel. You know what? Don't put it past Amazon. They might do that. But yeah, I think the fact that Hollywood, because now like you have this writer strike going on and it's about to turn into a producer strike or a actors guild strike or whatever it's going to be. It's causing Hollywood to decentralize, and I think that's one of the best things that could happen to Hollywood because now other stories are going to get told. And Hollywood, by trying to squeeze its fist really tight, it's letting all of that stuff slip through its fingers. So I'm here for the decentralization of Hollywood. I am here for it.
Well,
The
I think
squ-
decentralization happens through, like I would never watch foreign films before, and dubs
Yeah.
annoyed me. But I kind of got drove to it, and now dubs don't bother me at all. It probably helps that I watch things at like a slightly faster speed, and so you don't notice it
Yeah.
at 1.5 at all.
Yeah. I like subs. I have no problem doing subs.
I don't want
but
to read my television.
See, that's what I hear a lot. Subs don't bug me because I've been watching subs since I was probably 11. So, it's it's just, I mean, I don't know. You're getting new names in chat for Rand and the Squirrel Reborn. The breaking of the acorn. Oh my gosh, Bruce, I'm not saying that one out loud. He who comes with a something.
That's always been my thing. It's like you got to be careful of squirrels; they're always after your nuts.
They're always after your nuts. But it was.
Have you ever seen that? It's I think it's even on Twitter as like a GIF. But there's they put a toy squirrel like a plushy furry toy squirrel next to a load of squirrels, and they're all eating. And then just out of nowhere, this squirrel comes flying across and karate kicks the toy over, and like it's like a ninja attack out of nowhere. It's awesome.
I've never seen that, but I need to now. 100%.
Oh, squirrels when they're fighting look just like ninjas. They do ninja flying kicks and everything. They're awesome.
Which explains your pick.
No, actually, that was because I bragged many decades ago at this point that, like, in the breaking of the first dawn, that you could find anything on the internet, and I think I said something like everything's on the internet. You can find literally anything, and so I bet you can't find a ninja squirrel. So I searched, and there it was.
There it was. Okay, I have watched all of these. I don't know why they're not, but like I was literally rewatching these two today. Because like first of all, this one, if ever there was a Josiah title, Hollywood panics, CW shows burn. I'm like, my god, if that is not a Josiah title, I don't know what is.
Yeah, but at least my videos are about what they say. Although,
True.
to be fair, the Hollywood panic that was probably a bad title. I think I only tried Hollywood stuff because he did like he puts Hollywood and all this stuff, but it doesn't work for me because I think it's a bit too generic. But I did put like Henry Cavill's on there just because he's Superman, and I'm like, it's not even about him. But it is about Superman, and he was Superman, so maybe.
Yeah.
I like that picture of Henry Cavill. Like he's even the Witcher in that picture, so there's many degrees of freedom.
Yep, and I'm just sitting here. I watched that whole thing like 3 times, and I'm like, this had nothing to do with The Witcher. Nothing at all.
I
I'm
never
so
said it had anything to do
sad.
with The Witcher.
Never did, but by
I said
God,
CW shows burn.
yeah, CW shows burn, and I'm over here like it has nothing to do with Netflix unless Netflix is gonna buy CW shows. And I was like, maybe Cavill has a contract for a CW show
I
that's
never
going on
mentioned
Netflix.
Netflix.
I know you don't. I'm just like, I'm sitting here going, CW has nothing to do with Netflix. I was making logic leaps like you wouldn't believe. And then I was like, that had nothing to do with The Witcher at all, as advertised by the title, but still. All right. Well,
The title never mentions Netflix or The Witcher.
Nope, but it's got
It's just
him on
got
the
Henry Cavill
thumbnail.
on the picture.
It's got him on the thumbnail, and I was like,
Yeah, but I put Velma on my thumbnails. She got nothing to do with. There was one I just put Shield on for a laugh.
oh God. See, this one killed me. I don't know why it's Begone, peasants. I have watched all of these.
That one did really well. I think
Yes,
that's
it
my
did.
actually. If you saw, but yeah, there you go. Begone, peasants. It's my most viewed video.
It is your most viewed video. It's almost at 1 million. I've probably watched it like 5 times.
I think I made that video really quickly as well. Like it was like one of those ones. You're like, yeah, you know, wasn't it about a tweet?
Yes. This one is what killed because it's like lies, the truth. Like it's just. It's like a mini K-drama, and I love it. I really do.
But
like
you notice they're the same thumbnail?
Yeah, I know.
All my Cleopatra ones have the same thumbnail.
It's
literally everyone else goes, I spend weeks on my thumbnail. You know, I need the thumbnail first. We spend all this time on them. I'm just like, find 2 pictures of faces, that'll do.
Yes. See, like, guys, this is proof. Like, underthink it. Low effort. Like,
well, I wouldn't give that advice. I just there's enough that you know from there's loads of stuff that you can find about click-through ads and stuff. Like marketing online has matured to the point where they know things that work. So things like if you've got words or a title that you want to read, then having the eyes look at it are there. This is why in all my reviews, the face is looking at the words. The decisions are made for a reason. And people react to faces.
He's smiling and he's glowering. Like, see, like, look at this. Look at this. It's the same thumb. It's over. Red flag. At like, it's just so. You have so many of these Disa clips. I love it. It's just. It makes my heart happy. Like, look at this.
My favorite one. Hey, doesn't the beard look better?
The beard
doesn't that look like the one in the show? That should be the one in the show.
I agree. See, this one, like, I watched you. I don't know why this one. I watched
episode 9.
I watched all 44 minutes and 59 seconds of this thing. That red bar better show up. Because, like, see, here it says I haven't watched.
Hey, that is commitment. But most people have dropped off by now.
See, like I've watched. I don't know why. Where are my red bars? I need my red bars. I've not watched your Wheel of Time recaps or reviews because you and I were doing like I have a 1 6-minute
The audio
review.
is rough in them as well.
It's fine. My 1 6-minute Wheel of Time review is like I'll probably
the first one got 47. When? What? I can't remember it doing that well.
It's over time. Dude, I have my Pierce Brosnan James Bond live stream has 200,000 views. And I don't know why. I have no idea. Like, I got an email that said, congratulations, you have a video that's hit 200,000 views. And I was like, what? And it was my Pierce Brosnan James Bond live stream has 200,000 views. And I don't understand why.
I mean, he is the best Bond, so.
Yes, he is. But but these, like, I've not watched. I do need to go back and watch them for you. But in my 6-minute clip, I literally hang on, let me find it. I
think that's where I started doing the same thumbnail. And I think it's because they dropped all 3 on the same day. So I just repeated it.
Yes, they did. Hold on, let me find it.
And then from there, it started to morph. And you can actually see the development of the thumbnails over time.
So hold on, we'll go. Yeah, because I was gonna review every single episode, and then I was like, no, I don't think I will. Wait, did I pass it already? Hold on. I know I have a Wheel of Time clip, or what is it called? Here it is. So yeah, 2. This is one of like I actually should have more streams on here. This is gonna hold on. Like Amazon's Wheel of Time has a yeah. See, so I like 100%. I take that audio and I'm like, except the opposite. Like I literally like. Have you ever enjoyed something so much you need to share it with anyone and everyone? Amazon's Wheel of Time is a lot like that, except the opposite. Like it's so bad. And oh, 31 down votes. That's so sad. Hold on. I don't know. Someone in the comments was like, "Thank you so much for watching this so that we don't have to." But I just like it in that review, I'm pretty sure I say, like, guys, I'm going to try and do a an episodic review of each one, but just understand that this is absolute trash and I hate it and I don't want to watch it. And so I watched every episode, but I did not do the reviews. I just went on Twitter and ranted like a crazy person and was like,
you know, I have a way of basically
don't go
I
watch
record
it.
I generally record everything in one go, and then I go through and edit it, then you go through and rewatch it and like make sure all the cuts and everything are right. Episode 7, I think I recorded for like 10 hours. That's how long it took because I kept
Oh
walking
my
off and stuff.
God.
And at one
Yes!
point, I literally, I think that's the one. Whichever is the one where they go to the future at the start.
Yep.
I literally have an hour and a half talking about the law, and I just cut it because I'm like,
Yep.
nobody cares. So I just cut
care.
that.
I care.
There's probably the recording somewhere. But I got so annoyed at the cafe scene and everything.
Oh.
I actually lost my voice, like talking about it for so long. So I came back the next day. I even know that even now I can remember the exact moment I stopped recording. It's when she starts following Lan outside is when I lost my voice and just gave up. And so I came back and recorded for like more hours afterwards, then edited it together. And I was so annoyed at the entire thing, and I'd done it for so long, I never rewatched it. I don't even know if there's errors or anything. I never checked. I edited it through so that all the bits are in the right order, and I just never watched it back. I was like, I hate this thing.
No, I sat down for episode 2, do the review, and I was like, I actually, like, I can't, I was so angry. I was so angry that I couldn't get through it. And I was like, I'm just going to sound like a raving lunatic if I put this up. Like, I still have the recordings from all of my reviews, especially from episode 2 and 3. Like, I have them. They're still raw for the most part. And I went back and listened, and I was like, I sound so unhinged. Like, I sound unhealthy. I was like, I cannot put this out there because it's so bad. But I may do a recap of season 1 in like video form and just go through all the lowlights and everything wrong with it. Like I'll try like top 10 things that are wrong with Wheel of Time. Like, because the list would be too long if I didn't cut it down. But I'll probably do that since it's dropping September 1. And we have Witcher season 3 dropping. I know it drops on the 30th in the UK, but I think it's dropping on the 29th in the US.
Yeah, I
And
don't know whether I'll do anything with that because it drops all on the same day, which makes it nigh on impossible to cover.
It's
I
well,
mean,
yeah, like the
you
binge
binge it all
model.
and do one video.
The to binge it all is just insane. And it's
But
just
that's kind of what you have to do. If you want to, you'd have to binge it all and then make a video straight away.
100%. Or like
you'd
have to do, because what you would have to do is like almost do like a live watch party. You know what I mean? And those are
you can't do
also
that
not
because
Well, so what
you
the
get
way you
kicked.
do it, the way you do it is you say what time you're going to start, and then people come with you, and then it's kind of like when you live review other stuff. You're like, this is the hour marker the hour and minute marker that we're at of this episode or whatever. But you can live stream stuff, but that depends on everybody else watching independently on their own systems, and then you discuss as they
But then you're
watch
talking
with
over
you.
it, and
Yes,
the
exactly.
only way I could see it to work if it was like a centralized thing where you could control the pausing.
Yeah, and some people it works for some people. I've tried it with my members and it did not work for me at all.
I don't like
And
talking over the TV show.
yeah,
Because by the time I talk over one thing,
you've
the
missed
next
the
thing's
last
happened.
thing. Yeah, and then you have to rewind and it's just a nightmare. So like I couldn't get it to really work for me, but I was able to I have seen people make live watch parties work for them.
Yeah, the way I would have covered it or tried to cover it would is like you'd have to do a review a day of each episode.
Yeah.
Which is
Or
me like working 12-hour days for however many episodes there is in days. But what I found is that not only if I do that, do I think the quality goes down, but even if that's my intention, like with Blood Origin, never happened. They still just came out at the same speed as normal.
Blood Origin was so bad. I did a review on that too, and I was just like, it's crap. It's absolute trash. I do my ranting on Twitter, and then I come onto YouTube and I'll drop my overall review. But I live tweeted as I was watching that, and I remember oh god, I have to find that because at one point I was talking about how it was pretty obvious that she like in Blood Origin as well, she literally wants absolute power and she sacrifices every single royal line, including her own family, so that she can be the empress. Like,
yeah, but you know what was worse? Because yeah, okay, you've got this person, she's clearly the villain, fair enough. But then you've got the bard, and you think she's the good guy. And then she walks up to the supposed villain and goes, "No, actually, you had the right thing, but you're just another boot. Yep. I should lead." And you're like, "What?
I should lead." Yeah,
it's like she just immediately took over a place, and you're like, "You're supposed to be the good guy."
That's what I'm saying. They just replace one. They think they're going to be the better monster. That's what it comes down to. And like, here's my threat. So this was me live tweeting my reactions of Blood Origin. And I'm like, hour 4. I'm only reaching episode 3, and it's been sloppy, boring, and the accents in that they were everywhere.
Oh, I was reading this thread as you were doing it. I remember going through this.
This was like I was so siblings fighting over vague situation of mother's attempted resurrection with vague details and sister refusing to help like brother isn't going to try on his own. Like, it's literally brother wants to bring her back, sister says no. Like, it's just worst spy in the world who is forced to be a spy literally trips over what he's been looking for. Like, this show is so stupid. I'm so angry rereading this tweet and reading this thread and remembering everything that happened.
I mean, one of my favorite parts is where they've got a guy in a tower in a cell specifically built just to contain him, so he can't do any magic. And then he turns up like at the heroes. Like, "How did you get here?" "I escaped." "What? When?"
Yep.
It's so bizarre.
Right here, they're literally playing a rip of either Dungeons and Dragons or Yu-Gi-Oh in the show. Like they're literally like the power of the card, the heart of the cards, the power. Like they're like pulling from these different entities that make no sense. Like roll 12, and it's insane. This part. Tell us about the secret entrance. There's actually not one. So how are we gonna get through the gate? We're gonna improvise, and it's gonna work, guys. Like, and I was like, gut him where he stands. Like, this man has lied to you. The only reason he's still alive is because he lied to you about the secret entrance, and now he's telling you that his whole plan was to wing it.
And he was the city security.
Yes,
which is why you're supposed to know that in the first place. But then that other I can't remember what kind of relation she is. Like, is she one of their trainers or something? But comes along, and she's like, "Oh, by the way, I took a horse out and rode around the city, and I found a way in." I'm like, he's the security guy. He should know where the roads lead, and then you lead them into a dead end, and he didn't even know.
He did not know. Like, oh my gosh. Here, this part right here. Look, evil mage comes bursting into the one place that his book could be. Empress runs like a coward, so she gets her new ally who's fickle prick of a general. Like, how was her brother not killed sooner? Like, I just, the incompetency. And then this, oh my gosh. The dwarf is telling the elf about how, like, why her hammer is named after her lady love. And elf is sitting there respectively, and she falls asleep within 30 seconds when the elf is talking about his redemption of his redeeming love.
I tweeted something like this. There was a story came out, and it was about because he gets kicked out because he sleeps with the princess. That wasn't the original story. It was like a far more heroic thing that he got kicked out for. And I can't remember what it was because I saw it like a week ago or something. Well, a few weeks ago. But yeah, they changed it to make him look worse. Like they altered it specifically to that story.
Oh my god! And then my North Dakotan came out here. Hope the not lark is. She has such a horrible voice. Like, her name is the Lark. Like, listen, I literally, for being a bard, she really cannot sing as well as they're trying to push. She cannot sing. She cannot sing well. Like, sorry, this thread, like, if you guys want to know what I, like, this was my overall review. And then, like, yeah, because of course, random stranger will be escorted directly to the Empress with no security check or verification of any sort.
I said, when did Witcher Blood Origin change Fall from going a man on a quest to avenge a dead loved one to get in for banging a princess? And it was from Netflix Geeked in 2021. Hails from a clan of warriors sworn to protect the king. The death of a loved one in battle sets him on a quest for redemption. Fighting alongside unlikely allies, he carves a path of vengeance across a continent. So, that's an entirely different person.
My god, can you share that so I can put it up on screen? Like, obviously, we can tell I did not like Blood Origin. Like, she literally doesn't even know if she is pregnant, but she's, like, acting like she's carrying his child and is making horrible deals. And I forgot how angry I was in this tweet, or in this thread.
Do I have to share the entire screen, or can I share a window? What?
You could share a window.
Because it says share screen.
I don't know. We don't have to share. I'll take your word for it. I'll find it.
Well, but I can link you the tweet. That's probably easiest.
Actually. Oh yeah.
If you just put the link in.
Yep. Just share it with me, and I'll put it up. You know, for a stream that we tried to end 3 hours ago, this has gone fantastic. I'm not even kidding. It's like a K-drama. There's just been twists and turns. Okay, so here we go.
I will demolish this hotel.
I will demolish this hotel. All right. It is my duty. All right, here we go. I can do this because I'm a smart cookie.
I actually don't understand the start of Vincenzo now. I've seen the end. Doesn't make any sense.
Oh crap. I can explain it to you. We have to do. I won't share anything up here in case you don't want to. But Vincenzo actually makes a lot of sense to me from the beginning. So when did Witcher Blood Origin change from man going on quest to avenge dead loved one to exile because he banged a princess? Oh my gosh. So Fjall hails from a clan of warriors sworn to protect the king. The death of a loved one in battle sets him on a quest for redemption, fighting alongside unlikely allies as he carves a path of vengeance across a continent in turmoil. That is such a different arc.
Yep. It's an entirely different person.
Such a different arc.
A quest for redemption. He's never on a quest for redemption the entire way through.
Ever. Never, not once.
And it's not the death of... Who's the loved one?
Because his dad dies, but that's not till after. Like, surely they're not talking about the father and the brother or the sister that die when the Empress betrays them all.
But he's already gone by that point.
Yeah, so he's already left. So that's not they can't possibly be meaning that.
Yeah, because that happens quite far in. So it'd be.
Yeah.
I mean,
like,
Because I mean, it could work, I suppose, if the first thing was just him guarding them, and then they betray everybody, but somehow for some reason he's not in that room. Maybe he followed her out or something. See, they could have done that. They could have played it that way if they wanted him to. If they wanted her to appear like a bad guy and him to appear like a good guy, they could have been together. She betrays her family. He follows her out and tries to convince it. Like he didn't know. She tries to convince him to join her, and he's like, no. Somehow gets away and then tries to make up for it.
That would have worked. I'm retweeting this.
But that would specifically make her look like the bad guy, and they didn't seem to want that.
No, they did not. Instead, they made her...
Especially when the heroes, like using her plan.
Yeah! Like, there's no heroes at all in that story, except the father who dies because he's doing his duty. Like, it's just insane. There's no... And I get they were, like, trying to say, like, I don't know if they were trying to allude to the fact that Witchers aren't innocent or whatever the case may be, but my God, like nobody in there, with the exception of the 3 men who died, had any kind of honor or morality at all. And it's just crazy to me. But I don't know. I feel like Netflix just can't, kind of like Warner Brothers. They just can't get out of their own way. They really can't get out of their own way. There's a reason that they are importing stuff.
Exactly.
They're importing stuff from Korea. Like if you guys go on,
but they're importing good stuff.
Yes,
so that's what I care about.
Good. Like they're importing like all these K dramas and all these C dramas, and they're importing anime. Like it's all Eastern. It's all Eastern entertainment because Western entertainment is it's fecked. Like it's terrible.
Well, it's a good thing to do as well, because they've got decades of content now that no one's seen.
Yep.
And so, especially when your writers are on strike, just be like, so what was a big hit over there? Yeah, we'll have that, please. And then all you have to do is pay some voice actors to dub it.
Yep.
Which I'm assuming they do in-house or have like some kind of company they work with.
Yes, absolutely. So, guys, I think if there was... talking about redeeming qualities, I don't think Amazon's Wheel of Time had any. I genuinely don't. I think it looked, for them bragging on what they spent on the show, I feel like it looked very cheap. And
yeah, but from what I heard, Rafe didn't have like a production studio or anything. So whatever the budget for that show was, paid for his business, essentially.
Yeah.
Like he went abroad and everything would have come out to set it up. Whereas if you get a company that's already a business, they've already got the cameras, they've got the sets, they've got everything in place, so it's going to be way cheaper.
Yeah.
It's like getting a fancy contract, and you're like, well, I didn't have a business before, but I do now.
I do now. Yeah.
Rafe was like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. before.
Yes, that's like, they're just,
and he only wrote the stuff. He didn't it wasn't from like his company or anything. So it's not like they hired someone who has experience of doing this stuff. Which is the surprise. And then they did the same with Ring. That's the really weird. They did the same with Rings of Power. You're like, what?
It's like they wanted somebody who they thought they could control, and so they assumed that someone with little to no notoriety and minimal experience would be the best way to go about it. And and it didn't work.
This is Hollywood. If you give someone enough money, you can control them.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
And out of the $1 billion, there's enough money. Money wasn't the issue. So,
maybe not. I don't know. Maybe people's greed is greedflation. People's greed is outpacing what Hollywood can pay them.
I just don't know why you'd want to do that anyway. It's a case of,
I don't either.
Even if ego is your driving force and you want to feel as if it's yours, enough people will just say, oh yeah, of course it's your idea. Yeah, we'll put your name on it. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So I don't know why they're bothered about that either.
I don't know. The whole thing blows my mind. Where we are at with Hollywood legitimately blows my mind. And I don't know if Netflix is going to be able to save themselves or not, but they are for sure not at all concerned with or ashamed of, like they because like people are like will be like, I can't believe you're watching that Eastern stuff, and it's like because everybody brings they'll be like because Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon looked ridiculous. It's like okay, cool. Well, have you seen the special effects that came out? Like, have you seen The Flash? Have you gone on the high seas? Don't support that film, please, monetarily. I beg of you. If you're gonna watch it, find the Jack Sparrow version. Not that I would ever condone or promote illegal activity, but I will say there are ways to tactically acquire the Flash that do not include paying $17.50 for a ticket to go sit and be tortured for over 2 hours in a theater. So that you
I did call it in my review enhanced interrogation.
It really freaking was. It was terrible. I was like, this is what they show to Guantanamo Bay inmates. I swear. It's so bad. I walked out of that, and the thing is, like, people I talked to, they're like, I didn't love it, but it wasn't the worst thing ever. And it was like, no, it actually, like, it's okay to say it is one of the worst things you've ever watched, because it was.
No, but it isn't, because Ant-Man Quantumania and it's better than Ant-Man it's better than Multiverse of Madness.
I don't think. I think it's on par with Multiverse of Madness, and I would put it on par. It reminded me so much of Wayward Sisters, the attempted spin-off from Supernatural. It reminded me so much of it that I was like, oh my gosh, I wonder if they have some of the same writers from the CW on The Flash. And as you're watching it, I'm just sitting there and I'm like, oh my God, I would rather rewatch Witcher Blood Origin than this crap. Like, I hated it that much. I hated it. And I'm talking to other people and they're like, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. And I'm sitting here like, am I the only one who thinks that it was the, like, the freaking fever dream of a spasming toddler who's wiping dung on a board and calling it art? Is it just me? Am I the only one that sees that?
I think I've spent enough time around crapped stuff now that I'm like, I have a wide variety of things to compare it by.
Listen, I would
that end
rather
of the
watch
scale.
Willow. I would rather watch.
I enjoyed Willow. That making of was amazing, and it was actually
No,
funny.
you did not.
I enjoyed the making
so
of. It was
funny.
actually funny.
You
It was.
Oh gosh.
They were
All
taking
right.
the piss out of each other, and they're like, "Yeah, but Warwick, I can't stand Warwick." And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like
why
riding
couldn't
to
this
work on
show-
a Segway,
I'm sitting there
refusing to pick up his co-workers.
Like, why couldn't the whole show have been that funny?
And then they're like, "Okay, so we filmed your scenes now. We just need to go and film." I forgot her name. Kiora, was it? Not Kiora.
No, not Kiora.
Alora.
Yes, Alora.
Alora Dannon. It's like we need to film Alora's now. It's like, well, we've got mine. That's really what matters. Like, well, we need Alora's really. It's like, well, where is she? I don't know. Just cuts to like the door of her shed, just like shaking. It's like, "Let me out!" And then the way the producer delivered the line, and it was sort of. So we were talking to him about what the show was going to be, and we said that this was really going to be a Laura Dannon story, and she was going to be the main character. And he looked me straight in the eye, and he said, "Why?"
Never mind that the show's called Willow. It's really Alora's story.
No, but I think in this universe it does make sense. She is the only person that can save the universe. Like, she is there to prevent the apocalypse.
Yep.
So,
but Kit still wants to know why it's all about her.
Exactly, yes. But she is the Luke Skywalker of that universe, so it makes sense.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I could see that. All right, so Disapru, thank you so much for coming. We talked about a lot of stuff, and it was a lot of fun. I loved this. Please separate your laundry for your washing machine.
I am never going to separate my laundry in that useless waste of time.
Oh my word.
What an absolute... Like, is this what you're supposed to do? You're like, oh, finally, yeah. You know, here's somebody else can do my laundry for me, and then you find out they're wasting their time separating your socks. Like,
Oh my gosh.
like you actually haven't improved my life at any point. You've just taken a job off me and made it worse. Is what you've done there. Like, there's so many other things you could be doing to
You just
improve
wait
the
until
world.
your socks feel soft and don't smell like corn chips. That's the benefit. It makes you smell
Don't
better.
smell like corn chips.
Yeah, okay.
What on earth are you even on about?
Nothing.
Do you wash your
nothing.
clothes in corn chips? I mean, you're American. I don't know.
Listen, I have been around a lot of males who have had, because we have to change our socks.
No men
And
separates their
they-
socks.
No, stop. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying.
You've broken your husband. He's not the rule.
Every Marine
Ask
I've
it-
ever spoken. Every Marine washes their socks separately because they stink so bad.
Okay, so
They-
every Marine has been trained to do it that way. I don't. I suppose it depends when he entered. I was going to say, ask him what he did before. Because I guarantee you, this isn't a thing he's done naturally and normally. This is not normal.
If his mom taught him that, maybe. Ha! Boosh! I separate my jeans from my shirts.
That's not his socks.
You separate your whites and, your
the
darks.
the jeans kind of make sense because jeans, the tannins in jeans are more likely to run, so I can kind of understand that until they've been washed a few times. I think jeans even tell you to do that. Socks don't.
Okay.
You literally
Whatever.
get your clothes, you shove them in there.
No.
There you go.
You don't fill it to the. You please tell me you don't fill your washing machine to the top.
Well, no, because I probably wouldn't have a washing machine if I did that.
Oh gosh.
It'd
okay.
break.
You wash the socks separately because they smell like that.
Well,
like,
now we're coming up with exceptions. Oh, well, you
It's
know,
not-
if your socks have hydrochloric acid on them, maybe you don't want to put them in then with the rest of your
if
clothes.
your socks have
I'm not-
hydrochloric acid
This
on
isn't
them,
like
you
a
throw
rule
them
of the
away.
universe. I'm not saying that we need to get a Laura Danham just to save the world just in case any of this ever happens. But there are, like, most of the time, like, I don't know what you people are doing to your... And yeah, I said you people are doing to your socks. It's like, oh, well, I actually like to roll my socks around in jam, and then I go outside and let the bees feast on them before dragging them down the street and dunking them in the nearest pile of whatever gunk I can find that dropped out of a swan. But until that point, I don't think I need to separate them.
Oh my gosh, we need to find
I just
you a
wear my
wife.
socks.
We need to find you a wife. Oh my gosh.
But she'll spend her entire life separating socks. That's no use to me.
It's not an entire life.
Like, imagine that this is proof, right? You know the phrase, a woman's work is never done. I think we've just found out why. Maybe if you got yourselves organized, it'd be a bit better.
It improves life. It improves it is a life improver, okay? It's a life improver.
My laundry gets done in like 30 seconds. And you're there, so you're still picking out the socks from the rest of the clothes by that point.
Yeah, okay. Whatever you say. Whatever you say. I have never spoken to a woman who doesn't separate by colors and types of clothes.
I mean,
And
that's
you
not a
check-
convincing argument.
You check the tag.
That's not. In fact, that's not my argument at all. I'm not
you
saying
have
that people
low
don't do it. I'm saying people doing it is stupid. that's the main thrust
It's
of the
not
argument.
stupid. Read your tags. Low tumble
Pointless.
dry. No heat. Like it'll say no heat. Hand
Well,
wash
I don't tumble dry
only,
it.
Hand wash only. Dry clean only. Or it'll say like
Who do you think? How many clothes do you think I wear that like dry clean only? I literally work out my front room, love.
I don't know. Do you go to have tea with the king?
The
now?
queen? Yeah, I was gonna say. Look, I had dry clean stuff when I had to wear suits for a job, but that's the only reason I ever wear suits. This isn't How I Met Your Mother. Suit up, lad. We're going in.
Yes, you need to suit up. Suit up, Disapru. Like you need chainmail and armor and a tuxedo, all of it. Come on, you're British. You're supposed to be James Bond, please.
Yeah, but I can't put chainmail in the washing machine. It'd ruin my socks.
Oh my god.
See, this is the thing. I know suits. I don't even know how this expanded into like that kind of argument. Oh well, you wouldn't throw your dry cleaning in with you. No, obviously, because it says it needs dry cleaning. Socks don't.
Some socks.
Wait, do socks even have tags in them to tell you how to clean them? I don't even know.
When you purchase them, the bag has like care
Who keeps
for
the bag?
instructions.
How am I supposed to? Wait, what? How am I supposed to know how to clean my socks if they're on the bag that they came in? That I probably lost years ago.
You're supposed to
That's the
read
most
it
stupid design flaw I've
before
ever seen. At least on jeans, there's a tag in the jeans, so when you wash the jeans, it's there with the jeans. It's on the side, it's like, yeah, by the way, it's in that packaging. Oh, yeah, we wrote it on the receipt. If you go back and ask the receptionist, maybe she'll be able to remember. It's like, what's pointless? Am I supposed to go back to the store, pick up another packet of socks to find out how to clean the socks that I bought? I mean, this is pathetic.
You're supposed to read
What
the
if
back
the
of
what if
socks
the
before you
wait, does it get worse? What if the cleaning stuff is inside the packet, all to get you to go to the store to buy another packet of socks so you can open them to find out how to clean the socks you've already got?
Oh my gosh, you're supposed to read it before you throw the bag away.
How
That's
would
what
you
you're
even know?
supposed to do.
Nobody had told me that everyone else was doing some kind of
You're
weird
being-
religious ritual with their socks before, that was supposed to investigate the packaging. Oh, please, let me consult the
You're being-
plastic. The
Ask your
one
mum.
the one source of all wisdom, the plastic container. Oh, but if I eat McDonald's, am I supposed to be reading the bag to find out if I'm supposed to eat it upside down or something?
Listen when I tell you this. McDonald's actually has instructions on how to eat their food.
Yeah, sparingly, probably.
It literally, I think at one point the CD, at least here in America, they had put it on there, not recommended dietary I forget what it was, but basically it was like should not be the mainstay of your diet.
Well, obviously, but that's not telling you how. They're like, okay,
Charlie
start
in
in the
1988.
top left corner. Wait, I've just seen bedding is a separate wash. Yeah, look, I'm not saying we should wash our dog in there either. There are various. This is a very specific comment about whether you separate socks from t-shirts.
Because they stink,
I could even
and then
see an
make
argument
everything
for
else
jeans.
stink.
You're
I am
washing
putting
them. Everything stinks. That's why it's going in the washing machine.
Not like socks. Not everything stinks like socks. Not everything stinks like socks.
You know how men tell when clothes need to be washed.
They sniff them.
Yes.
Do you know how women do it? If it's not on a hanger or in a drawer, it goes in the washing machine.
But every piece of clothing that I ever take off, even when I've washed it, it's probably just gone on a table.
You need a wife.
I'm
That's
not
it.
putting it on a hanger. That's a waste of my life.
Oh my god, you need a wife. You need a wife.
All my clothes go on shelves or chairs or tables. I literally, if I need to wear something, I go over to my t-shirt pile.
Oh my god. Listen,
I
I'm
get
not
something
saying that
from
I'm
the pile.
perfect. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying that everything gets washed, dried, ironed, hung up, and folded and put away. But I do try. You need a woman in your. You need a woman. You need a.
No, this is what when people. Oh well,
need a wife.
It makes a home. Well, what we found out, her making a home is disturbing
Your shit's organized.
Disturbing the organized. The mine's organized. I've got
No,
a
it's
pile
not.
of t-shirts.
It's a pile. Oh.
It's disturbing the organization of my very efficient life that I've mastered over decades, and spending hours separating socks. I can't think of anything more pointless.
Socks come in a pair.
No, you can't make me a sandwich. You're too busy sorting out my socks.
You still make sandwiches. Socks don't take that long to separate. It's 30 seconds of extra work for massive amounts of return on the back end.
No.
Good lord. Yes.
No, because you've got to do an entirely separate wash. This is way longer than 30 seconds.
Oh my gosh. It's not. It's not. It's fantastic. And you need you need a wife.
You'd need a second washing machine is what you'd need.
No,
How else are you
you
going
don't
to wash
need
them
a
at the same
second.
time?
You do not need
It's the only way you're going to wash them at the same time.
No, because you don't have a laundry day. You do. So on Sundays.
It takes you a day? It takes me 30 seconds.
No, there are some people who do
So
their
this is
laundry.
I've never really understood people having laundry day. I just, you put it in the washing machine, you turn it
No.
on. It's
So,
never
like,
taken me
that's
that long to be honest.
laundry day for most people. Laundry day would be like they wash their
Who
sheets,
soaks
they
them?
wash their bedding, they
Why are
wash
we
their
soaking our
towels
socks?
because they stink or they have stains. Because you
The washing machine washes the. Why are you washing?
That's not how you get stains.
This is
out,
literally
Disapru.
getting a dog and barking yourself. I've got a washing machine, and so I'm going to wash them first. This is why when I got you start looking at like dishwashers and stuff,
Yes.
and one of them came with a setting that said pre-wash. I'm like, surely pre-wash is using it. Like that's what the eating is.
No, pre-wash is when it takes all the larger chunks of food off and it opens up a larger valve so that the food can go down and go to your disposal so that it can chop it up and send it on its way so that you don't have to rinse the dishes before you put them into the dishwasher.
See, I do that.
So you pre-wash your dishes before you put them in the dishwasher instead of just using the pre-wash setting.
Well, it's mainly just because if you don't scrape your plate, there's tons of food on it. That's basically the logic.
Why aren't you finishing just use paper plates? Like that's
Because
where
I
we're at.
wasn't born in World War II in rationing, and so I may not eat every piece of food on my plate.
Okay. Well,
Unless it's steak. If
Oh,
it's steak,
gosh.
I eat all the steak.
Very well.
Although, if it's like lamb chops and stuff, then there's bone, and then you're like, well, I can't put that in the dishwasher. That's why I have to scrape it.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I'm a simple man of simple pleasures.
So you're good with
Steak and lamb chops.
you're good with scraping your plate before putting it in the dishwasher, but you're not okay with soaking your shirt before putting it in the washing machine.
That's what the washing machine does.
No, because you put
Stain
remover on it, you let it soak, it lifts
What?
the stain off, and then
What are we doing now?
Because if
You're like, oh, this takes 30 seconds. No, we've added an extra stage. What is this? I put my clothes in the washing machine and I turn it on. And you're like, well, I soak them. Then I separate out everything. Then I'm putting some other stuff on it. Then I'm putting something in the washing machine. This is like a military maneuver. I'm not trying to take over Wales.
You just have to pre-soak them.
That's what the washing machine does.
No, but it doesn't do it efficiently. It doesn't do it efficiently.
The washing machine isn't even a person. It's not going to get offended if I don't make its job easier. I don't have to thank it.
But then the stains
I don't have to do that until the AI overlords come around.
If you don't pre-treat and pre-soak, the stains don't come out, and then your clothes are ruined.
Have you considered getting a better washing machine?
First of all, do you know how expensive washing machines are? And second of all,
I do,
have
actually.
you ever tried? Have you ever tried to get Oklahoma red dirt or Texas red dirt or Louisiana freaking bog mud out of white pants? You can't just throw that in the washing machine. You have to beat it on a rock. You have to soak it in shout.
No, we're beating it on rock. We're like a cat. We're killing our food first. Like every time you open your mouth, you add another stage. It's no wonder it takes you an entire day. We've gone from, well, my way just takes me 30 seconds to, I need a laundry day. I'm doing that many different things.
I don't do a laundry day. I do laundry every day of the week.
It's a laundry week. We've got laundry month coming up soon.
No, because so on Sundays, you wash all of the work clothes like that you wore from the previous week so you can hang them back up and they go on a cycle. Like, I swear to God, my husband could live with 5 t-shirts and 3 pairs of jeans and I don't understand it. But
see?
Like
based.
It's no. But so you wash the work clothes on Sunday. On Mondays you wash the towels. On Tuesdays you wash like the kids' clothes.
Wait, no, wait. Now we've separated out even more things here. This is worse than the Morrowind skill system. We separated out socks first. That was one category. Now then what? Are you doing t-shirts separately? Or do you have one for tops?
Those are darks and lights, and yes, they get separated.
So what happens? Yeah, I get that. So then what happens, except all mine, like all my colours go together no matter what they are. But you'll separate out darks and lights then of each category.
Yes.
So then, do you separate jeans out from darks?
Jeans are their own
Or
load,
trousers?
yes.
Well, what about other trousers?
They go in their own load as darks or lights. Yes, and yes, I own white pants.
So they go in their own ones,
I
and
go
they're
to
separate
church.
to the gene load. Oh,
Jeans get washed on their own.
and then we're beating them on rocks, and we're applying stain remover, and for some reason we're rubbing soil into our clothes. I don't really understand why, but I mean,
Because
you
the
ask,
only
have you ever got
time-
soil? You know, the last time I got soil, it would be if I fell over. I don't
You-
fall over that often, and I don't roll around. I generally don't go rolling around on the floor.
you need to
Isn't-
go. You need to go outside more. I don't know. I live on 1 acre.
I mean, I've been outside. It's concrete.
I live on 1 acre. We currently have 5 dogs, and it rains a lot here. And they splat.
I live in England.
This.
I think I win.
I doubt it.
What?
I doubt
I
it.
win on the rain. I live in
No.
England. It's literally world renowned for it.
Seattle.
It's actually our small talk is. Oh, it's nice weather we're having today, isn't it? That's literally our small talk. That's how you break the.
everybody's small talk.
No, it isn't, because
Yes,
your
it
weather is
is.
boring and it's the same all the time. It's
Yours
like,
is
oh,
the same
look,
all the time if it's
it's
raining
hot,
all the time.
and I need the air conditioner on again.
You were literally complaining about how you had to turn your fan off and melt into a pool because it was
Yes.
so hot.
And then I
It's not my
realized that
fault.
people separated their socks and spent all week doing different loads. Why are you separating out towels? What's wrong with towels?
Because if you don't
Why would
wash
towels damage your t-shirts?
why are you washing towels with your First of all, oh my gosh. Okay. First of all, when you
Because
wash towels,
When they're dirty, they go in the
you have
washing
to
machine.
separate because you have your cleaning rags, you have your face cloths, you have your towels that you use for your hair, you have your towels that you use for your body when you get out of the shower.
There's no
Then you've
way
got
you
your-
wash your towels for your hair separate to the towels for your body. Come on. Please. Just give me this. You do, don't you? You separate them. You actually
Why are
separate.
you so mean?
You
are so
separate the
mean.
towels for your hair. What? Why? Oh no! This has touched my hair. This is like what, the next level of priesthood or something? It just can't. There's no way I will sully its reputation by making it go across the peasants. Why are these the nobility towels that shall not be mixed?
You don't have a separate towel for your hair.
Firstly, I don't have a separate towel for anything. It's like it's a towel, it dries you. No man has a towel for their hair. No, I don't believe it. Secondly, why are we washing our towels separately for our hair?
Because the
And
body
do you
towels
like
are
memorize them? So
bigger.
you're like, this towel can only be used for my hair?
They're different sizes, Disparu. They're different sizes.
I
Like,
get the
body-
biggest towel I can find, and then that's the one I use.
Okay, but like
Like
the
a beach
big
towel,
towels,
I think it
yes,
is.
So beach towels get washed because they get covered in sand and all kinds of other stuff, and you don't.
No, I
want
don't take
that.
them to the beach.
I'm sorry that
It's just
you
a
hate
name.
fun. I'm sorry that you hate fun. But the towels are all different sizes. Now I wash my dish
It's a British
towels
beach, so it's
and
not
my
fun.
I wash my dish towels and my dish rags here, and I was laughing really hard. I don't separate out my hair towels and my body towels. I do wash those
Oh.
together. But
Oh.
like the cleaning towels
Finally,
of-
common ground.
the cleaning towels get washed separately because they have to go through I
understand cleaning stuff.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
So they have their own stuff, and then I have like my scut clothing is what I call it because it's the
What?
stuff that I scut. SCUT.
I mean, I
scut.
can only think of the scuttle bus.
Special that yes, no, my scut clothing. It's what I get dirty in. So it's like what I scrub the floors in. It's what I wash the walls in. It's
No,
what I
you
do
get
yard
dirty in
work in.
everything. You rub soil on your clothes. Like you don't keep your clothes clean, let alone
I
anything
do
else.
keep my clothes clean. I do keep
You
my
rub
clothes
red dirt
clean.
on them. You have to
I
hit
don't
them with
rub dirt.
rocks.
Dirt gets on
You
them
don't me
because
destroying my socks when you're smashing your clothes on a rock.
You have clearly never had leeches in your pants. So I
Why
don't
on
wanna hear
earth
it.
are you putting leeches in your pants? That's
I
just-
didn't put them there.
like this is a.
I
This is,
didn't put them there.
how
The
is
ground-
separating your clothes going to help with you getting leeches in your undies? That's what I want to know. Or maybe they're just maybe that's your problem. Maybe you should stop.
Oh my gosh.
They're actually just like, I've never found
Listen,
such a
you've
clean
clearly
environment as
never been
this.
to Louisiana,
Have you seen
where,
her
like-
towels? Like,
Louisiana, solid. It looks like solid ground, and then it's not solid ground, okay? And there is crap in the Louisiana bogs.
why are you walking through a bog? Use a road. This is so simple.
Did-
This is what I mean. I'd like. One of my
Because
theories is that
it's
so
a
many people just go
touristy
through life
thing.
playing
You're
on hard
supposed to
mode
go see
because
the
they do.
swamps. You.
Why are you walking through a swamp? I've never walked through a swamp. I've never
It's
felt the need.
It's the Louisiana. It's a thing in Louisiana. You go on a.
You must
why
have a
can't I-
road.
What is that called? A fan boat. You have to walk to the fan boat to get into the fan boat so you can go see like the Everglades in Florida or like the different swamp areas in Louisiana. And the thing is, when you're walking towards the fan boat, sometimes something that looks like solid ground is not solid ground. And it just kind of moves on you. And then there's little critters in your pants.
This seems like user error to me. This does.
It
I
is
mean, I don't know why there isn't a solid path to the boat, which apparently everyone in Florida is using. You think they'd have like a pier or something, like something a bit more solid than leeches in your pants. Like, it just seems like a very common and obvious thing that should have been built long ago.
There are people that literally jump out of the fan boats to go try and tackle gators because they think it's cool. Like,
Look, I mean, I know you've met Drunk 3PO, but he gets enough. His advertising and feats of heroism are stories for another day.
Oh gosh, it's
You know, he told me, oh yeah, the alligators are here, they're all safe, they don't do anything. The very next day, a video came in my Twitter feed of a guy fighting one off with a saucepan. Like, it was trying to eat him, and he was hitting it on the, he just hit it on the nose with a saucepan,
yeah.
and it ran off.
But that was in Australia or something. Like, that wasn't even Florida. Like, I mean, everybody called it
one
Florida
alligator's one alligator's the same as another. It doesn't really matter, you know. I'm not going to make judgments. I'm not going to be like, could that be like me going, yeah, well, you know, American people separate their socks from their t-shirts, but the French, oof, see what they do.
Oh my word in heaven. You need a woman. All this is
But
concluded.
no, all we've discovered is that she's gonna roll around in red dirt, get leeches in her pants, and spend 5 hours separating clothes for a washing machine that don't need to be separated in the first place.
She's going to make your life better. It is a net gain for you. Tell her you want lamb chops and steak every night.
Yes, exactly. This is what I mean. There are jobs which are efficient, which actually benefit you, and then there's whatever you do with your washing.
I am telling you right now, every woman separates their laundry. Go talk to your mother.
There's so many stages to your washing thing. You have to spread it out over multiple days.
That's because there's a lot of laundry in my house. There are 6 living humans.
Yes, and I get that, but that would just mean there'll be more loads, not I need to separate them out and hit them with a rock.
The rock incident was one time, and I gave you the context for it.
I'm sorry that you've only been decided to smash your laundry with a rock once.
I didn't smash my laundry with a rock. I smashed my laundry on a rock. There's a difference. I didn't have a rock in my hand.
If I separated my socks from my t-shirts once, it would be once too many.
Oh my gosh.
I don't have that many socks to wash on their own anyway.
Please just tell me that you, at the very least, do not cook your grilled cheese, quote unquote, in the microwave.
I don't have a microwave.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, that's a win, I guess.
Nor do I eat grilled cheese. Oh, do you mean cheese on toast?
No, I mean a grilled cheese sandwich. What is cheese on toast?
I mean, I think the clue's in the name. It's like beans on toast. It's kind of obvious.
It's a horrible creation. This is a grilled cheese sandwich.
No. You put it onto the grill. You put cheese on toast. Well, on bread, obviously. Well, you can put it on toast, I suppose, and then grill it just to melt the cheese.
I don't even... This is a grilled cheese sandwich.
It looks like cheese on toast, but you put too much bread on it.
No. It's a grilled cheese sandwich. You dunk it in tomato soup.
Okay, now you've gone into an entirely new level.
No, see, it's right. Tomato soup. Tomato soup.
I mean, I guess you could dunk cheese on toast.
I don't know. What is cheese on toast? That is not a thing. That sounds... See?
You've got
tomato
Google.
Soup, grilled cheese sandwiches.
I mean, I don't really know what you're expecting, but if you Google cheese on toast, you'll come back with a piece of toast with some cheese on it.
That's garlic bread. This is
No.
like what you get at a pizza restaurant to dip in marinara sauce.
But it's not garlic, it's cheese. I mean, garlic bread, which could also be
Cheesy
called
bread then
garlic
that's
on
cheesy-
bread.
cheesy
And
breadsticks.
this is cheese on toast. And
It's cheesy breadsticks. This is what you get with pizza
No,
to dip
it's
into marinara sauce. Yes,
just
see,
toast
there's
with
even
cheese
a
on it.
with a pizza.
Yeah, it's just toast with cheese on it. And now beans on
Yeah,
toast is
that's
just toast
poor
with
man's-
beans on it.
That is poor man's cheesy breadsticks.
Well, I'm sorry that the English aren't, billionaires.
Have no taste buds. Listen, you guys conquered the entire world for spices, and then after you did it, decided you hated flavor. So
You know why
don't get
people
on
use? You know why countries use spices? Because their meat was rotten, and the spices were there to cover up the taste of the meat. So if you already had decent food, then you didn't need spices because it tasted
You know
nice
what
on
else
its own.
spices do? They preserve meat and they make it taste good, like beef
Mhm.
jerky.
Yeah, you could have salted meat like bacon.
Bacon is a godsend. It doesn't. It's not even
I'm
salted.
not knocking
Have you
bacon.
ever-
But you know what? I've never.
Curing
You
bacon
know,
does not require salt. You can, but it doesn't require it.
I think most of our. I mean, I'm assuming. I mean, bacon's very salty, so either way, it's got salt on it. It might just be built into the pig and a natural benefit. But that would actually even help my argument because then you're not adding spices to it, even salt. So it just does it on its own because it's normal. And I've never been eating bacon and thought, you know what I need? I need 17 different sorts of herbs and spices. No, bacon
let me
tastes nice
introduce
on
you-
its own.
Let me introduce you to maple bacon.
But if you're
It'll
in medieval
change your
times
life.
and your meat was rotten and that's all you could get, then you had to have a lot of spices in order to make
Yeah.
it edible.
But it wasn't even like they were literally
But we didn't
spicing
need
up
that.
their. They added
'Cause we
spices
ruled
to
the
their
world.
rice. You obviously did because you went out looking for it.
No, we just conquered places and they had them. There's a difference.
And yes, and then the spice trade became one of the most lucrative. Like people literally were.
Yeah, we shipped them to other
spices.
people, but we didn't need them.
Yeah, okay. No, you do need them. I've tasted British food. It is not
British,
good.
it is amazing. I eat
It is-
steak and bacon and lamb chops.
First of all, bacon is not British.
And lamb neck is actually gorgeous as well.
I do like lamb.
You ever had
But
lamb neck though? I mean, I
to-
never thought I'd eat lamb neck,
I've
and then
had-
I saw
I've
it.
had
I'm like,
cow's
that's weird.
tongue. I've
I
had
was like,
sheep's
that's
head
weird.
and
I'm
cow's
trying
tongue.
that.
A must try.
Yeah, I was like, why would someone eat neck?
Man, I've done all the I've tried the octopus, I've done the cow's tongue, I've done the stuffed sheep's head.
I don't
Never
know why you
again.
want cow's tongue. They use that all the time. Surely it's gonna be tough.
It's
I mean, that
was
comes
kinda
across
like
more like a revenge.
it was kind of like chewing on a piece of jerky, to be perfectly honest. Like it was very leathery. It was not good. It was not something I care to experience ever again in my life.
I've heard that people eat pig's feet. I've never had them.
Yes, I love pickled pig's feet. It's delicious.
Oh, you pickle them. Oh.
Yes, it's a very German thing to do, and I come from a very German family. Also, a big thing up in North Dakota and like just the Great Plains region is Rocky Mountain oysters, which are of course bull testicles.
I thought that's what they were, but I was like, I'm not going to say that because if I'm wrong, that'd be really weird.
Yeah, no, that's what they are.
There's something in that. I know the Bush Tucker trials have something similar as well.
But there's weird cuisine wherever you go. But the British are the only ones who conquered people for spices and then didn't use them.
Because we didn't need them. We already
Yes, you
had
do.
everything we needed
No,
at home.
you need it
No, we didn't.
desperately. Yes, you did. You do. Your food is not good.
Your food is ruined. Your food is literally where everyone's like, I don't even eat more, and I just put on weight because it's got a load of
Yes,
crap in it.
because there's so many preservatives in it. That's why
Exactly.
you have
And
to,
you're like,
that's,
food's amazing. Oh, by the way, I expand.
that's why you don't eat the crap that comes in a can or comes in a plastic bag.
Yeah, but if I'm going to go over there and then eat a steak, I'm like, well, this is very much like eating a steak over here. This is
yeah,
like,
no, steak's not gonna do anything
Drunk
to you.
3PO has an entire plan. He's like, I'm going to take him to all the food places. I'm like, I'm just going to eat steak. He's like, well, we've got steak places. I'm like, yeah, but I eat steak over here. He's like, because there's a lot of Americans really into takeaways. I've been in so many G&G discussions where they've just debated takeaways. Oh, who's got the best burger? Who's got the best fries?
That's a huge thing.
It's a very American thing, from what I could tell.
Yes, takeout food. Takeout food is it's
We have so many.
almost
Like
a pandemic. Like
they
it
started
really
talking
is.
about all the different burger places, and they
Yeah.
didn't stop. They
No,
just came up with new
they're
ones.
infinite. They are infinite. There's if I could start right now, we would have to go for another 6.5 hours on just burger joints
Yeah, it's
because
crazy.
there's so many. Like takeout food has become like fast food is become so ingrained in American culture. That's why you have half of millennials and half of Gen Z. They don't know how to cook. They have no idea how to cook for themselves. They don't know what to do with it.
Because they're too busy separating the socks from the t-shirts. They don't have the time.
No, they're too busy doing anything else. Like they don't want to learn how to cook, so that it's convenient for them to go out and grab something
Nor
at
did
a
I.
drive-through.
You know what I did? I learned how to cook a steak because it's simple, fast, and nice.
Yes, and steak's delicious and it's healthy for you. Like if you come over here, like I have a friend who came over here and basically ate the same way that she did when she was over in her country. I won't say which one. But it was
Azerbaijan.
it was an Eastern country. But she ate very similar
Imagine
to
if
how
I guessed it. I'm like, what's the
I
weirdest
know,
country
right?
name I know?
But she didn't she was like, I'm so confused. Like she's like, I've gained 16 pounds and I didn't
Yeah.
change the way that I eat.
Yep.
Like I've not changed anything. And she went in and she's like, now I understand why people are pushing like buy directly from a butcher, because even when you go buy red meat from like Walmart or
No.
like
They don't
from
add stuff to it there, do they?
they've got, it's full of like if you let the meat
Oh.
from Walmart sit long enough, it'll start to bubble. The saran wrap around it, the saran wrap around it will start to bubble because all of the gases and all the preservatives that they put into it are now escaping the meat, and they're trying to push through the plastic. And it's the same thing with the chicken. It's because it needs a longer shelf life. And so
Oh, we probably have some of that. I know, especially
Yeah.
chicken.
Mhm.
They pump it full of salt water and stuff as a preservative and make
So-
it expand and stuff.
But see, that's a natural preservative. Over here, it's all synthetic preservatives. And that's why they're like, you need to go to like these, you need to go directly to the butcher to get your meat, and it goes bad if you don't freeze. Like you go to the butcher and you freeze it because that's the best preservative for it.
See, that's different as well. Like when I eat, I basically buy whatever food I want for maybe like
Yeah.
2 days.
Yes.
And like I can walk to a shop. Whereas I know
Yeah.
your stuff's so big over there, you have to drive everywhere, so you
Yeah,
buy it all in bulk and things.
my closest grocery store is about a 17-minute drive, and that's if
Yeah,
I
I
have
hate that.
no traffic and no lights. So it's like a 17-minute drive to get there. But like if we end up moving, it'll probably be closer to 45 minutes to get to a shop.
Ooh, yeah. See,
And
I
so you
use
have to.
getting food as like a reason to go for a walk because I
Yeah.
like walking anyway. But that
And
makes
that's a
you do it.
big city. Like when you live rural, that's a very common thing in like San Diego, Seattle, New York. Like they have small apartments and small spaces because you buy daily. You buy 1 or 2 days worth of groceries. You don't buy for the week or the month. You buy for that particular day, or like if you're having guests over, like a dinner party, you would buy for that dinner
Oh,
party.
I'm renowned for my my dinner parties. Talk of the town. I tell them all about how I hit my clothes with rocks. Great time.
You are just, oh my goodness. So Ryan doesn't like ordering fast food because they do get his order wrong. But then when I was there, it was almost like a competition of whose order got jacked up the worst.
But do you order weird stuff or like really fussy stuff? Because, for instance, if I order McDonald's and they put the wrong dipping sauce in, I'm just leaving. Like, I don't care. If that's what you classify as, you got my order wrong, I'm going to make a big fuss about it. Then I can understand why.
One time I was ordering through this burger joint because I don't eat McDonald's. But
no, McDonald's was an example, just because everyone knows it.
I was ordering at the local burger joint, and they also have chicken sandwiches. And I was like, okay, I would like your junior double cheeseburger with just ketchup, mustard, and lettuce.
See, there you go.
And
You're making it
that's-
complicated.
No.
You know what
ketchup
I? You know what I do? You know what I do when I order from a place? I
It's
go
not complicated.
that, and then they just give it you. And if you're like,
No.
well, I want this, I want double. You're the kind of you go into a coffee shop
It's-
and like, I want an espresso, mochaccino, double
drink coffee.
frappuccino, two like loose, tiny,
I don't drink
upside
coffee.
down.
Listen, regardless,
creams
they
that have only
gave
come
me
from
a
a
grill. They
panda's
gave me
eyeball.
a chicken sandwich. They gave me a chicken sandwich instead of a double cheeseburger. Okay, so like, I, I okay, sweetie, I have to go. My littles need me, but no,
Okay. Don't smash any more glasses.
I'm not gonna smash anything. Now my brain stopped. Oh, they gave me a grilled chicken sandwich instead of a double cheeseburger. Like, that is so wrong. It's not even funny. Okay? And it's not like it was the Lord's chicken. It wasn't no Chick-fil-A. All right?
You know
It
what
was
I
the
would have
most
done? I
rubbery
would have
piece
walked
of
out of the
chicken.
place, eaten the chicken sandwich,
No.
and never gone back again.
No. I looped my butt back around and I was like, you gave me the
Exactly.
wrong order.
Because
You
you're
gave me-
American and I'm English. And if I get my order wrong, I'm just gonna go eat that thing and never go back again.
And that's why your life doesn't improve, Disapru, because you just take the crap that comes at you and you don't try to fix it.
Well, you say that, but if everybody does that, that place goes bankrupt and it gets replaced by someone that will give you what you want.
We'll see. Okay.
That's actually
so-
a standard British thing, though. If the food's crap or anything, they'll come around and ask you, and like, you're weird if you go, no, actually, this is a problem. Everyone just
Listen,
goes, yeah, it's fine.
That's,
just don't go
that's
back.
the only time I have ever, because I was pregnant and I wanted my double cheeseburger, and come hell or high water, I was gonna get my double cheeseburger. So
If I don't get a
I
cheeseburger,
really-
I'm gonna eat you.
I really didn't care. I was hyper emotional. I was tired. I just wanted a double cheeseburger because that is what the baby was craving, and it sounded good. And they gave me a chicken sandwich.
The
and I
baby's
was-
not in your stomach with a menu going, I want a double cheeseburger from In-N-Out, and if you can get the fries
not
from over
In-N-Out.
here.
No, not In-N-Out. But no, like, women have
That's supposed to be good.
seriously, In-N-Out's overrated, in my humble opinion.
Oh god, don't bring up overrated. We'll have to have a discussion on whether that means apparently. I've heard about Jeremy's discussions about the word overrated before.
Well, in my opinion, In-N-Out's overrated. But that is neither here nor there. I would take In-N-Out over Wendy's for sure. But I straight up, I was like in tears because they got my order wrong. All right, like, it wasn't a good day. I was like,
Way
please
to
just
ruin.
give me.
You ruined their day as well. They've, like, all they wanted to do is serve a customer, and like now they've got a crying pregnant woman on the floor. It's like,
I wasn't on the floor. I was at the drive-thru, and the manager was very considerate because apparently when you start
because
crying,
you're crying.
even if you don't ask for the manager, he comes over and says what seems to be the problem. And when you break down and say that you're 8.5 months pregnant and you just wanted a double cheeseburger and you got a chicken sandwich, he takes that personally.
Of course he does. He's got a crying pregnant woman in front of him. I mean, I could try it, but I don't think it'd have the same effect.
But that was the only other, and then the only time I ever have actually turned food back in a sit-down restaurant, I actually ordered the chicken this time, but when I cut into it, it was like super pink on the inside, and I was like, I really don't feel like getting salmonella. So I requested a new order, but otherwise, yeah, I just don't eat the food. And like, I ordered rotini when I was in Dallas at this at this restaurant, and it tasted like I was drinking salt water. I didn't say anything, I just didn't eat it. And the guy came back and I was like, yeah, it's not good, because the other person who had ordered that same dish, it was also like drinking a cup of salt water. So neither of us ate the dish, and they were like, clearly there's something wrong with the dish. And then I watched them take it back to the kitchen and take a bite, and the dude spit it out immediately. And I was like, cool. I was like, see, wasn't just me. But I thought that was funny. But, you know, like, I didn't turn it back and like request something new. I just didn't eat it. But yeah, it's like, those are the only two instances in my life where I'm like, hey, this is wrong and I need it fixed. One of them, I know I was massively overreacting, but I was hyper pregnant and I just wanted a double cheeseburger.
I'm kind of surprised that the orders get wrong that often. Anyway, to be honest,
One
of the reasons, like, even though I'm like, yeah, I'll just eat it anyway. My order's never really wrong over here. It seems more like a service issue than anything else.
Yeah, it really is.
The amount of time people talk about it, it must happen a lot.
It does.
Like,
It happens very frequently. Very frequently. Like if you go to Burger King, you just anticipate that your order's wrong.
it's like a lucky
just
dip.
accept, yeah. You just accept that you order something, but you just accept whatever they give you. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
doesn't
take
happen
whatever
over here.
Yeah. Like, it's just, ugh.
Anyway, you need to go and write 5
To the
classes or whatever
family,
it
I
was.
have kind of been neglecting them.
Mhm. You've been, yeah.
Disapru.
Describing your
What do you want to
laundry.
share? What do you want to share?
Don't separate your socks from your t-shirts. It's a waste of your life, and it's not going to improve anything. And if somebody says that you should actually get married, and its only benefit is they're going to spend their entire life separating your socks, I don't really see the point.
Okay.
So you want access
Please
to half
separate
of
your
my
socks.
life's income just so you can separate my socks. No, this isn't a fair deal, love.
When your life is more organized, I am 100%. I don't usually do I told you so's. I am 100% coming at you with the biggest I told you so ever.
I have a pile of t-shirts and a pile of trousers.
Oh, God. Don't you own a dresser or an armoire or whatever they're called over there?
I have a wardrobe.
Okay.
And you know what the wardrobe's got in it?
What?
Shelves.
Oh my God.
You know the only bit of that wardrobe I use? The shelves.
I am gonna
Except
yeet you out the window.
for stuff like suits. They're in there. And the reason they're in there is largely because I never wear them anymore.
Oh my gosh.
So I just put them in there once and then they've just stayed.
Very well. What is the next video you're gonna be like? What's something that they can look forward to from you because Willow is now gone? So whatever shall they do? What are you gonna do? Like, Willow's gone, Gotham Knights is gone.
Gotham
Whatever
Knights
shall we do?
isn't... My biggest issue at the moment is that, yes, Secret War is rolling around, but the same day as Willow. No, the same day as Gotham Knights.
Gotham Knights.
A Gotham Knights would have been finished, but very, recently, they keep skipping weeks. And
do.
so now they're going to combine into one glorious day of hell, and I don't know which one's going to be out.
Secret Invasion and Gotham Knights. God help you.
Yeah. And, I don't even know if it's technically possible to cover both of them in the same day. Maybe if I get up at 2 and go to bed at midnight, I have no idea. But even if I do, what am I going to do? Am I going to post them both on the same day? If not, who wins? I don't know.
Oh my God. I don't know.
I found this out today, and it's like, yeah. So my next video, I'm assuming it'll be about Secret Invasion, considering I've heard people talk about it. It's supposed to just be boring trash, which, to be fair, is exactly how the trailers make it look. Well, not the trailers, but the clips. There's like 6 minutes of footage, and they look awful.
They do. It's just it's just Nick Fury getting woman-splained and lectured.
Yeah, or just two people in a room telling you about all this cool stuff that happened. And I'm like, can't you just show me that instead?
That you never get to see.
It's like there was an invasion and they took over this base and then they fought off these people over here. And I'm like, that sounds awesome. Where is it?
Where is the footage? All right. Ladies and gents, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We talked about a lot of stuff. This was a lot of fun. And we have determined that Disapru needs a wife. So if you know any wifey material... I don't know where we got that from. If you found any wifey material out there, please let me know so I can put them in the candidate list for Mr. Disapru.
Oh, what are you going to do? Interview him about how many different laundry days they have?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be glorious.
It will be extensive.
I found someone who separates the buttons from the shirts before they wash them.
Listen, you're going to thank me one day, and it's going to be glorious. And I will be at your wedding, and I'm just going to be like, yep, told you. But no, in all seriousness, I love doing streams with you. This was a blast. We went for almost 7 hours. I think this is the longest I've ever done.
I was gonna stream the finals, but apparently not anymore. Even at 11:30, I'm like, it's a bit late to stream the finals, but I might be able to try.
I'm sitting here. It's like 3 a.m. for you, isn't it?
It is 3 a.m. for me. Yeah.
Like, I am so sorry. But this was fantastic. I had so much fun. I hope everybody in the chat...
If I wasn't enjoying it, I would have left, so it's fine.
True. This was a lot of fun. I can't wait to talk more different things with whatever it is we decide for our next stream, but this was a blast. Ladies and gents, chat, you guys are fantastic. You're fabulous. You're wonderful. You're breathtaking. I love every single one of you. I appreciate every single one of you hanging out with us for almost 7 hours. And, I can't thank you, Disapru, enough for agreeing to do this and for sticking around. And, guys, much love to everybody. I hope you all have a great night or a great morning, depending on where you're at in the world. And, Disapru, any final thoughts?
T-shirt piles are awesome.
Fold your clothes. Separate your laundry.
I don't fold them.
Oh
The creases come out when
You're
creases
giving
come
me
out when you wear
anxiety.
them.
No,
The
no,
creases
they
come out when
don't.
you wear
That's a
them.
oh my god. Much love. God bless. Good night or good day to everybody. I'm gonna go ream Disapru for like 10 more minutes. Mwah! You all are fantastic. Bye.
See ya.